Wait for this thing to go live so we can start hanging out. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle on here, and welcome back to each one of you. If, of course, this is your first time watching over on YouTube, hit the like button, click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Without fail. Happy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 26th. Is a Tuesday. It is Tuesday. So happy Tuesday to each one of you. Very happy that you could join us here. Like I said, if this is your first time, hit the link in the description down below. We're going to be live all week. All fucking week. So really looking forward to this. Digit Merc, how you doing, brother? Lunari, how you doing? Happy week. Happy week. Happy week. Oh my god. Here we go. Another week. What the fuck shenanigans are we going to get into now? The Sin family, how you doing, brother? Traxton, how you doing? Rory O'James, how you doing? Gidabi, Gibadi, how you doing, brother? I hope everyone is doing well. I'm looking forward, as always, to this week. Angels Matt, how you doing, brother? Jesus, there's a lot of you. Were you guys just waiting for me to go live? Wild Boy, how you doing, bro? Usually I sit here for a while and talk to myself. What the fuck? I'm not used to so many people being here, like, all at once. Dude, the new Ultimate is something else, I would say. I haven't gotten there yet, so I genuinely do not know. But we will be playing some MSQ today. Get some of that, like, inching ever closer to the Endwalker. Kazujan, how you doing? Rio, how you doing? You gonna watch any Ulti Prog since it's based on Heaven's Ward you've already seen? I might do. Rotten Skin, how you doing, bro? Suzuli, how you doing? Doing super well. Just grinding out some FF professions. I have to start grinding out the MSQ. So this week is going to be heavy focus on the MSQ. I'm going to see the new interview with Ian on Wowhead. You mean the one about the big bad? King Julian. Been watching the FF Ultimate race and saw you come on. Hey, I'm very happy to be here. Very happy to be here. And happy to have all of you coming out. You know, we have some stuff to discuss. Obviously, we're always going to have stuff to discuss. Let's see what kind of clips we can come up with, what kind of discussions we can have. And then we're going to jump into Final Fantasy MSQ, because if I don't get going with the MSQ, I'm never going to be able to finish. So, yeah, we have to get into the MSQ, and then we'll do some reactions later on, whenever. Like, dude, this Ultimate will be clear in 5 to 6 days, even more. Angels Matt, is that a good or a bad thing? More bad than Zuval? I saw the interview, King Julian, but it wasn't really... It's not new. We literally just covered it over on... with patrons. So I just finished a coffee with patrons. And we covered it there. Waiting patiently and hoping to get Overwatch 2 closed beta flagged on either of my 2 Battle.net accounts, and tomorrow will be possible to watch Overwatch streamers and get Twitch drops. That has a chance to get your account flagged for the Overwatch PvP beta. Pray. I just started the Dragon Song War. Dragon Song War. So you're in Heaven's Ward right now? No. So there's a lot of discussions around... Wait, before we do that, I need King Julian to tell me which interview he's referring to, because the interview that I saw isn't really... It seems to be snippets. Snippets more so than anything else. The other issue is that this is the interview, King Julian, that you're referring to, right? Is it this one? Dragonflight will have a big bad villain. Baron Lightning, thank you so much. What's up? Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you. Very much appreciate. Pringles, how you doing, bro? Can we get a Dragon Song War in WoW Dragonflight? I don't know, because it's very different, right? The Dragonflights aren't really at war with us. There are dragons that's at war with us, like the Proto-Drakes and the different Proto-Drake factions, but the dragons in World of Warcraft, the Dragonflights, aren't really at war with us. I think it would be an old god. I'm not sure. As for all other... oh, shit. This is a brand new one. Never fucking mind. All right, there is a brand new interview, literally 31 minutes ago. But this is in Korean, so I'm not going to be able, I don't think. It's partially in Korean, though questions are also written and answered in English. Quotes below are minorly edited for readability. All right, we'll watch the interview with the Energy Costas here, and then we'll see. The only thing I'm upset about is Blizz 110% will kill our dragons like our artifact weapons. I don't know about that, Wild Boy. We've discussed that quite a few times already. It seems like Blizzard is really planning this expansion with the future in mind. So it doesn't feel like Blizzard is looking at this expansion again like they do with all the others, where things are designed only for this expansion, and the next expansion they're going to try something new. They've basically said as much. In every interview that Ian have been asked this question, they have said they're looking at these systems as sort of mainstay, long-stay systems. Disrupted, you bastard. Thanks for the $20, dude.
Keep up the good work, Cullen.
Hey, bro, I'm never going to say no to $20. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'm very glad to hear that you are actually enjoying the content. I enjoy making it. I'm very, very happy whenever I get to stream and hang out with you fuckers. So yeah, Chance for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you. So what's everyone up to? Outside of just being here. They'll just put the barrier back up and we can't bring out dragons outside of the island. That would be a mistake. Shamanita, how you doing? That would be a mistake. So listen, right off the bat, one of the biggest problems that World of Warcraft have suffered for a long time, and we have spoken about this, and this, by the way, isn't just something that goes back to the great borrowed power systems. We're going back all the way to Mists of Pandaria. At the end of Mists of Pandaria, there were a number of things that people really enjoyed about Mists of Pandaria, like the farm, for example. And people were genuinely peeved when they found out that the farm isn't continuing. The farm is sort of being given up on. Garrisons is another good example of something that could have been going, could have kept going, and Blizzard sort of gave up on it, right? Bad Gamer OG, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. The support you guys are giving me is so fucking amazing. Thank you so much for that, guys. Voidwalker, how you doing, brother? So, this has been going for a really long time, and you have to keep in mind that for a long time, this was Blizzard's sort of answer. So the idea that systems arise within a single expansion and then die at the end of that expansion. Disruptor, thanks for the 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you. It was their answer to power bloat. So if you look at World of Warcraft vanilla to Cataclysm, there was this creeping power bloat issue where with every expansion, we got more and more powerful because obviously more and more things would be added. Gear, item levels went up, stats went up, and eventually in Cataclysm, towards the end, things became fucking ridiculous. Nixie, holy shit, with the 5 community subs just slamming in there. Really appreciate that, Nixie. Can we get some hearts in chat? Come on, people. 5 community subs. There's 5 of you that now have a sub status here. Let's see some fucking hearts. I really appreciate that, Nixie. Thank you. So in Mists of Pandaria, this whole thing actually sort of culminated. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are insane. Disruptor with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Let's get hearts. There's a lot of fucking subs going on right now, and I am loving all of it. I am enjoying all of it. This is what community is all about. I really appreciate you guys. So thank you so much for the support. You guys are fucking amazing. Truffle Shuffle, how you doing, brother? Wins, how you doing, brother? In sort of Mists of Pandaria, it all came to a head. In Mists of Pandaria, we spotted millions of HP pools. We spotted millions of DPS being done. It was kind of fucking ridiculous in Mists of Pandaria. So Blizzard needed another option. They needed something that they could do that would not lead to that. And so what ended up happening is Blizzard came up with this borrowed power system, which did what they wanted to. So it removed this power bloat to some extent, but then also not really. Because you go from Legion into into BFA, massive power jumps. Again, even though there is no more power systems being carried forward, the item level and the sheer stat level still jumps up. Then in Shadowlands, it jumps up again, but of course in Shadowlands, they did the whole level squish, and they sort of moved stat squishes and stuff like that. So this is now how they're getting all of that shit under control again. So it kind of turns out that the solution they had for the problem that they created just, like, it had a bunch of downsides in that people felt more weaker at the end of every single expansion, moving into the next expansion. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, World of Warcraft had this bonkers system where the second you start leveling, you actually go from very powerful, and then you start aiming down, and you get weaker until like 8 levels into the next expansion where you're actually at your weakest. And there was a time, I want to say it was Legion, but it could actually have been BFA. I think it was BFA actually. In BFA, if you met a lower level player, say a player at level, let's say level 52, and you were level 58, the 52 could actually kill you. Because purely mathematically, the level 52 had more power than the level 58. And then from there, you'd start ticking up again, getting to level 60 and then into the end game. So as an RPG, that felt incredibly fucking bad. Like, that felt incredibly bad, right? So you just sort of died off and really felt horrible because your power was just nowhere. And as an RPG, when you're leveling, you should get more powerful. You shouldn't get less powerful, Nico Spider, thank you for the primes. I really appreciate that. 10 months in a row. Thank you. So really, their solution to the power creep problem did not solve the power creep problem. Instead, it just created a new plethora of problems. Shadowlands, I feel, if we say that Mist of Pandaria was the sort of boiling point for all of the borrowed power or all of the power creep in old WoW, then really Shadowlands was the boiling point for all of the borrowed power systems. Because borrowed power systems just ended up fracturing the world and make the world feel really boring and bloated. So this time around, Blizzard is coming up with a new system, a system that is is closer to the old system. And the reason for it, I think, in my mind, is Blizzard have finally accepted in a never-ending video game, power creep cannot be stopped. It will happen. There's nothing you can do about it. So there's one of two options. You either embrace the power creep and you say, right, there's nothing we can do about this. This is what's going to happen. Or you just do a squish every 3 or 4 expansions, which, sure, squishes feel kind of horrible, but at the same time, it's a one and done deal. It happens once, the squish is done, people get back to normalcy with their power levels, and then from there you get more powerful again. So ultimately, I think Blizzard have just embraced there's nothing you can do. Name an MMO that doesn't have a power creep problem. Where you're not just going to get insanely powerful as things continue. All you had to do was focus on gearing and getting Cloak and Mob. And RuneScape. Does RuneScape not have a power creep problem? I don't think so. Vidget, no, actually ESO has a massive power creep problem. The only difference is they have fully embraced it. So you go from level 1 hitting sort of normal damage, and then you reach like level 32 and you're already hitting for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of fucking damage. So no, ESO has a giant power creep problem. The only reason Guild Wars 2 may not have that big of a power creep problem is because in Guild Wars 2, they don't have sort of vertical progression. They have horizontal progression. So you're not actually vertically becoming stronger. You're just progressing horizontally. There's new things and you can acquire new things, and that's really, but your power level will remain the same. That is one way to go, but that's not necessarily the most popular way to go. People like vertical progression. And so vertical progression games will always have a power creep problem. You either embrace it like ESO have done, or you just do level squishes. And I get that most people don't like a level squish, but again, if you had to choose, chat, between a level squish every 3 or 4 expansions, including a stat squish, or borrowed power systems, which one do you take? Aaron Gee, how you doing? Elodie, how you doing? Meggy, how you doing, bro? Yeah, pretty much over 9,000 damage is ESO. I think most people take the squish. You know, the squish feels bad for like a week or two, and then you just immediately get used to it. I've never understood the people that complain about level squishes and stat squishes. Because it's like, you're doing the damage to kill the things. Yes, the damage isn't as high as it was last expansion, but you're still killing the things. And within like a month, you're used to the damage that you're doing now, and you're excited again by the DPS that you're pulling, because your damage and your DPS is literally the same, is to scale of everyone else around you. It's not like some classes still have the maced up fucking DPS that they had in the past, and you now just have normal damage. Everyone is doing the same damage, so you're still top of the DPS meter, even though your DPS meter isn't in the millions. So I think most people just take the squish, and they're fine with it. I don't necessarily think too bored that it is a problem to see 9 billion damage being done. Diablo 3, for example, have the billies of damage. You're eventually hitting for billies of damage, and people are fine with it. Most people don't mind it, because again, you will just get used to it. For me, it just feels ridiculous when I'm in an RPG game and I'm hitting for billies of fucking damage. It's ridiculous. I just don't like the ridiculousness of those numbers. And WoW, it sort of makes sense that the numbers are that ridiculous. In an MMO, I feel like it's not that. It's just a bit nonsensical. VK Frostvic, how you doing, brother? Big fan. Finally caught. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Finally caught a stream. Love your crude humor and straightforward personality. Great content. Thank you very much. Dude, really appreciate that. I will eventually piss you off, I'm pretty sure, but for now, very happy to have you here. I'm okay with 100k damage figures. Any interest in the upcoming Diablo 4? Yeah, Disruptor. I'm very hyped for the Diablo 4. It finally looks like another fucking Diablo game, and not like the Diablo 3 that is actually a cartoon of what a Diablo game should look like, you know? There's also a coding aspect to having big numbers that most folk don't realize too. I liked it in Legion DPS having like 3 mil health and doing like 30 mil DPS, but because how high it was, Blizzard squished the stats in BFA. I don't like that, King Julian. Did you see Pine's Black Mage video? I have, Shamanita. But this is an older video, right? Are you at all interested in the new Archbishop Nidhogg Ultimate in FF14? People progging it right now. Blackmail is happening. Yeah, of course I'm interested in it, but I'm interested in it when I finally get there, and I'm nowhere near getting there. So for now, it doesn't really mean anything, right? Anonymous gifter. Holy shit, thanks for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Can I know, like, who is the anonymous gifter, or do you want to just stay anonymous? People who don't piss me off, I personally find boring. Well, there you go. You'll enjoy it here, I think. Yeah, this is next year's on. WoW's major games are returning. WoW, Overwatch 2, D4, just StarCraft is missing. We are never going to get another StarCraft. It's me buying off a third-party site because of sanctions. Oh, shit, Elodie. Well, I still appreciate you giving me the money, dude. Getting around those sanctions. Fucking thank you. Really appreciate it. Diablo Immortal is going to be on PC. Yeah, we covered this last night. The video should be up on the Clips channel within the hour, I'm assuming, right? So, no news about Dreamhaven yet, Digitmark. Dreamhaven have been incredibly quiet. Look, why do you guys think... So, look. There is never going to be another Warcraft 4. There is never going to be a StarCraft. And there's a reason for it. These are not billion-dollar titles. The AAA industry doesn't care about RTS. RTS doesn't make money. RTS is fine, and a lot of people love them, but it doesn't make money. So the only way we'll get a Warcraft 4 and a StarCraft 3 would be through Microsoft. Now, Microsoft seems to be the only real AAA company that still does RTS, outside of the sort of Civilization turn-based stuff. But Age of Empires, how long did it take them to make another Age of Empires? Now, for Microsoft, the difference in goals is what makes RTS great. Because for Microsoft, if they have RTS games on the Xbox Game Pass, that means people are subbing to the Xbox Game Pass. And if that gets people to sub, and then they maybe discover other games on the Game Pass, that's a good thing. That's a win for Microsoft. For companies like Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, for companies like EA, what they look for in an individual title, so they're releasing one title. What they look for in that one title is $1 billion. It's what they want. They want $1 billion to come from that single title. Most RTS games do not do that. They don't carry $1 billion within them. They might make millions. They might make $1 billion on the first sale, but they're never going to make billions upon billions like World of Warcraft does, like Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed does, because they don't really offer shop items. People aren't really going to spend money in the shop. They don't really offer a sustained sort of battle pass system that you can keep people playing and keep people buying. RTS is just not a good moneymaker. Now, again, if you're talking about the Total War series, this again, in my mind, falls in between RTS and sort of turn-based, because it's still very turn-based, and that can't, as soon as something is turn-based, it's not really RTS anymore. Because RTS literally stands for real-time strategy, which is what StarCraft and Warcraft is. There's no turns that you're sort of doing. You are playing in real time, and you have to strategize in real time. You don't have the ability to sort of pause and look at what's going to happen. Everything happens at once. Now, again, I don't know what the numbers would be for your 4X strategy games or your turn-based strategy games, but I'm going to assume it's nowhere near as large as your Call of Duties or your Battlefields or your MMOs even. I don't think they pull that many millions upon millions of dollars, right? I just don't think so. Minion, how you doing? Siege bugs are still there. I love that series, although I heard they haven't fixed siege bugs. You're talking about Age of Empires. I haven't played the new Age of Empires. I've wanted to, but I have not gotten around to it yet. So we'll see. But I'm pretty sure games like Total War and games like Civilization fall into a different category. I do not think that they are the same. Wait, you're talking about the Warhammer? Wait, what siege bug? I haven't had a single siege bug in any of my playthroughs. I haven't had a single siege bug. So I don't know what you guys are referring to. Maybe I just haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I've been bug free in my playthrough of Warhammer 3. I heard the Legend of Total War complaining. I heard Legend of Total War complaining Warhammer 3 Total War sieges still have the AI spurg out and fail. I don't know about that. I haven't received a single one of that. So yeah, maybe, but I haven't had that issue, at least not yet. Maybe I will get it eventually, but I'm sort of right now conquering the whole map, which is so fucking difficult. I don't think that's how you're supposed to play Total War. I don't think you should try to conquer the whole map, but I've sort of like not given a fuck about the demon souls. I've just been conquering. Just conquering and converting. I now have something like 32k gold already per turn. I'm making stupid money, dude. I'm just building armies at this point and conquering the world. So that's sort of my playthrough at the minute. Conquering the whole map sounds like a Total War to me. In Total War Warhammer, the idea is actually that you're supposed to try to get all the demon souls and then sort of invade the demon realms, the chaos realms. But I've just gone, fuck that. As soon as one of the realms gets a demon soul, I conquer that realm so they don't have the demon soul anymore. That's my playthrough right now. It's just conquering. And it's good fun. It is good fun. I am enjoying it. But yeah, ultimately, boiling it down, you are never going to see an RTS game out of a standalone AAA company. It's why RTS is mainly for the indie fans, the indie gaming companies. They do RTS. Because RTS can make money, but it can't make billions. It just doesn't have that weight behind it. And I don't think, just quickly, I do not think that it doesn't have that. Oh my god. Anonymous gifted with the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Hearts in chat. Elodie, I'm assuming it's you that just gave us 5 subs. So I really appreciate that. You absolute fucking monster. Thank you for that, bro. Dude, I'm going to use all the money you guys give me. And we're going to have a massive party. Carrots, cucumbers, and condoms. For everyone. So everyone can go fuck themselves equally. It's what we're going to be doing with all this money. I really appreciate it. No. Hookers and blow is last month. This month, it's carrots, cucumbers, and condoms. We're going to have a giant fuck me party. No, because banana starts with a B. It wouldn't rhyme. What are you saying, Vic? Bananas. Who would fuck themselves with banana? That's just weird, bro. RTS is good for esports. In some cases, but not necessarily in all cases, right? But I'd like Cucumber Echo. Just shove it up your ass and shut the fuck up, King Julian. This is not about personal fucking taste. This is just, you just do your fucking thing, right? Just shove it up your ass and shut the fuck up. But no, I would love if we could get more RTS games, because I'm a huge fan. But right now, most of those gaming companies do not look at the gaming industry as something where holes exist and you could fill the void. They look at it as, you know, what's the next big thing? Basically, the AAA company, the AAA industry is like the small Twitch streamer that doesn't know how to fucking stream on Twitch. They basically jump on every new game, hoping that this is the one that's going to make them big, not realizing that that's not how you get big. You find something that worked for you and you just fucking stick with it. Swarm banner, proudly. Don't remove the peel. I think even if you're like, even if you remove the peel, it would still be like, even if you didn't remove the peel, it would still be squishy. No? It would still not work. Oh shit, Shamanita is actually getting fucking angry. Oh my god. Like, Shamanita is actually getting aggro. Listen here. I have told you once that a banana is not hard enough. What the fuck do you want from me? Stop arguing. I know what I'm talking about. We will not be using bananas, you fucking asshole. Wow. The aggro, Shamanita. Holy crap. Fucking all caps and all, you know? Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you, Shamanita. I'm pretty sure out of everyone in this chat, you might be the best equipped to answer that question. What fruit is best to fuck yourself with? It is if you freeze it. Dude, who the fuck would shove a frozen banana into themselves? That would be the most uncomfortable thing ever. Like, you're crazy. Jesus. All right, do you guys want to watch the interview with Ian Hazzikostas? It's a Korean interview, so it is. I don't know how much of this is going to be in Korean and how much of this is going to be, like, you know, in English. They do say it's partly, I think, this video is partially in Korean, though questions are also written and answered in English. All right, so we're going to get sort of like whenever Yoshi P does his live letters where it is in Korean, but it also isn't. You will get like 2 solid pumps before it mush. Some people are into temperature play, my man, but not frozen temperature. But all right, let's see. So Ian met with, who the fuck is this? Webzine Potion. Ian met with him for an interview, speaking about the Draktyr origins, exploration, and player agency. Let's hear what he has to say.
안녕하세요. 한국 시간 4월 20일 새벽 드디어 월드 오브 워크래프트의 새로운 확장팩
Dude,
용군단의 발표가 있었습니다.
where's the captions? What fuck? I can't understand what this guy's saying.
오늘 특별하게 월드 오브 워크래프트의 게임 디렉터시죠. 이언 헤지코스타스님을 모시고 새로운 확장팩 용군단
I noticed they do have Okay, there's something I don't understand. Why, when you watch Korean programs, will it oftentimes have Korean subtitles as well? Like, you're already watching it in Korean. Why would you need fucking subtitles? It's like me watching an English film, but then also have the English subtitles on. What would be the point of that? It's for deaf Koreans. Yeah, but then you would just have an option there, right? Or just have someone with sign language. That's what we do. It's usually like sign language people would be there. Different dialects. Maybe. I don't know.
에 대해서
It's just strange to me.
궁금해하시는 내용을 듣는 시간을 가져보았습니다. 와우 커뮤니티에서 이한님을 뭐 잘 모르시는 분들은 거의 없을 거라고 생각되지만 잠깐 소개해드리자면 2008년 게임 디자이너로 블리자드에 처음 입사하셨고 대부분의 던전과 공격대 설계 그리고 캐릭터 직업 설계나 밸런싱, 업적 시스템까지 담당해 오셨습니다.
I agree with everything this guy has said so far. Bad Gamer, there is no... I have subtitles and closed captions turned on. There is nothing here.
현재는 와우를 총괄하는 게임 디렉터로 전반적인
True and real, bro. True and real, I agree.
널리 알려진 내용 중에서 두 가지 정도 소개해드리자면은 첫 번째로 이한님이
For full disclosure, guys, I don't have a fucking clue what he's saying. He may as well be saying we're going to bomb the world, and I wouldn't know. I have no idea. Looks a lot healthier than Ian in the reveal the other day. True, minion.
현재는 와우의 개발자로 전직하셔서
This guy speaks sense, man.
5년째 와우 커뮤니티와 함께
Jagger, we're trying to watch an interview with Ian, but we don't quite understand.
이한님을 직접 만나 뵙고 용군단에 대한 이야기를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Hello, Ian. Nice to meet you.
Oh, there we go.
I'm Kim Gite from the Korean WoW community portion. Feel free to call me Luke. Yeah. First of all, that's for your time. You must have had a hectic day considering the big morning announcement. I'm not sure if you ever heard of your nickname in Korean WoW community. Did you heard?
Maybe. Which one?
It is Guardian. Yeah. Players say that this when is there is good sign that WoW evolving through method such as easier leveling and more enjoyable content, of course less homework and uncountable.
The Koreans call him Guardian. So wait, the Koreans don't fucking like mind him? Zafala, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So wait, the Koreans really like this dude. All right.
Amounts that everyone loves. Says you Guardian.
And we want, yes, all of those things are exactly what we want to provide.
Hope this new expansion will bring us a chance to call you Guardian again, I hope. And now either like...
Is it Guardian or God-Ian? I'm not sure because they spell it different. In one there they said Guardian, and this time they're saying Guardian. So I'm not sure which one, because Guardian might be fine. But it also seems like they stopped calling him that, and now they're calling him this again.
I'd like to start with my first question. 용군단이 드디어 오늘
Dragonflight was finally revealed today. Holy shit. Matt Wombatkin, you bastard. Thanks for the prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most generous chat on Twitch. Thank you. So Dragonflight was finally revealed today. I'm sure you're both nervous and excited about the release. Can you tell me how the dev team feels about the players' first reactions?
공개되었습니다. 디렉터로서
Alright, let's hear this.
설레이면서도 또 한편으로는 떨리고 긴장되는 마음도 있을 것 같은데 유저들의 첫 반응에 대해서 개발팀이 현재 어떠한 상태인지 궁금합니다.
It's been really exciting so far. I think, unfortunately, to be perfectly honest, I haven't had a chance to really dig into all of the community reactions and Twitter threads and forum posts and everything.
Of course he hasn't. Of course he hasn't. Ian, has he cost us reading community feedback? Please. Like, ever. Sure. The dude hasn't posted on Twitter in like over a year. So he does not... Ian is not... He doesn't give a shit what the community thinks.
Everything else. But what I have seen has definitely been encouraging. I think, this is an expansion where really from the ground up, a lot of the ideas that went into it are a response to the feedback that we've been hearing from the community about the types of stories they wanted from us, about the type of world they wanted to explore, and what they wanted from its systems. And so far,
But I feel like... Especially when he talks about... Elandre, how you doing? Reading it maybe, agreeing is another thing. Elandre, well... Even if you just read feedback, you don't necessarily have to agree with all levels of feedback. So I get feedback all the time on my YouTube channel. I don't agree with all feedback, but sometimes when you read feedback, even if you don't agree with it, you can start spotting patterns of disagreements that, say, a vast swath of people have with what you're doing that will inform some of the decisions you make further down the line. So you kind of do have to read it, even if you're not agreeing with it. Also, by the way, Landre, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Now, to this point, I'm fully in agreement. I think you are going to be very facetious if you say that this announcement is just more of the same from Blizzard. And I hear this often. Like, literally the last week, I've been filled with people going, oh my god, dude, you guys are so fucking gullible. They said this in Shadowlands. They said this in BFA. We're listening. You guys are just so gullible. And it's like, wait a second. Can we agree as a people that actions speak louder than words? Like, as a people, can we agree on that? Because if we can, then we can absolutely say that what they said in BFA and what they showed in BFA was two different things. They said in BFA, we are finally listening, and then they showed us a bunch of new systems, player power systems, and all the rest of it. Then in Shadowlands, they said, we hear you, we're listening, and then they showed us a bunch of fucking borrowed power systems. Now in Dragonflight, they're saying, we listen, we hear you, we agree with you, and they showed us no borrowed power systems. So can you understand why I am more inclined to believe that they are finally starting to listen? I'm not yet convinced. There's still a lot of water that needs to run into that fucking dam before I will go and buy the game. But I am at least... What I'm hearing and what I'm seeing seems to correlate to truth, at least for now. And I'm fine with that. The one thing that I'm not fine with is Ian saying here, we've listened to players about the stories that they want us to tell. And I'm going, but Ian, you said in Shadowlands, before Shadowlands in an interview, you said, look, if we have to put the story in a book for it to make sense, then we have failed. So you said that. And then you fucking went and you did exactly that in Shadowlands. In order to understand the story of Shadowlands, you must read the book. So, when it comes to story, I am still not convinced because it feels like Blizzard have just gone back to the embrace the story in the novel idea. If Blizzard really wanted to win a lot of people's trust, they don't have a book for Shadowlands, for Dragonflight. No book. Just let it rip. Let the expansion be the expansion and let us see the expansion for the first time in the expansion. Forrest here from Warcraft 3 quote, seeing is believing. Amazing, pretty true. Very, very true. Thank you so much for the first time chat as well, by the way.
It's really encouraging to hear that reaction. Beginning the process, the conversation in our alpha and beta test to come that will make the game everything that players deserve.
신종족 드렉티르 그리고
The new race and class Drekthir Invokers was announced. Just like how Death Knight was inspired by Lich King, Monk for Pandaren Brewmaster, and Illidan for Demon Hunter, and so on. Where the inspiration for Invokers come from? Considering their background, I think Drekthir Invokers can also take the role of tank. Can you explain the reasoning behind setting their specializations as DPS and healer? Interesting question. Finally, a question to the literal, or an answer to the literal question we've been asking for a while now.
신직업 기원사가 발표되었습니다. 기존의 죽음의 기사는 리치왕, 수도사는 판다렌 부류마스터, 그리고 악마사냥꾼은 1, 2단에서 영감을 얻은 것으로 알려져 있는데 디렉트르 기원사는 어디에서 영감을 얻으셨나요?
Vidget, one of the, I think, best-selling books for World of Warcraft and one of the most hyped books for World of Warcraft was the Chronicles. Final Fantasy books sell relatively well, and those books tell meta stories. Those books do not tell the in-game story. So no, you can absolutely have books alongside a game as long as those books deal with meta story and not with in-game story. The in-game story has to be in the game. The meta story doesn't necessarily have to be. So you find clues and little tricklets of information throughout the world that sort of informs what this world was once before, and then you get a book that confirms all of those little things that you found throughout the world that kind of told the story, and maybe stories that you didn't know beforehand, you know?
그리고 설정상 탱커 역할군도 가능하지 않을까 생각되는데 원거리 딜러와 힐러 두 가지 전문화로만 구성된 이유도 궁금합니다.
This
Yeah,
is
we'll play Warlock wins.
the perfect creation that blends the best of humanity and the best of dragonkind, that can channel all of the powers of the aspects. The Drakthir were created by Neltharion, the original black aspect, long ago. And I think pursuit of that perfect experiment is what we've seen guide Nefarian and other black dragons in their experiments and creating chromatic draconids and others, all trying to replicate this original superior type of dragon.
Okay.
In terms of the roles that made sense,
The big question, and this is something we spoke about last night during the Livecraft episode, is when did Neltharion create the Drakthir? Was he already under the influence of the old gods? Or was this before the influence of the old gods? Because remember, Neltharion was under the command, or basically under the influence of the old gods for a very long time before he became completely corrupted by the old gods. And it was actually the Burning Legion that led to his full corruption. That's the thing that sent him down the spiral into madness. Super Cider, thanks for the one bit, dude. Really appreciate that.
Word perfect.
I mean, the Drakthir would have been a perfect experiment insofar as compare it to all of the other experimentations from Black Dragons. All of them had problems. Chromatic dragons, for example, couldn't work. Like, I think of all chromatic dragons, only 2 survived. The rest died, you know. The same goes for the what are they calling? Twilight dragons. Also wasn't necessarily perfect. So this is the closest to perfect, most likely.
for them. Part of it is when we think about wings, we think about the physical attributes of a dragon. It almost speaks to movements. It speaks.
Sherazade, wait, what doesn't make sense to Pyro? What did Pyromancer have a meltdown to? So Zuval allows Deathwing to make the Drakthir? Well, not really, Pringles, because Zuval had very little influence over Deathwing. The Deathwing story is not one that should in any way, shape, or form relate to Zuval. Because Deathwing's story is more closely intertwined with that of the old gods, and the whispers of the old gods eventually driving him to the brink of madness and then being pushed over the edge into madness. DK Demon Hunter and the monks can all tank. This is the first new ranged DPS class ever. Can't you let me enjoy my one thing? Well, they are letting you enjoy it.
To attacking from a distance, breath weapons, things like that, and by definition, tanking in Azeroth.
Wait, Vidget, what did you say there? Okay, this is a very hot take and purely speculative, but I get the feeling that the new racing class is a little bit LGBTQ inspired. Could the reason for them not having a tank and a melee spec be as simple as them associating those roles with more with toxic masculinity than the roles of healer and caster? I think this would be an example, Vidget, of seeing things that isn't necessarily there. I don't know how would this class be LGBTQ inspired? That's not at all what I got. I mean, it's dragon inspired, it's human inspired, but I don't see how it would be like LGBT inspired. That doesn't make sense to me. And also tanks are protectors. I don't like it. It could in some weird way, probably, but I don't necessarily see it that way.
In World of Warcraft means, being up in front of your enemy, having them strike you in the face, and that the fantasy just didn't feel quite as on point there. This class is initially only going to have 2 specializations. There's certainly room in the future to add a third.
There it is. There it is. There's room in the future to add a third. So they do have room to add a third. I don't quite agree with Ian's assertion here that for dragons, it doesn't feel that right that they should be in your face getting hit and stuff like that. Because, well, that's kind of what dragons do,
Range DPS and healer is where we're focused.
디렉트리 기원사의 강화 시스템.
Charging system has been added. From the perspective of long-time WoW players, it is a very interesting change. On the other hand, considering the keyboard controls of current players, it may be difficult for players to utilize the system in certain situations. For example, certain raid patterns that require a lot of movement. What do you think about this?
시스템인데
How are they
이
tackling
새로운
this? Because this is an interesting problem to tackle. If you have, say, the charge-up system in such a way where you charge it up, the first charge, we shall call it, does the least amount of damage. The second charge does a little bit more damage, and then the third charge does the most damage. That is a horrible charging system. Basically, what you want with a charging system like this is the first charge does the bulk of the damage. The second charge changes the cost a little bit more, and the third charge will maybe turn it from a single target spell into an AoE spell, or from an AoE spell into a single target spell. This is what you want to do with a target system, with a charge-up system like this, because just having it little damage, more damage, most damage means that, well, you're always going to go for most damage. So it's not really a charge-up system. It's just a very long cost time for your ability. So you want to give people that sort of decision making around what do I want to use this ability for, and that will inform what I do. So putting a dot at the end of the cost, so it does shit tons of damage, but if you finish the cost, it will actually put a dot that sort of sticks on the target for a few seconds afterwards. Something like that, it changes it a little bit, but it still keeps it it still keeps it within the range of not that overpowered that you're basically always going to do the full cost.
시스템이 추가됩니다. 와우를 오랫동안 즐기셨던 유저분들 입장에서는 굉장히 흥미로우면서도 한편으로는 특정 상황, 예를 들면은 레이드에 바닥을 피해야 되는 무빙이 많은 상황 같은 데서
Minion, we have the same theory.
이런 의문도 드는데 개발
Supersider, you bastard. Thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that, bro.
Interesting thing about FF14 dragons, they are biologically genderless. Factoid from Encyclopedia Erzia.
Well, yeah, I can agree with that. But I think in World of Warcraft, dragons are effectively not genderless, but dragons, their gender isn't the same as that of mortals. So, for example, with Chromie, we know that Chromie is a male dragon that decided to be female in their humanoid form. So Chromie is female in their human form, but male in their dragon form. So it's almost as if dragons, again, in World of Warcraft also don't really have... Their gender isn't as binary as what we would have in, like, the real world, right? You're born male, female, that's sort of what you have. Whereas dragons don't really have that sort of set principle that they live with. What are you watching today? I came in on to a bunch of Korean. We're watching an interview with Ian as he costas. Oh, wait, this is going to open a whole new can of worms? I don't necessarily think so, Pringles, because dragons specifically, historically, are creatures of magic, right? they're creatures of magic. So they can basically be whatever the fuck they want. I actually, I'm trying to remember now, but I think historically, dragons, so based on the real world mythos of dragons, there's a weird sentence if I've ever heard one, they can basically change their gender at will. You know, if they need to be male in order to mate, they can do so. If they need to be female in order to lay eggs, they can do so. So they're, you know, they're not really one or the other. They're basically whatever.
찐에서는 어떻게 생각하고 계신지 궁금합니다.
Yes, I think, you know, certainly there are challenges when introducing a new mechanism of control like this. I think, if anything, high movement situations are an area where there's a lot of flexibility here, where this type of mechanic can shine. If you think about it, a spell that empowers, it's a spell that either can have a 1 second, 2 second, or 3 second cast time.
Yeah.
And you can choose which one is best for your situation. And maybe in a high movement situation, you can stop and fire off a quick 1 second burst of, you know, dragon breath. But after you've, you know, reached your destination, or if you can plant, or you know that your tank is going to pull in a bunch of enemies in front of you in a couple of seconds, you can charge up a much bigger attack. And so I think we're really excited to see.
No, I hate that. You can charge up a much bigger attack. No, Ian, this would be the wrong way of thinking about it. What you want to do with charge up spells is change them as you charge them up. You don't want to make them more powerful as they charge up, because that removes it. You're not, like, what you're answering here isn't going to happen. In your base case scenario is not going to be what's going to happen. What players are going to do is, if this does more DPS, when you charge it up to full, this will become a spell that must always be charged up to full. Guaranteed, end of discussion, just how it's going to be. And you're not going to be able to change that. Stream just died. All right, we're having some internet problems here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just waiting for the internet to calm the fuck down. Why now? Why suddenly do we have internet problems again? Everything went so well last week, and now we're back to massive internet problems. And this happened, this started last night with the YouTube stream. Single target, mid-frontal, and a big group AoE. Big group AoEs can work. They can absolutely work. Alright, it seems like things have calmed down a little bit here again. Shadow Scatic, thanks for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you. Just hit the reload. Just reload your UI if you got lost. Like, if it didn't work. I'm just gonna pull this one over here so I can actually fucking see what's going on my stream. Because, yeah, this is just... I don't know what's going on now, but this seems to be the new normal this week.
How the skilled players in WoW are going to make use of this new mechanic when playing the Evoker.
특성 시스템에도 대대적
A talent system revamp was also announced. I remember the problem with the existing tree system being that, though the player had a variety of options, the player was inherently limited to a specific talent tree. There were various options such as Azurite Covenant and Soulbind. However, it was unfortunate that only a few options were popular. Considering their efficiency, what do you think is the solution to this? Which already says, because I have a lot of fucking
트리 시스템인데 트리 시스템은
sort of
다양한
things to say
선택지가
about
존재하긴
this.
하지만 특정 트리로 사실상 강제된다는 점이 문제였던 것으로 기억하는데요. 아즈라이트나 성약, 영웅 결속
Elodie, yes, every Monday we do a Q&A over on YouTube, where people can jump into Discord and actually ask questions and discuss things.
등도 선택지는 다양하지만 효율 면에서 특정 선택지만 인기 있었다는 점이 아쉬움으로 남아 있습니다. 이에 대한 해결 방안으로 무엇을 생각하고 계신지 궁금합니다.
Yes, so I think, you know, players are going to min-max. Players are going to research and figure out what they think is best for a certain situation. I don't think that's a problem, and I don't think that's something that we can fight. I think we have to embrace it and offer.
The thing is, you will never fight that. Like, just straight off the bat, you cannot fight Cookie Cutter. Cookie Cutter will exist. Why? it's life. You're always going to get the thing that's the best. This is just how it works. So yes, embrace it, be fine with it, just go with it. But there is actually a good thing about these talent systems that I'll explain to you guys.
A system that allows for interesting choice within that. And so I think problems with, covenant choice, for example, arose from the feeling that you had to make a nearly permanent choice that meant that you felt limited in other situations. The original classic talents had an increasing respec cost that was one of the inspirations for things like Azurite respec costs. Part of what we've learned from watching modern players play classic is that modern players just want something different, and they're going to play differently, and they're going to fight
obviously
through those respec costs and enjoy the game less because of them. And so as we created the new system, there are two big things that we're doing to address this. First, we have the ability to save off multiple talent loadouts, as we saw briefly.
Fuckadoom, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Like the name. Does it mean that Arcane will actually be fun if I have both a class and a spectre? You could probably make it a hell of a lot more fun for yourself, yes.
In the deep dive earlier today, so you can have a saved loadout, a template for Mythic Plus, for single target DPS, for AoE, for PvP. You have to go back to town to a trainer to change the individual loadout. But once you're in the field, you can just switch specs with no restriction and no cost. So if you want to go from, patchwork single target fight to AoE, you can.
So I want to show you guys why I think this is so cool. I'm gonna go. Wait, what just happened here? Pals Booby, thank you for doing something. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. A wizard is never late for a stream. He arrives precisely when he means to. I like that. I like that. So I quickly want to show you guys the difference here, right? All right, so pay attention to the old school and then the new, the new talent trees. So the old school talent trees, yeah, this is what we used to have in World of Warcraft. Basically, you would get a talent point every single time you level up, and you would spec those talent points into whatever it is that you ultimately wanted to do. Yeah, so basically what would happen is you wanted to be an arms warrior because you wanted to get to the final talent gear in the arms tree. But then you had these other two, your Fury tree and your Prot tree. I think this was arms, this was Fury, and this was Prot. So you'll pick up a couple of talents there. So in Prot, you would take a couple of talents that make you a little bit more power, a little bit more tanky, so you don't die just straight off the bat, because, arms warrior, Fury warrior, back in the day, weren't the most tanky. So you take a couple of talents there, and then you would take usually one talent that you would max out in one of the other trees. But this was really it. So it was incredibly limiting in what you could add to these talent trees. You can't add incredibly overpowering abilities to the arms warrior tree, because people will then just stop putting talents in any of the other trees and just max out whatever is the most powerful abilities in this tree. Now look at the new talent trees. Here's where things get, in my opinion, incredibly interesting from the new talent system. You can make incredibly powerful, almost overpowered talent abilities within these talent trees. You want to know why? Because let's imagine that all three of these are incredibly overpowered. Maybe you can only have one. Maybe you can only have two of the three. You can't have all three. In the future, Blizzard can add even more options that is incredibly overpowered, but you'll still only be able to have some of them. You won't be able to have all of them. And that's what makes these new trees so exciting. You no longer have to worry about how powerful you're going to make something and will that lead to just power bloat. Because there are a finite amount of choice, a finite amount of resources, and only so many choices that you can make in order to build the class that you want to build. So it creates more future freedom to basically take all of the best borrowed power that we've ever had and just cram it into this one system. Because that's the thing. That's what you can do. And the same goes for the class tree. In the class tree, you can have, very minor things, but then you can also have very major things. I love the amount of customization that these new trees are going to offer players. Because it is just a lot more freeing than what it was way back in the day. Because these talent trees had limited... So, to give you guys... You can see the talents that's grayed out here. They're grayed out because they're useless. Not saying these specifically, but they're grayed out because they just don't. So this was hamstring, for example. If you were a raider, why would you need hamstring? You're a raider. Your job is not going to be too slow. They'll have the frost mage slowing people if slows need to be done. So you're not going to slow. So most of the talents that people didn't pick up were useless talents, and it was not taken because there were more viable options in the other trees. Whereas this time around, you only have the single power tree, so you can make it stupidly overpowered because you know that people can't have all the overpowered stuff. They're gonna have to make a decision. This is very, very powerful. This is also very powerful. I'll go for this one because that's gonna suit the fight that I'm going into now. And the thing that I'm sort of hoping for... having different cookie cutters for different fights. Because cookie cutters you're never going to get away from. But what was fun was figuring out these different cookie cutters for different fights. So, on this fight, I need a lot more AoE. I don't really care so much about single target. So I'm going to go for a more AoE build. But on the next fight, I need single target, but I also need a little bit of, AoE, because there is going to be some AoE components, so I can build for that. And every single time you change your build, your playstyle changes as well, which is what I'm really excited for. Yeah, but I mean, you had no reason to upgrade hamstring as a PvEer. Like, you didn't need it. I think your normal hamstring would hamstring someone for, what is it? I think it was 30 or 40%. And then you could upgrade it to 70% for 5 seconds or something like that. So you could basically make it that you could constantly hamstring someone. Whereas the original one you had, you could only slow them down for a short amount of time before the ability would be off cooldown again, so you could slow them again. Whereas if you spec'd into it, you could basically slow them the whole time. Something to that effect, if I remember correctly. Choose single target, cleave, or mass AoE. Yeah. And every single time your playstyle will change alongside it. I'm so on board with the new talents. I mean, it's not even funny, dude. I'm really looking forward to it.
You can just do that. You can't change during combat, but otherwise you can change easily. The second thing is having 2 separate trees. One that is for the class and one that is for the specialization. Because we know if we ask you to choose between more damage or more healing, being better at your core role, or some utility, some hybrid function, you're going to take the extra damage every time.
Goldcast, that's actually a very good point. You can either have, you can either go for Convoke, or you can go for Tree Form, which is one of the things they showed there, right? Now, what are some of the reasons why someone might go for Convoke on some fights, but Tree Form on others? Let's imagine this is a fight where the tank can take an immeasurable amount of damage in a very short amount of time. We're sticking with Healing Druid just for the sake of why not? So you want to be able to heal the tank with one button, basically to full, whilst also maybe getting off a bunch of other heals for everyone else. Then it goes on cooldown, and you can't use it again. So on that fight, Convoke is probably the one that you want to be with, right? Ascension, thanks for the Prime, so I really appreciate that. 12 months in a row. 1 year, brother. 1 year of this bullshit. Very happy to have you back, brother. But now what happens if you are on a fight where, well, you don't really need that. Instead, the boss has 1 or 2 massive AoE abilities where it's just going to do a lot of AoE damage sustained to the whole group. Well, there, Convoke would be completely useless. Maybe you get a Tranquility during your Convoke spell use, because if I'm not mistaken, Convoke uses an X amount of your spells and it's completely random, right? Lesop, thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So maybe you get lucky and Tranquility is one of the spells that it pops into Convoke, but most of the time you might not get lucky. You might pop Convoke and it just does a bunch of single target heals on 1 or 2 players and you're fucked because you're not healing anyone. So here you want to go for Tree of Life, which instead of just, you won't have that massive burst heal, but now you can do insane AoE heals because of this ability that is on a 2 or a 3 minute cooldown, and it fundamentally changes the way you play the game. How can anyone not be excited for this?
Time, and that's not an interesting choice. But now when you have your restoration druid points that you spend in your resto tree, and your druid points that you spend on things like, improved shapeshifting or utility or movement or control, those could be interesting.
Digit, what do you mean? Does the spec really depend on how much point will be spent in a class? What do you mean? Golgos, they can still put Tranquility in Convoke. They could still do it because they can ultimately now take all of the stuff that you have in your legendary. They could have a talent where you increase the chance of Tranquility being part of Convoke by, say, X percentage. It's a small talent. It's a talent that you might take if you want to take that risk and gamble. It might be very powerful in PvP because maybe you just heal your team as a result of that, right? So they could absolutely have that. Having teeny tiny pea shooter spells as a caster feels so immersion breaking. Trees are locked to 36 and 35 points. 36 class, 35 spec. For now, they did actually say that as you play through the Dragonflight expansion, you may actually unlock more talent points. So they can actually, for every single patch, give you more talent points to unlock. And they can actually add more talents per patch. Now, I would say, to that end, I would hold off a little bit on that, because if you do start adding new talents every single patch, you very quickly run into, oh my god, Path of Exile talent trees, right? So maybe don't do that, not every single patch, but let's imagine patch 10.3, you get 2 or 3 new talent abilities because you now gain power and you've gained access to new talent abilities. This is where I would actually bring back the class order rolls and make that part of the class order roll playstyle. So your class order roll has their own campaign, and throughout the expansion, you do stuff, and at the end, it culminates in your class order roll having researched 2 or 3 new talents for you. Right? Which is so cool, because you're actually making your class better by playing the game and seeing a story of how your class, so for Warlocks, as an example, the Council of the Black Harvest are constantly experimenting to create new abilities and stuff for Warlocks. So you actually help them by maybe going out and hunting demons in the Twisting Nether or something to that effect. And through that, you unlock new demons to summon or some shit like that.
Interesting choices that players reach different results in examining.
용군단에서는 5용군단, 그리고
Wow, very true.
알렉스트라자나 레시.
Within Dragonflight, the 5 Dragonflights are expected to lead the story as the central characters, especially Alexstrasza and Rathian. They were not a part of the main story for some time. What happened to them while they were away? If possible, can you tell us about the final boss or the main threats within this expansion, and if it has been decided on within the dev team?
시온이 중심 인물로 나와서 이야기를 이끌어 나갈 것으로 현재 보입니다. 한동안 스토리의 메인 줄기에서는 벗어나 있었던 용들인데 이들에게 무슨 일이 있었던 것일까요? 그리고
You know what I would do, Fate? I would bring back the class order rolls and I would bring back the artifact weapons as a purely cosmetic weapon. And what I mean by that is a weapon that you still collect sort of new cosmetics for, and you can still change the cosmetics, and it either becomes just a transmog item, so you collect new cosmetics for it and you can transmog that onto whatever weapon you have, or how about you just okay, so here I'm gonna throw out a very hot take. If you could have your artifact weapon back, it has no power linked to it. So it doesn't actually make any, like, it doesn't do anything powerful. Instead, it just gains in power based on your overall item level. So when you get new gear and your item level goes up, the weapon automatically scales up in power as well. So it's just this is your always weapon. So when weapons drop in raids and dungeons, it's transmogs for your main weapon. So it's cosmetics for your main weapon. And then you add the ability to make the hilt and, sort of like not the hilt, whatever it's called, the handle, the hilt, the blade, everything can change. So you give it a bunch of cosmetic options that you can change from. Yeah. And then within the talent tree, there are talents that will allow your weapon, your artifact weapon, to do different things. So, for example, there is a talent that can turn your artifact weapon's damage into fire over time. So every single time you hit with an auto attack, there is a chance that you apply a fire dot to the target. So there are these little talents that in effect empower your artifact weapon, but the artifact weapon isn't, as it were, a weapon, not in the classical sense. How would you guys feel about that? Would it be something that anyone is interested in or not really? Well, it would depend on how many people care for something like that, because people are excited about weapon drops in general, and this system would remove weapons from the game effectively. You would get no more real weapon drops. Your weapon would just level up because it is your artifact weapon, and the only thing that would drop is cosmetic items for your artifact weapon.
최종 보스에 대한 정보가 아직 없는데 이번 확장팩의 최종 보스는 누구인지 개발팀 내부에서 정해졌는지 이런 것도 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yes, so I think the story of Dragon Isles is definitely going to be very closely intertwined with the Dragonflights and the aspects that once led them. And for some, we know that's Alexstrasza, or we've seen Calicos rise to become the blue aspect. Others are in doubt. There is no black aspect. And Rathian may aspire to hold that title one day, but there are other black dragons who might as well. Ysera was the green aspect, but she has just been through something horrific in the Shadowlands, and we'll understand more how that journey touched her. And so all of these stories are going to be a central part of what we discover over the course of our exploration. As for the big bosses, major raid bosses and final boss, we have these things planned out, but this is not an expansion where there is upfront immediately a single villain who's going to destroy Azeroth, who we have to stop.
Oh, I love that.
I think a close analogy in some ways is Mists of Pandaria, where we arrived at a new land with a culture and different problems and different threats. And over the course of those journeys, we quickly came to understand.
I am so glad that he said this. We spoke about it during the coffee session with patrons as well. Encrypted, how you doing, brother? We've been live for about an hour and 15 minutes so far. I'm sick and tired of cosmic level threats. I'm sick and tired of, oh my god, Azeroth is in peril, let's save Azeroth. What I'm looking for in this expansion is localized threats. So here's a boss that wants to kill this specific clan of your allies. Save the clan by completing the raid, you know? The boss doesn't want to destroy Azeroth. The boss has no real interest in Azeroth outside of, I want to kill your allies. And let me go kill him so I can save my allies. Localized villains. Villains who don't have... This is why Azara would be one of the perfect villains for Dragonflight. Because Azara doesn't want to destroy Azeroth. She wants to rule it. She doesn't want to destroy all the mortals on Azeroth. She wants to rule them. She wants to be their beloved queen. So fighting someone like Azara, you're not dealing with this Azeroth is in like danger. You're just dealing with we are in danger because she wants to control us. So I'm really hoping that they stick to this. The one thing that I will say, and the one thing that Blizzard will not fucking learn, is they say you're going to have to play the game in order to see the end boss and finally see who the end guy is. But then they're going to spoil the whole fucking story in the PTR. Oh my God. Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't have players play the game in order to see the big bad, but then spoil the story in the PTR. That's not how it works. If you want players to play in order to see the next big bad, stop putting the goddamn story in the PTR for the love of all things that's fucking holy.
And who those threats were. But the story of Pandaria was not, oh, the Mogu have to be stopped because they're going to destroy Azeroth.
Wait, cosmic threats in general or just Azeroth ones? In general, Supersider. It's not that I'm saying that cosmic threats can't work, but when you overuse cosmic threats to the way that Blizzard have, think about it. The Legion, we had Sargeras. Warlords of Draenor, we had the Iron Horde. BFA, we had N'Zoth. Shadowlands, we had Zuval, the guy who literally, even before World of Warcraft existed, planned everything out. The last, 5 expansions, we've literally been dealing with cosmic level threats. Things that want to destroy the whole universe and take control of Azeroth and shit like that. The last time we had a localized threat was in Mist of Pandaria. You know, and it was only towards the end that Garrosh may have become a threat to Azeroth herself. But prior to that, Garrosh was just a threat to the Horde and the Alliance, and really his only threat was centered around the mortals of Azeroth, not the world of Azeroth, so to speak. Nathaniel, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did anyone say we can't go back to just being adventurers in the olden days? Well, we can go back, and I think we are going back.
It was an environmental story that you discovered as you went through the place. And so our plan with Dragonflight and the Dragon Isles is similar. And our hope is that by the end of those first weeks, it will be clear who the major villains are and where our fight will take us.
최근 확장팩들에서는
Alright.
1인
In recent expansion, developers have put in effort to establish 1-player or 3-player content such as Horrific Visions, Island Expeditions, Torghast, and so on. As of now, WoW's core in-game content revolves around large-scale raids of 20 or more people and 5-player Mystic Plus, according to them. Dungeon party plays. What differentiates the 1 to 3-player content with the existing Mythic Plus and raids? Will there be new 1 to 3-player content added in this expansion? I wish they would.
또는 3인 컨텐츠를 정착시키기 위한 개발진분들의 노력을 저희가 볼 수 있었습니다. 예를 들면은 공포의 환영도 있었고 군도 탐험, 또 토르가스트 등도 있었죠. 현재 와우에서는 20인 이상의 대규모 레이드 컨텐츠와 5인 세기룰 파티 시스템이 핵심 엔드 컨텐츠인데 1에서 3인 컨텐츠들이 이 기존의 레이드 세기와 차별화되는 점은 무엇인지 궁금합니다. 그리고 이번 용군단 확장팩에서도 1에서 3인 컨텐츠로 계획하고 계신 게 있는지 또 궁금합니다.
We don't currently have any plans for instanced 1 to 3 player content like Torghast or scenarios. I think right now that's something that we want to do more of in our outdoor world, where there are areas in the outdoor world that will really encourage and reward players for forming small parties that aren't necessarily based on specific roles, where you don't necessarily need a tank and a healer and a specific party makeup, but where the areas are just a bit too dangerous for one player to go alone, and yet there are still rewards and reasons to want to do that. We still want to explore, flexible size, small group content, but there wasn't a specific fit for Dragon Isles and Dragonflight the way Torghast fit into Shadowlands.
Dude, it's so easy. Take all of the old raids in World of Warcraft, bring them forward to max level, make them 10-player max raids. That's your small size content for raiding. Then you take scenarios and you actually give them a Mythic Plus component where the maximum that you can be in a scenario is 3 players, and you can add so many of them in such a short amount of time. You can have boss runs like you did with Torghast, which again, max 3 to 4 players, and 1 to 4 players actually, and people will love that shit. Because a lot of people don't have 10 or 20 friends and don't want 10 or 20 friends, but most people have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 friends that they can do stuff with. And I think a lot of people would be really excited if there were more content, not just in the open world. I think this is interesting. I don't know how Blizzard is going to do it. Because it feels like Blizzard is just going to say, this is a zone where the mobs hit really hard. Find a random group in Raid Finder and go with them. Right? Which is fine, but is that really the small form content that people are looking for? Is that really what small form content is all about?
디렉터이자 한 명의 와우저로서 이한님이
As both a
이번
director and passionate
용분단에서
WoW
새롭게
user, what
추가되는
content or system are you most
콘텐츠
looking
또는
forward to
시스템
from the
중에서
Dragonflight?
가장 기대가 되는
Alright.
것은 어떤 것인가요?
It's a great question. I have to say, I could say the talent system, but I've already talked about that. And I want to talk about something new. So something I would like to talk about, but I haven't had a chance to yet, is some changes coming to Mythic Plus in Dragonflight and how we approach the Mythic Plus system. I think we're really, excited with this system that has made dungeons a major part of World of Warcraft gameplay. But we've definitely heard and seen and experienced ourselves that no matter what we do with affixes, running the same dungeon for 18 months, by the end of it, you're pretty tired of the dungeon. You're tired of trying to farm the same trinket up season after season. And so we want to do more there. And our plan for Shadowlands Season 4 is actually in some ways a preview of what we hope to do for Dragonflight, which is to say, Dragonflight will have 8 new dungeons, but our current thinking is that Season 1 Mythic Plus in Dragonflight will only have Mythic Plus versions of 4 of those dungeons.
This is their biggest mistake. Season 1 should have all 8 dungeons that it just launched. Because at the beginning, people aren't going to be tired of the 8 dungeons. Those 8 dungeons are fresh and new. So in Season 1, you want those 8 dungeons to be the 8 dungeons that people play in. Right? And that's your Mythic Plus. Season 2 can be 4 of the original dungeons of Dragonflight, and then 4 of the old dungeons in Dragonflight, or 4 of the old dungeons in the rest of World of Warcraft, and then Season 3 swaps it around again, right? Where the other 4 that wasn't in Season 2 is now in the rotation, and 4 older ones that weren't in Season 2 is in the rotation. Because at the beginning, people are going to have their favorites. Yeah, you're going to go into a dungeon and that's going to be your favorite dungeon. How are you going to feel when your favorite dungeon isn't in the first rotation of Mythic Plus? That's not going to feel great. You were so looking forward to doing this dungeon in Mythic Plus, and now it's not going to be a Mythic Plus until Season 2. Whereas Season 1 should have all of them be in the rotation.
Dungeons. Alongside 4 dungeons from past expansions that will get all new Mythic Plus modes. So imagine Mythic Plus of some of your favorite dungeons from Pandaria, Draenor, or elsewhere, alongside New Dragon.
Well, I'm aware it's an easy fix, which is why I'm complaining. Because my thinking is, now is the time to complain. The game is going into alpha, it's going to go into beta. Now would be the perfect time for me to complain and say, hey, what the fuck?
Flight dungeons. Then for Season 2, we can have 4 other Dragonflight dungeons and 4 other old dungeons for a completely new pool of 8 different dungeons with new loot, new challenges to overcome, and hopefully a much fresher experience. And so we're really excited to really draw upon the wealth of the 100+ dungeons we've created over the course of World of Warcraft's history and offer a much deeper and more varied Mythic Plus experience in Dragonflight.
오늘 용군단 시네마틱과
I felt as if an entirely new story was
보니
beginning when watching the
이제
Dragonflight
완전히 새로운
cinematic
이야기가
and
시작된다고
expansion deep
느껴집니다.
dive today. Not to
10이라는
mention,
숫자가
10
좀
is a
특별한
very
숫자이기도
special
하고요.
number.
이
As the
새로운
director of
시작을
WoW
맞는
embarking on a new chapter,
와우의
do you have anything you would
디렉터로서
like to say to
특별히
Korean
한국
players?
유저분들에게 드리고 싶은 말이 있다면 이 자리를 빌어서 부탁드리겠습니다.
Absolutely. I'm on behalf of the team. We are just excited and humbled to share what we've been working on. We want to invite and welcome everybody to return to Azeroth from the Shadowlands for this bright, uplifting new journey into a world of dragons, of adventure, new stories to explore and discover, and hopefully the beginning of not just a new age of dragons, but a new age of World of Warcraft.
Huh. Dude, is there anyone that still doubts the fact that Blizzard realized that the game direction was gonna fucking kill the game? Based on everything you've seen in Dragonflight, based on everything they've said so far, how is there still people that go, Shadowlands wasn't that bad, you guys are just complaining because you're negative Nellies? Like, if Shadowlands wasn't that bad, objectively speaking, by the numbers, Shadowlands wasn't that bad, would Blizzard have done what they've done now? God, Blizzard's no clue what they're doing anymore. Tigress, what makes you say that? Because so far, I think the choices have been good.
And we're laying the foundations with our systems for many, many years to come. And can't wait for players to join us on this journey, to hear your feedback, and to have a conversation about how we can make the game everything that you want it to be.
발표 당일 엄청나게 바쁜 스케줄이었을 텐데도
All right, this was a cool interview. He asked a couple of questions that I thought was really interesting. Ian's answers to a number of the questions was really interesting and excites me. So far, the only thing I can say in in Dragonflight that it irks me a little is the Mythic Plus take. The fact that there's only going to be 4 of the new dungeons in the first season of rotation. That's the only thing that I'm really looking at right now and saying this could be, like, really bad. The other things I think actually, no, there's not. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that really bothers me. Like, straight up bothers me about this expansion, what I've heard, where I go, this could be really bad. This could be really horrible. Only years too late for me. As far as I see it, now this should have been done years ago. Like, look, I agree that this should have been done years ago, but I'd rather someone change eventually than never change at all. Because the only other option, Tigress, with what you're saying, is Blizzard should never have changed. They should never have started listening to the player base. In which case, they would be dead. There would be no Blizzard after this. At least there would be no WoW after this. So I can appreciate that a lot of people are saying, look, I am done and I'm not coming back. And I fully understand that. But I also think that a lot of people are speaking out of their ass. Because here's the truth. If WoW Dragonflight launch, and it is super fun, it is super amazing, and people just really fucking love being in the world, and the dragon riding system is fun, and the dungeons is fun, and the raids is fun, and the open world is fun, and the story is fun, and all that shit is fun, people are going to be back. No matter how burnt you are, no matter how angry you are going to come back. You are going to give it another go. Because why wouldn't you? You'd be stupid not to play a good game if a game is good. Right? I'm not personally invested into World of Warcraft. I don't feel personally hurt by Blizzard. They made decisions that I disagreed with, and I cancelled my sub as a result of that. That's it. That is the deal that we made from the beginning. You can get my money if you do stuff that I find exciting. If you stop doing things I find exciting, you don't get my money anymore. I've removed my money. Now I'm waiting for them to do something exciting that I want to give them money for again. And they seem to be on the right track for that. I'm not yet convinced, but they seem to be on the right track. So, yeah, I'd be happy to give them my money again if they bring out a good product. You know, it is what it is. which many people have little confidence that will be true, I think. I fully agree with people saying, look, I'm skeptical and I'm going to wait, because I'm one of those people. They should have been listening to players, but alas, just too little too late as far as I see it. So Tigris, here's the thing. We could say the same thing about companies like AMD. AMD for the last 2 decades have released basically bad product of the bad product of the bad product. And then came Ryzen. And suddenly AMD was back on track, and all of the people that moved away from AMD is now back buying AMD processors, because AMD is at the top. This is it. Like, yes, we've been burnt. Yes, they should have done this a lot earlier, but in my mind, better late than never. Because if Blizzard never listened, if they just continued to go down this road of doing what they think is best and fuck what players say, there would be no WoW. So I think this is, I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. I get that a lot of people aren't sold yet, and you're good not to be sold yet. It's a good thing, believe me. It bad patches for a few years, it happens. Well, the thing that irks me about Blizzard specifically and their bad patch is that so many of us kept telling them that you're going like down a very bad road, and they kept going, well, we don't care. We don't agree. You know, so in that sense, I don't necessarily like. I do understand why people are a little bit upset, because Blizzard should have known. Like, they have no excuse not to know. That's sort of what I mean. Yeah. Tizzy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Very happy to have you here. All right, I need to go pee, and then when I get back, well, I don't know. Chat, what are we doing when I get back? But I need to go pee now. I don't know, we'll figure it out. There must be something to fucking talk about. I think I do have something that we can talk about. Caution does not necessitate hostility. One can be cautious and still be excited if things are looking up. Amazing. The thing with a lot of people is that there are a lot of people that have been burnt beyond belief. So I think for a lot of people, they are curbing their expectations and excitement, because the last thing they want is to get excited again and then just have it blow up in their face again, right? It's hard to trust after all these shit they throw in our faces. True. For now, Blizzard is on. Look, Blizzard is on notice, and I think most players have put them on notice. Sort of like, okay, we love what you've said, we agree with what you've said. Now show us that you can actually deliver on what you've said. If you can't deliver on it, then, well, all of this is just empty words, you know? It means nothing, because it's empty. So I want people to have that mindset. The last thing I want from people is just blind devotion. Like, that will make me lose my shit. And I see it. I see it quite a fucking bit. In my own channel, and also, like, I already saw people on my YouTube just commenting, going, oh my god, I can't wait to buy the new game. I can't wait to buy the new game. And I'm like, bro, when your girlfriend or boyfriend that cheated on you 4 times, once with your own dad or mother, right, comes back to you and says, I've changed, you don't immediately drop to your knees and suck their dick. You go, all right, show me. Like, you'd be stupid to take them back, but let's imagine this is a world where this is the only person that will ever love you, right? You'd be stupid to just drop to your knees and immediately start sucking dick again. That's just useless. No. You wait. You say, okay, fine. Show me you've changed. Let me see. Let me see if I spot any of the red flags that I spotted in the past. And luckily, I do know your ex wins. Met her just last night. She is a hell of a dick sucker. But, no, you sort of want to say, okay, we have an entire alpha and a beta to see what Blizzard is up to, right? Do they listen to player feedback? Do they adapt whenever players say, well, we don't like this core feature? We think the core feature, because this is usually where Blizzard is the most stubborn, is on their core features. Whenever players complain, like, think about it. Blizzard have always made changes whenever players complain about certain things in a beta or some shit like that. But it's whenever players start complaining about the core feature of an expansion. So if players start complaining, for example, about the talent system, or players start complaining, for example, about the dragon riding system, will Blizzard learn then? Because that's the big question. Are they going to change the way the system functions when players complain, or are they going to be like, no, you'll see, it's going to be great, don't worry about it. We know you're not having that much fun right now, but give it a couple of months and you'll really not have fun in it. You know? So that's going to be my biggest thing. I'm going to be looking at Blizzard's, the speed with which they react to how the community views the game. Okay, I need to go piss. I'm going to piss in my pants. So, guys, take 5. Go do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm going to grab more coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Just going to take a pee. So get up, walk around, move around. Don't sit at your fucking PC. It's not healthy for you. Take the advice from a fat cunt like myself. Get up, move around. You know, get that blood pumping. Go wank or do something. I'll be right back. I need to fucking pee. All right, chat. Welcome back. I'm pretty sure none of you fucking got up to do anything. So, you know, Stick, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. All right, we're back. Bicolor Puppet, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, dude. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm back. Dude, why is it whenever I get up to grab coffee, they're like, you guys think, oh my God, he's dead. He's never coming back. Like, I always come back. I always come fucking back. And yet, just no. Apparently, I'm dead whenever I get up to go make fucking coffee. Like, Jesus. 15 minutes, you say, off chair stream. 15 fucking minutes, is it? Was it 15 minutes? I don't think it was 15 minutes. NVIDIA, how you doing? Clean, how you doing? What are puppies? Yeah, pretty much. Check out Dragon Song Ultimate. Why? I can't do it yet. Chocobo racing forever? If I chocobo race, I will chocobo race here. No. Okay, so here's the thing. The kettle I have goes onto the gas stove. It's a gas kettle. It's just a normal kettle that you put on the stove. It takes longer to boil than a normal electric kettle. This is why it takes so long. Literally, as soon as I get up, I put the water on the stove to start boiling. But then I have to fucking wait for it to boil. And that takes a while. For a person, be gone 10 minutes. Dude, it's literally been a 24-hour chair stream. Jesus. All right. Fine. Fuck. I've never done a 24-hour stream, so that would be new. Agree what Blizz did was stupid. Blizz should have just had all 8 Dragonflight dungeons on launch, part of the Mythic Plus rotation, plus a few old dungeons to just switch the old dungeons every patch and add a new dungeon every patch, and boom. Then you get plenty of dungeons, and I will keep it. No, I think there is also a point where you have too many Mythic Plus dungeons. 8 seems to be the sweet spot. If you end up with like 24 Mythic Plus dungeons in a single rotation, that's just going to feel horrible for people. 24-hour stream should be easy with how you stretch out content. It's not that I wouldn't be able to like have content for 24 hours. It's more a case if I don't want to do a 24-hour stream. You'd need to pay me a fuck ton of money to get me to sit here for 24 hours and do shit. I do have something exciting. I can't announce it just yet, but I just got a DM back from someone to do a show together. This is a content creator most of you will know and most of you will love. And we might have a little bit of a sit down and a discussion at some point. No, Yoshi P would not qualify as a content creator. Like, not in the sense that I'm using it. Would you compromise for a 12-hour stream? NVIDIA, probably not. Yeah, Amaranth and I are going to sit here and talk about video games because she is such a video gamer. Right? No, I fucking wish it was Asmon because I would like to talk to Asmon as well. But it's not Asmon. It's not Pyro. It's not Nexium. It's not Noble. It's not we. No. It's not Woody. It's not Ian. Content creator. I'm not talking to you, Clean. I'm not talking to you. It's not Hazel either. No. Of course it's not Taliesin. Why the fuck would I talk to Taliesin? Why would I have that conversation with Taliesin? We would just be arguing the whole fucking time. Who the hell is Audrey? No, it's not Amaranth. You guys really do not pay attention, do you? You really do not pay attention. Anyways, I'm just going to leave it at that. One person in the stream knows that they are correct. There's one person in the stream that already knows that they're correct. Mad Beastie, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When do I ever pay attention? You should pay attention. What was the question I was taking? No, there was no question. Give us a hint. Zen40, I've already given you a fucking hint. not giving you another one. I would also love to talk to Baliola at some point. I think a conversation with Baliola would also be really fun, but it's not Baliola. No. We'll figure out a time, and then Joe Rogan, yeah, sure. The king of podcasts was like, oh my God, you only have 100 average viewers on Twitch? I can't wait to talk to you. Fuck. After 5 years of watching your YouTube videos, Matt Beastie, I am very happy to have you here. 5 years, holy shit. So you were around doing the Warlock things. Stone Cold Steve Austin? No, it's not Preach either. I would like to talk to Preach too. But it's none of those. It's already, look, guys, the name has already been said in chat, and I have not acknowledged it at all. So you can go back and look at which name I did not acknowledge, and then you'll know exactly. Nice, Matt Beastie. Wait, so this is your first ever time on Twitch? Matt Beastie, are we sort of, are we taking your Twitch virginity here? Or do you mean your first Warlock was because of me? Preach is finished, Endwalker. You're too far behind for that convo. I wouldn't talk to Twitch about, to Preach about a specific game. My conversations with Preach would not be about Final Fantasy XIV alone. Like, I don't want to have discussions with content creators about one game. If I'm going to have discussions with fellow creators, it's going to be about the industry as a whole, right? Gaming as a whole. What is gaming now? Where do you see problems in gaming? What can change? I don't want to have I don't want to sit here and talk about Final Fantasy for 3 or 4 hours, basically circle jerking about how great the game is, because that's all you can really say about FF14. Or talk about WoW and circle jerk for how bad Shadowlands was, because that's all you can really say. You know, I don't want to do that. Then I'd rather just not have a conversation with anyone at all. You know, your stream yesterday was my first Twitch stream as well, coming from YouTube. Poor Adley. Dude, we are always happy in this stream to be taking some virginity here. Activision could use some balls. Black Ops 1 was what a treat. And the story including killing Castro and hitting at the assassination of JFK. Nowadays they invent some cheesy sci-fi plot. So, I know a lot of you will already have seen this, but this is Activision Blizzard's first quarter 2022 financial results. They still released the financial results. I don't believe that there was an earnings call, though, and that's bog standard. Earnings calls usually get suspended when a takeover is happening. So they're releasing the earnings call, which I think is really good, but it also appears as if they are pretty down. They're pretty far down, actually, from where they wanted to be. So if you look at this, in 2022, they accrued in net revenue, 1,768. I'm trying to think. I think this is in billions, if I'm not mistaken. So it's 1.7 billion. In 2021, they made 2.2 billion. Yeah, because this is the stock price and the revenue is usually in billions. Your stream yesterday was my first Twitch stream as well, coming from YouTube. That's fair. You popped his cherry. No, I've been on Twitch for a while, and Warlock, I made it my main due to your video. Dude, Warlock needs to be everyone's main. I want to see your Activision 100 million monthly active users, down from 107. So Activision have lost 7 million active users. We're going to talk. I'm not really going to dive too deep into this because this is very boring shit. Down from where they thought they would be. They're almost all of their numbers are down. DK isn't better than Locke. What the fuck are you talking about? Dudes, my internet is just acting the fuck up. I don't know what's wrong. So just give it a moment. We'll just wait here for the internet to fix itself, and then we can get back into it. It's probably going to drop in a second. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck's wrong. Yeah, Boradley, My internet literally just started fucking up yesterday for no reason. Even on YouTube, it is dropping frames. It's going apeshit. I genuinely don't know what's wrong. I wish I could tell you. I have no idea what's wrong, but it is just dropping frames like crazy. It's back to start them up again. Mad Beastie, I don't think I'll ever go back into Warlock guides and stuff like that. It's just not what I want to cover. Because I don't raid anymore. So for that, I just wouldn't do it anymore. Mine ain't taking a shit. No, stream was a bit iffy. So just hit the reload button if you don't see anything. Like, just tell people to reload. The stream was being iffy. It's on my side. It's completely on my side. I don't know how to fix it. I've exhausted myself at my ISB. They keep telling me nothing's wrong. So I can't tell you what the fuck is wrong. It is just what it is. For now, we have to deal with it. Echoing last quarter, Call of Duty Vanguard's failure to outsell Black Ops Cold War, a reduced engagement with the free-to-play Warzone has led to lower-than-expected performance within the Activision segment, though COD Mobile bookings managed to avoid a similar drop. This year's release, a sequel to Modern Warfare, is said to be the most advanced experience in COD history. We'll see. Call of Duty net bookings on console and PC declined year over year in the first quarter. It's good to see that Call of Duty is finally falling. It's good to see that people are finally waking up and stop supporting this bullshit. So, Activision Blizzard is down from 22 million monthly active users, or down from 24 to 22. This actually marks, I want to say, 12 or 13 consecutive declines quarter on quarter for the last 3, almost 4 years. The Blizzard have been around. They've been just declining every single quarter with almost no uptick. I think they had 2 quarters in there where it sort of remained stable. Blizzard Entertainment has suffered lower performance attributed to the lack of major releases, though offset by the recent launch of Hearthstone Sunken City expansion, as well as the announcement of Dragonflight and Wrath of the Lich King Classic. And likewise, news of Diablo Immortal launching June 2nd, Diablo 4 internal testing, the Overwatch 2 public beta beginning tomorrow, and upcoming Warcraft mobile news are all highlights which suggest room for growth over the remaining year. Blizzard's first quarter financial results were lower year over year, primarily reflecting product cycle timing for the Warcraft franchise. Blizzard's teams reached important milestones across its key franchises in recent months, and the second quarter represents the start of a period of planned substantial releases across Blizzard's portfolio. Blizzard continues to work on numerous new experiences to delight and expand the Warcraft community. The newest Hearthstone expansion, Voyage to the Sunken City, launched on April 12th. Blizzard's teams are working on major new content for World of Warcraft, including World of Warcraft Dragonflight, the innovative upcoming expansion for the modern game, and World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Blizzard is also planning to unveil more details about its first Warcraft mobile experience in the coming weeks. We still don't know what the fuck that is. Diablo Immortal will launch on June 2nd. Okay, so Diablo Immortal is going to make this explode. This will go from 22 million monthly active users to 100 million. Easy. Within 2 quarters, Blizzard will be at 100 million monthly active users. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's a mobile game. Mobile games get hundreds of millions of players. There's already 30 million people that registered for it online. So they're already pre-registered for the game. So, yeah, Blizzard is... If this game is half decent, Blizzard is going to be in the hundreds of millions of monthly active users as a result of Diablo Immortal. And then, of course, we have Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2 that we'll probably hear about a bit later. King is still the king. It's actually up to, like, 10 million. So... What does all of this in your mind, chat, mean for the future of Blizzard? It was like 50 million players last year, yeah? Well, yeah, Warzone is down severely as a result of just... So, in my mind, I think... I could be wrong, but I think Activision Blizzard is realizing that the sort of stale release format that they've had, every year a brand new game with no real innovation, That has to come to an end. If they keep pushing it, they will eventually lose all their players. So this might, all in all, be a good thing for the future of World of Warcraft. Seeing a lot of people have forgotten about. Do you think that Azeroth woke up Stony Tony to call upon the Dragonflight to remove the big-ass sword sticking out of it and to heal the wound? Your thoughts? Matt Beastie, I don't have to give you my thoughts. We already have Ian's thoughts on this. According to Ian, we have already dealt with the sword. The sword is just a splinter, and they have no plans of dealing with the sword in Dragonflight. Like, the sword is not even going to be a discussion in Dragonflight. So, almost guaranteed, we don't have to talk about it. I have made videos where I've expressed how upset I am about it, but who the fuck's going to listen to me, you know? Naomi, how you doing? Do you remember the Il'gynoth quote from Earth, he draws strength, our Earth, our strength? You think this might be related to the new Primalist dragons in DF? Well, it could be related to them. It could also be related to the Black Dragonflight and Rathian. It could have been related to Deathwing. So there's a number of things that it could be related to. Definitely. The Primalists would kind of make sense because Primalists suggest some kind of earthen connection. And the fact that they serve Galakrond could also be very impactful, right? I listen to you. You listen to me for what, Hero Effect? What do you mean? Shadowgrove, they don't have any wiggle room left. If MS wasn't buying them out, they'd be going downhill even further if something doesn't happen fast. I still believe that the Microsoft buyout is one of the best things that could have happened to Activision Blizzard. The question is, should Microsoft keep buying out all these AAA companies? Elodie? No. Deathwing was dead, but an essence of his power could still be on Dragonflight. Could still be on the Dragon Isles. His power could still be there, which means from the Earth he draws strength. Our Earth, our strength. Which means that portion of his power is still fundamentally corrupted. Just got home and I'm tired, but otherwise fine. Hope you're doing good. Hey, I'm doing very well. Fuck, I'm sitting here, I'm streaming, I'm having coffee, I'm chatting. How could I not be good? I mean, there's not much interesting things to go over in this, in the Activision quarterly, earnings call. It is what it is. Digit, I'm sorry I couldn't do more with the earnings call, but ultimately I think the earnings calls have become so boring because Blizzard have been going downhill quarter after quarter for a long time now, and they don't seem to change much. It wasn't until players started quitting World of Warcraft en masse that Blizzard finally realized, oh shit, we have to do something. N'Zoth could still be around under the sea. So it's not that N'Zoth would still be around. It's not that any of the old gods would still be around. It's more a case of how do old gods die? That is the question. Because old gods, remember the bodies we see around the old gods, right? Those bodies are just growths. It's not the physical old god. It's just a growth. It's heaps of flesh, effectively, that just grows very chaotically. They're kind of like cancers. So the question is, if a portion of the corruption of an old god remains behind, is that old god still in that corruption, or is that just his corruption that's left behind? If you leave that corruption for long enough, will the old god eventually come back? This I can't answer, at least. Not right now. Yeah, in Mist of Pandaria, what did we see? You know, in Mist of Pandaria, we actually saw this. So there's a good chance that we could be in for a hell of a lot more. You know, there is a good chance of this. That we're going to see a lot more of the old gods as things continue. I'd be surprised if we don't, in all honesty. But I do want to see more Old God stuff. I refuse to believe that we've seen the last of the Old Gods. I mean, the Old Gods is such an iconic sort of... Andy, how you doing, bro? They're such an iconic enemy in Azeroth's history. And there's so much that you can do with the Old Gods. So the question becomes, do you think Blizzard would just remove the Old Gods in their entirety from Azeroth? What do you mean, why? Last one, if you... No, but King Julian, we just fucking spoke about it. Did you not hear what we just said? We just said that their corruption is still there, so the Old Gods could very well still be on Azeroth. It's the base. Void should be the final villain. Final villain might be difficult, I think. I don't know if they'll be the final villain, but they will definitely be one of the fucking villains. Alright, let me just quickly change this. Alright, there we go. Malfurion has disappeared too. Probably taking a nap. I mean, that's what Malfurion does, right? Man, BC, don't even get me started on the mistreatment of Malfurion. It is by far one of the most annoying things in World of Warcraft's history is this immensely powerful druid. Much more powerful than most people give him like credit for, have just been made into a basic bitch that doesn't really do anything but complain and sort of stand around feeling sorry for himself. It was made by Sargeras and Queen Azara till the Legion finished. The Old Gods were my favorite thing, so N'Zoth's death was kind of meh. Again, is N'Zoth really dead? Come on, chat. Do you believe N'Zoth to be actually dead? Because it feels like I can come up with multiple stories of how to make N'Zoth not be dead. Wait, where's the next quest gonna take us? Fuck, I can't remember what the next quest was. How do you see your quests? I can't remember. I don't really care anymore, but let's see. Yep, my thoughts as well as my rage. Yeah, no, I don't... Oh, yeah, I could just click on this. Fuck. Thank you. Shades of Shatotu. Oh my god, I have completely forgotten to do my Black Mage stuff. So let's go do some Black Mage stuff, and then we can continue with the story. Genuinely think all the Old Gods will be back at one point. Yeah, I would be well surprised if they're not. But before I do that, I really need to change my glam. These dress pants are just pissing me off now. We have killed all of the known Old Gods on Azeroth. Or at least we fought all of the known Old Gods on Azeroth. There is rumors that there is another Old God. So there are rumors of another Old God. A smaller one. And right now the rumors sort of suggest... the rumors right now suggest sort of like you... the smaller one was consumed by Yesaraj. But it could just be a rumor. Yeah, of course, Yesaraj was killed by the Titans. Alright, so how do I unglam something? Wait, why? Oh, wait, I think I know what the fuck is going on here. Hold the phone. No, but I have... why is this glammed? I don't understand. I mean, I have the right gear. What's going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Glamour Dispeller, how do I do that? How do you dispel glamour? Right click, cast glamour, remove. Alright, wait a second. Right click, cast glamour. What? Where do you remove? I have no remove option here. Maybe we'll just do another glam plate. Fuck it. We'll just edit the glam plate here. No. No, 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 no. What the actual fuck? Dude, what the hell's going on here? Because I literally touched it 5 times? What are you saying? Alright, so I click here. I say cast glam. And then where's this remove that you guys are talking about? I see equipped. The glam column on the right is literally called remove. Dude, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, alright, so I have base, appearance, equipped, and then this. What the hell are you talking about? Over, under, on appearance. Yeah, okay. Right under item it says remove. Jesus, what are you guys looking at that I'm not fucking seeing? Oh, this one. Fucking hell. Top right means here, by the way, chat. Like, this is top right, where my mouse is now. This is top right. Not, like, this would be on... Like, this wouldn't be top right. This would be the first one on the list. But I don't have this... What? You do not possess the proper catalyst to dispel this... Oh, my fuck. Now, where the fuck do I get that shit? So I need Glamour Dispeller. Why? Isn't it just easier to make another glam plate? Like, wouldn't it just be easier to make another glam plate? I feel like it would be easier. The hell is this shit? Where's my gear? I don't have anything in my armor. How do I not have anything in my... Fucking hell. Okay, here we go. Now let's go look for whatever the fuck the glam dispeller is. This is so confusing to me. Why did I do this? Why did I glam myself when it's so fucking hard to not be glammed anymore? It's a trap, by the way. Wait, there's a lot of eggs here. Oh shit, it's Easter. Cheap dude at market. Yeah, I'm going to the market now. We'll see. Where's the market board again? Wasn't it right here? Oh. Alright, here we go. So it's called Glam Dispeller, right? If I just search for Glam, here we go. Alright, what does this thing cost now? Oh, it's really not that expensive. That is quite expensive, but fuck it, I'll buy all of it. Right, and I can do it right here. Yeah, chat. I don't have to... I don't have to go back to my... Oh, thank fuck for that. Alright, so that's been removed. Have my shoe... I think my shoes have been glammed as well. Let's quickly get that fixed. No, I'm fucking back. Look at me. I'm a boss again. Okay, now we can go, chat. Now we can go do the stuff of Chateau 2 or whatever the hell it's called. Glamour plates, top right to clear all. It's the last tab option. I mean, we've already cleared it. We're good now. We can actually get to playing the fucking game now. So you're saying with N'Zoth being the smartest, the most conniving among the old gods, it's possible what we saw fighting him was all a vision and a dream and wanted us to think we defeated him? That's not what I'm saying. King Julian. That's not even close to what I'm saying. I'm saying N'Zoth may not be dead. Like, physically may not be dead. Wait, where the hell is this? Oh. Miku, how you doing? Wait, no, this is Hildebrand's shit. What the actual fuck? Shades of Satotu. I'm not gonna continue the Hildebrand stuff right now. My reasoning for believing that he may not be dead. Oh, where the hell am I going? My reasoning for believing that he may not be dead is actually centered around how do you kill a cancer? You have to get all of it out. If you forget even a little bit of a cancer, what happens? It will grow back. So you have to be sure that you get all of it. So if you kill N'Zoth, but you do not kill all of his corruption, what chance is there that he will grow back eventually? Because that is ultimately what they are. They are corruptions. They're cancers. Alright, what do you have for me, little black mage buddy? Lalai is eyeing you expectantly. Aklon, I'm glad you are here. I would consult with you about a matter that has been gnawing away at my mind. Thanks in no small part to your efforts, the Book of Naldal have at long last been reunited in these halls, their long-lost secrets just waiting to be unearthed. Though I have scarcely begun poring over the tomes, I have already made a most remarkable discovery. Each of the twin tomes contained a cipher of sorts, the meaning of which could only be deciphered when the two are referenced in tandem. I will spare you the details of how I unraveled this message, though it truly was among my finer moments, if I dare say so myself. At any rate, the words, once decoded, are most evidently an incarnation, albeit one entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath it was writ a simple directive. Heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto Null's reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. As to what precisely these words are referencing, your guess is as good as mine. Still, Master Kukuruka doubtless preserved the incantation and the accompanying message in his records for a reason, and we are not the heirs. And if we are not the heirs of the art of black magic, then who is? Steve going to have to do massive retcons? For what purpose? So I trust I can expect to see you at Null's reflection. And do try to hurry, yes. I would prefer not to delay any potentially epoch-making discoveries any longer than necessary. Dude, I wish we could get shit like this in WoW. Like, actual quests in World of Warcraft. For your class and for unlocking different talents and abilities and storylines and stuff that include the class in its own story. Pringles, why would he have to do retcons? Like, I literally just told you how you could make N'Zoth return without retconning anything. You don't need retcons. If you do the story for N'Zoth in the way that the corruption never disappears, and therefore if you don't get all of the corruption, they do return eventually, just takes them very long, then you could have N'Zoth back quite easily. without any need for a retcon. Star Wars The Old Republic does this very well. The class questlines are sick. We are going to do Star Wars The Old Republic next. So once we finish the MSQ for Final Fantasy XIV, we will do Star Wars The Old Republic. That's sort of a game that I've been, like, so many people have asked me to play that and try it out. And I've not tried it out yet, so it is on the list. All right, here we go. Finally, a bit of fucking action. No, but don't skip it. And that is all you need to know. When I give this sign, you are to chant the words precisely as I instructed. Understood? Chili Pepper, how you doing, bro? So 2032. I would like that's a lot of pressure. I think let's do 2040 to be safe. 2045 at the latest. Like, I can promise you guys, it's not going to take me like that long. But 2045 at the latest, we'll be done with the MSQ for FF14. Like, stop trying to pressure me, guys. Like, Jesus. How can you finish the story for Final Fantasy XIV in 10 years? Are you nuts? I'm not, like, just sitting here all day playing video games and crap. That light. We're black mages and we have light. I'm learning how to heal now. You. Yes, you shall serve as the bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, yes, that one should suffice. Oh, you fucked, little man. Oh, crap. Now I have to kill someone else? Whatever was that strange sensation? For a moment, it was as if a great fire burned within me, and then... Now, it is as if my very mind is being rent in two, and this voice... Ooh. Here we go, little evil Lalafell. I knew it. Never trust the Lalafells, bro. They're bad fucking news. Well, well. It feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems that old Coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. And what are you gawking at? You are a black mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you. Or will you be needing a hint? A hint would be good. Some would call me Death's Handmaiden, but I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Though technically speaking, I am but manifestation of a memory. But you may call me by the name I used in life, Shitotu, at your service. But I jest, of course. It's you who are at mine. Bitch, please. I must say, what is it with black mages today in these unwieldy hats? Do they truly believe it makes them look more imposing? Or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no need of such adornments. Oh shit. Wait, we're finally going to see the real Lalafell. Well, there you go. Now that's more like it. Akalon, was it? Of course it was. Now that we're on a first-name basis, you'll have to tell me all about yourself. Oh, on second thought, let's skip that. Time is short. And to be quite honest, I don't particularly care. At any rate, as I might have mentioned, I am not the true Shitotu as she once lived, but rather a manifestation of her memory, or my memory. Needless to say, that still makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You'd do well to remember that if you ever have a mind to cross me. Was casted on every black mage. I can just do this, right? I could just kill her. I'm pretty sure I'm stronger than Shitotu. I love how my character is just dumbfoundedly standing there. Well then, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, what do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. Let's go, you bitch. Oh, come now. Must I spell everything out for you? I must know if you are sufficiently adept at the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom, and this is by far the easiest way to do so. Not to mention the most fun. Prepare for a world of pain. Dude, of course I'm more powerful than Shitotu. What are you talking about? I'm the warrior of light. Sub to Patreon. Payment went through, but this shit says it didn't. Can you check that? I'll quickly check for you. Yeah, just give me a moment. Let me finish this and then... Wow, she does some damage. What the fuck? The damage is quite real. What the hell is that? Oh my good lord, here we go. Wait, what is this? Summoning... Oh, let me kill the summoning thing. Wow, that thing... Oh, for the love of all things that's fucking holy. Why does that thing not, like, immediately just get fucked? Let me do flare instead. Fuck it. We'll blow all of them up in one go. Okay, we didn't blow all of them up in one go. Not as good as I would have hoped, but hey. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mother of all things that's fucking holy. I can't cast shit. Wait, why can I not cast anything? Can someone explain to me why I can't fucking cast Blizzard? Thank you. I'm taking so much fucking damage here. I need to heal. Where are my potions? Sake. Oh, for fuck. Okay. This is ridiculous. Why so many things going on at the same fucking time? Dude, could you leave me alone, please? Alright, there's two of these fucks now. Three of these fucks now. I hate my life so much right now. Wait, cast the fucking spell, you piece of shit. Alright, now kill this little Shitoto bitch. All right, finally. It seems a bit more normal now. All right, we're going. And also, fuck this bitch. She's clearly not as strong as you guys have said. I did forget all my rotations, though. This was a horrible fucking example of how to play a black mage. I do apologize to any of the black mages watching, going, what the hell is this? All right, I won. You won't forget? Yeah, well, you know, I'm used to the PvP stuff now. The PvP stuff was so fucking cool. You have a couple of abilities and you just fucking roll with it. Ryako, it all changes in 10 levels anyways. Wait, really? Did we save her? Not half bad. That painfully dull expression on your face had me worried. But I suppose you'll do, after all. Do? For what? Try to keep up, will you? I abhor repeating myself. Let me start at the beginning. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage our realm has ever known, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and evocations in the school known as Black Magic. Wait, so she's actually... Hold up. So... Oh, shit. Shitoto is actually the founder of my job. Gonna go, bud. Golcast, thank you so much for hanging out. Did really appreciate that. Black Mage has pretty cool class fantasy. I completely forgot about this. Like, Shitoto is the mother of Black Mages. You still seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to one day return. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of destruction would be handed down eras after I had inevitably passed. For another, I knew that without my guidance, this realm would one day meet most certain. Oh, this won't do. I had thought the goal stronger than this, but these eyelids grow heavy and my consciousness wanes. I suppose I'll just have to take a little nap. But remember this, my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play in the battle to come. A battle that will decide the fate of your very world. Till next I wake, shirk not your study of the art. So she just took a nap. Accolon? Where are we? It is as if I just woke from the strangest dream. And yet, my every limb aches. As if my respite were more exhausting than the fiercest battles. Did you perchance observe anything odd happen to me? She does not know that we were just in battle. Preposterous, so most would say. But you have no reason to tell me falsehoods, and it would certainly explain the curious symptoms I find myself experiencing. Shitotu, the mother of our dark art? She who pursued the power of destruction to and beyond any limits that could be conceived? Has her consciousness truly taken up residence in my own mind? It is no use. I call out, but she does not answer. Whether she slumbers or simply deigns not to answer, I cannot say. I fear I am at something of a loss. Let us return to the sacrarium and clear our heads. Mayhap the answers we seek will yet reveal themselves to us. Yuvalal, how you doing? I got a general question. I don't get why people are very upset on Elon Musk buying Twitter. Interesting question. Chat, how do you guys feel about Elon Musk buying Twitter? Marins, how you doing, brother? I think people just love overreacting. That's generally speaking just my take on it. If for no other, like, I genuinely don't care that Elon Musk bought Twitter, but the only reason I find it, like, interesting is because it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny to see the amount of people lose their crap over Elon Musk buying Twitter. So I'm waiting for that. Hopefully we'll get better. Sophia, how you doing? Well, I'm assuming it will. He does seem to care about free speech, so we'll see how he gets tested with that. The hell is transhumanist? I think Elon Musk is a transhumanist. I don't trust him any more than the previous owners. What do you mean by that, Leyland Slapper? I'm afraid it's no use. I have called out to Chitoto within my mind time and time again, but I am met only with silence. If only Master were still here, surely he could shed some light on the matter. After all, it was he that recorded for posterity the words we used to summon forth Chitoto's memory. Dimensional transhumanists are the worst. I feel like Musk buying Twitter is going to cause a clusterfuck in the short term from whatever new direction the company takes possible brain drain. The whole Neuralink brain-computer thing he's developing. Well, are you against that, Melisama? Because I'm actually not. If we could merge our brains with AI, why would that be a bad thing? It would unlock human potential as well as AI potential ad infinitum, which would be a good thing. So I don't think, I genuinely don't think that is a bad thing. And I think when it comes to Elon Musk, he feels more like a person who just generally cares about helping people. All of these companies seem to be for the betterment of humans. So let's wait and see. Also, you asked about your Patreon. Mark, yes, from what I can see here, I can see you did sign up to Patreon. I am seeing you signed up to Patreon, so I can see it. What were you talking about you couldn't see? Or what was saying you weren't signed up? Thank you very much, by the way, for the support on Patreon. Really appreciate it. And I would be so good at playing games as an AI. Third Impact Post Champ. Many very good things and many very bad things, none of which we will have control over if it's a private company, right? Well, Melon Slapper, what do you think oversight is going to achieve? Tsushiki, from what I see, it says here that you have signed up. So it shows me that you have signed up, at least from what I can see. Wait, that's it? Master himself may not be here, but his writings may yet contain the answer to our queries. It was in the statue of Null that the memory slumbered. This does not strike me as mere coincidence. I believe that settles it. I will return to the tomes and see what knowledge can be gleaned, that we might prepare ourselves for whatever task awaits us. This holds for you as well, Akalon. Whatever Chitoto's motives for returning to us, I cannot shake the feeling that ill happenings are afoot. I suggest you resume your studies with the utmost of urgency. Yeah, I'm sort of ready for the next quest already. I'm almost ready for the quest after that. So here we go. Ah, Akalon. Good. For better or worse, it would seem Chitoto is still enjoying herself a peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Nalthal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue of Null's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms, of course, the goblet it holds in its hand is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel that Mistress Shdotu's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in the glyphs of ancient Mach. It reads, yes, here it is. The power of destruction that reigned of baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue. A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. Not sure what would be the best. It feels like having private nuclear weapons to me. Couldn't you mind control people with it? Well, you could mind control people with it, but they're already sort of doing that already in many other ways, trying to control what we think, what we see, what we do. And what makes you think that... So I'll have you know, most of the mind control experiments and research that have ever been done have been done by the US government and the CIA. So even with oversight, who do you think is going to be more likely to mind control people? A private company that just wants to make money, or the government that wants to control people? I would say the government. I don't think there's any good answer to this. There's no good options. But I don't necessarily see how the government having oversight changes anything. Tizzy, if it really is bugged, I would say maybe contact Patreon support specifically. Because at least based on what I can see, you are subbed. Or you are supporting. Actually... Oh, this will only update tomorrow, actually, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this will only update in a bit. Or maybe see if the money already left your account. If it hasn't, then you know. Minor reminder, the Weeping City of Mach was a Heavensward Alliance raid. Remind me of the raid again, Power Kirby. I can't remember. What happened in the raid? I did do the Alliance raid, didn't I? I did. Wasn't that the Void? Wasn't the Alliance raid for Heavensward the Void place? Like, you had the Ark. Those tier gonna resub at the higher tier next month, so whatever, they can keep their $1. Tizishiki, just email them. So, wait, okay, yeah, Void Ark. But what is this city of Mach? I'm trying to remember now. At one point, you run through this area with a bunch of houses next to it that's very, like, dark shit. Oh, yeah, the war... Oh, okay, I remember now. That's where the war took place between the white and black mages. The AR was the one after the Ark, the one with the big pyramid and orb. Okay. It has been roughly 2,300 years since Shitotu founded black magic, which means it is entirely possible she herself left the inscription. But whatever sort of doom could the prophecy be referring to? I fear it is all rather cryptic. Lalai, and Akalon as well. I would speak with the both of you at once. While I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times, I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, pray lend me your aid. Well, if it isn't our favorite Gubu-headed hearer, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your groveling? This is no time to jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the Twelveswood even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. But one thing is certain. If we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there is no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. That does sound like cause for concern. Very well. I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Chateau to aside for the moment and, wait. No, not now. Oh! I'm about to go eat dinner. Wait, back for lunch. What are we up to? Nico Spider, we are doing the Black Mage job quest. And we're dealing with Chateau. I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Perhaps she can't, and that is what. But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now, look, we haven't much time, so do try and keep pace. The surge of ether. Just who or what are you? Yes. I'm sure there's so much you'd like to know, but where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know through the gull's ears. We are needed in the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Indeed. I have tasked a whaler named Alphine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he has gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action. Alphine, South Shroud. Yes, I believe the great Chatotu has all she needs. Well, come now. No point in standing around like gawping goobos when there's work to be done, right? Right. Mirakos, how you doing, brother? Chatotu? Akalon, I am most grateful for your aid, do not get me wrong, but if there is anything that you and Lale have been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done. So go fuck yourself. No, after this, we'll do the MSQ. Really quite crazy how deep history goes. The Mahi that survived founded Belladia, that later would become Uldar. What do you mean more chores, Duward? I mean, if this is chores, World of Warcraft can add as many chores as they fucking want. Like, this is the kind of chores that I enjoy. Alright, Alphine, what have you got for us? Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I had any to give. I fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. So you say, my good man. But it is possible that you do not see the trees for the forest. Sometimes that which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why? Is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the brush? Yes, I have an inkling that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish living stone from the more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former would take far less kindly to being scorched with a burst of hellfire. So the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting. Shatotu just wants to fucking destroy everything. We spoke about that already, Black Minion Slapper. My take on it is on YouTube already. I think it should be uploaded already. So if you want that take, it is on YouTube. Suspicious stone. No, you don't have to apologize. I just don't want to go over it again because like everyone else probably already heard it. I'm almost to the end of main Stormblood, and oh boy, Strap and Echo, the plot gets thick. That's all I have to say about that. I can't fucking wait. Gonna get some food, BRB. Alright, now we see in a bit. Curious structure of stone. Wait, but cost fire 3. Fuck's sake. Oh, never mind. I have fire 3 on my bar. Oh, hello there, Mr. Statue. Casper, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good in 100 hours. Too bored. That is a fucking lie, and you know it. The game is already good. What are you talking about? Oh, shit, I've never used triple cost before. Let's use triple cost. Dude, this is so cool. Just having so many fucking abilities to auto cost so quickly. So much better. Wow. Yeah, I haven't used auto cost before. Feels fucking good, bro. Where are you at in the main MSQ, by the way? It's been so long I forgot. I can't remember either. So don't ask. We'll see now. Like, we're almost there. Then you can answer it for yourself, because I genuinely can't remember. Alright, let's get this. Alright, then insta cost, triple cost. And now we're gonna do 3 of these. Boom. 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 Oh my god, dude, that opener. The amount of damage that I'm gonna be doing now with triple cost. Oh my god. That opener is gonna be so cool. Can't wait for you to see the patch content for Stormblood. That's the good stuff. How far progressed are you in the MSQ? I finally got playtime again, and I want to create a char on Gilgamesh. Why do you guys keep asking me the hard questions? Like, what the fuck is this? I don't remember. Let's see. What quest am I on? Whatever the fuck that means. That's my quest. I don't know what that means. It's there. That's where I am at right now. We'll be there soon, chat, and then you guys can see where exactly I am in the MSQ. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not wont to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shatotu, or rather, a memory of the same which has awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Slower? Lady Shatotu, if that is truly who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, and yet there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. Pray explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well. I shall begin from the very, beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that, anyway? Anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of Mach was still in its infancy. Maybe Elon should buy Twitch? What are we gonna get when Elon buys Twitch? Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our fair home and reduce it to so much rubble. And so I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to developing the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path, and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled to and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energy just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose powers many a city-state flourished. And yet, these stones held yet further secrets. When two of them were brought together, they would call out to one another, ether reacting to ether to augment their mutual powers and still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meager to be cause of concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return? It's sequestius. How the fuck do you announce that word? Sequestius? 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 Orbit, bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more. Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous. Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? Why, it is simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it around back in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I posit that the comet is drawing nearer every moment, and it is for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. Drakets, how you doing, bro? Circular in modern speech? Yeah, but I can't say circular because they're not saying circular. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, a prodigy who foresaw the dangers that was to come, and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come over 2,000 years ago? And devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kakaruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lili and Akalon also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. He said he will MSQ off the job quest. Yeah, we are getting into the MSQ after the job quest. Don't fucking worry about it. Got to head up, but hope everyone is having a great day. Wins, thank you much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. What do you mean? It's main story quest or MSQ? We have to do the class quest at some point, people. We can't just keep putting it off. This is the first time I've done class quest in 9 levels. Dear little Lila, okay. I must admit, the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Shitotu, but as a yearer charged with the protection of this wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can, but first, let us return to Uldar. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise you will not get in our way. Now come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're going to help me. I don't like the fact that she's calling me a puppet. You don't need those abilities? Well, I'm not getting any abilities from these. I'm just doing the class quest. But Power Kirby, I am basically doing every 10 levels. Like, I'm level 69, almost level 70. Snobby, how you doing? So this is effectively every 10 levels. Oh, fuck me. Wrong hole, fool. The jailer was behind Chitotu, you mean? Like, don't insult the jailer. He planned Chitotu all along. Everyone knows this. The jailer planned the whole story for Final Fantasy as well. Ian and them don't know it yet, but WoW is going to be Final Fantasy soon. Alright. The Yearer assures me that there have been no Golem uprisings elsewhere. And since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means that we still have time to form a plan of attack. Dude, she is very rude. I do pride myself on my honesty, and so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone. But any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations of the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. One is book to be translated to my language, but from what I understand, Garrosh would not have been the bitch of the jailer ever. Well, yeah, Garrosh couldn't care less for creating the jailer. Might be, as you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lalai? She is still in there somewhere, yes? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not. The girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear and do try to not let things go to howls in my absence, will you? Chitotu, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us, has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? Wait, what? The white mages, they have nothing to do with Chitotu, right? Have you taken a peek at the new Ultimate Raid just to see what it's like, or no interest? I have not seen it yet. Look, if you guys want me to watch the new Ultimate Raid, share it on Discord in the content suggestions tab, and I will take a look at it probably a bit later in the stream. Like, I'd be happy to. The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, Akalon. We must put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding. Wait, Lalai. If we take her words at face value, Chitotu has only the realm's best interest at heart, and yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter. And yet, we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the 6th Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our realm, she is like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! My Lady Chitotu had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering half-wit would even think to hold her responsible for... Though when I put it that way... I understand this, and that is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep a close watch on her. One can never be too wary, after all. Kid Cougar, how you doing, bro? The White Mage and Black Mage have been at war for a while ago, in a sense. They know each other's leaders and both fear the magical prowess of the greatest of them. You're slowly coming around? Coming around to what, Power Kirby? To this guy. Thank you very much, Stewboard. Really appreciate that. I swear, that man's head is made of harder stone than any golem. Still, at least he is cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out to our Beastman friends. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. If one thing is clear, it is that the task ahead will test us to our very limits. Oh, and I'm really excited to see what comes next year. Alright, here we go. Akalon, I trust you have not been shirking your studies. Mistress Toto expects much of us, and I would not disappoint her. For my own part, I have called out to her intently time and again within my mind in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail in staving off this impending disaster. Though she does not respond, I have the distinct sensation that she is listening in some way or another. Doubtless she will return when she sees fit, but in the meanwhile, we can ill afford to bide our time, and so I have taken Zahai Nalha's advice. I can just see the smug grin on his face as I say that, and reached out to our friends. Not moments ago, a post-Moogle came by with a missive from our friend Darzar of the 269th Order. As luck would have it, it seems he has knowledge that might serve us well. To wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I would ask you to go on ahead and see what he knows. I will call for that holier-than-thou hearer and join you shortly. Not that I am enamored of his company, far from it. But his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on occasion. Oh, Akko has mail? What mail? Alright, so let's go do... Let's just take care of these fucking golems. Shouldn't I soon be getting gear? Like gear to actually upgrade. Later? Oh. Fuck. Where's the post-Moogles? I see one here. Here we go. So what mail do I have here? What's this letter? Oh, shit. A Leonhardt jacket, Leonhardt gloves, Leonhardt bottoms, Leonhardt boots. Alright. I don't know what this is for, but I mean, I do appreciate it. Alright, here we go. What do you mean login rewards? So you get rewards every single time you log, or every other time that you log in. How does the login rewards work? Dan, gonna clean up that storage unit known as your mailbox? Nope. Why would I? Akalon, it's been eons, eras, ages, eons. I have heard that the spirit of the legendary Shatotu comes alive again inside Lalai. But could this wondrous tale possibly be true? Ah. I've just resubbed recently for like 3 months, so maybe that's why. They think yesterday. It is indeed friend Dazar. She is a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she has a mind to. A fact that I have explained some 700 times to this mutton-headed hearer, who still insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will. You do me discredit, Lalai. I merely suggested that if there were some means by which we could summon Shatotu at our own convenience, rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, it might serve us in facing the dangers ahead. You get glamour items that make you look like one of the protagonists from earlier games. Described you are. There are like 5 levels of them. And I'm assuming they do end at some point, right? Summon her? You speak of the illustrious founder of my art as if she were a mere serving girl? You will watch your tongue in the presence of your betters, Zahanala, lest... I mean no disrespect. I do not deny the power of your art, nor the good it can do in the right hands. I am simply... too stubborn and stupid to fully accept it. Oh well, I suppose none of us are perfect, myself excluded. Of course. 269th Order Mendicant Desire, I presume. Tell me all you have seen or heard about this rampaging golem. Are my eyes to be believed? Trusted? Sworn by? Believed? Is this truly the great Chitotu who stands before my eyes? Yes! Yes, it must be! I mean, but of course, my lady. Yes. Dazar will tell you all he knows. I saw a strange golem, odd, curious, strange, wandering in the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem, no, but rather the same one I saw in a tomb. In a tome handed down from my forebear, Dagu, a golem of ancient Mach. One of my own creations. Why, that is simply inconceivable. I designed them to be utterly rampage-proof, and left copious instructions to ensure that my loyal apprentices and their apprentices, and so on and so forth, would see they stay that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know of the chaos and destruction wreaked by the Maki sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect that poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Forgive me my doubts, Lady Shitotu, but you seem quite partial to your creations and your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with a golem of Mach, do I have assurances you would not hesitate to strike down our foe? How do I pronounce that word, by the way? Mach? Am I saying it correctly, or should it be pronounced differently? That's right, so it is Mach. You do not trust me. Trust us. This I know. I am not deaf to Lalai's ceaseless grumblings. The hentai is strong. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. So be it. You cannot help being a simpleton, no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. The old Kut Kukuruka told me what became of Maki after my passing when he communed with me a century ago. Do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants? With the art I myself wrought, no less? Of course not. For I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. Dude, she insults us at every turn. I don't believe they really pronounced it in the MSQ, but most people pronounce it that way. But even a fool must understand that a tool is only as good or evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? I will grant that there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Dazar. Rest assured that we shall see the rogue golems before any harm. That we shall see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you and yours. To the tangle. Does that overdweller never lighten up? It must be so tiring living each day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Burdensome, wearisome, tiring. You can say that again, my synonym-abusing friend, Acklon. You know the man better than I, and for that, I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his insane quibbling? Whatever do you suppose is bothering his puny mind? He is simply in awe of your power. Mayhap he worries for Lalai. yeah, fuck it. We go with that one. Well, who could blame him? I suppose in some sense I should consider myself fortunate that I did not send him scurrying away with his tail between his legs the moment I first revealed my powers. I think there was a rhyme that comes up in the game at some point that goes, Mach, Mach, beware of the dark, so it's possible it's announced like Mark. Mach, beware of the dark. Maybe. In either event, if he insists on tagging along with us, I suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, I do believe we have some golems to smite into oblivion. The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there, and do try not to get lost on the way. Oh yeah, you guys, I keep forgetting that there's actually... Like, they keep using names over and over again in FF14. So a lot of this is like Easter eggs for a lot of you Final Fantasy folk. Alright, what's up? This Shitotu is full of mysteries, but one baffles me the most. Just what is it about Lila's cap that she finds so disagreeable? Was there no custom of wearing headgear in her age? These lands were far more dry and agreeable in my day, but I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. They have so much good story and character, they take some here and there, but none of it is the same. Right? Like, none of it is the same as it is in other FF games. But this is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. We have golems to smash and search for. Not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yes, I can sense particularly strong etheric energies coming from that direction. I will accompany Shitotu to ensure that she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south of here? These environs afford our foe no end of hiding spots, and I am ill-inclined to walk into an ambush. Not entirely the same. FF14 is more like a melting pot of some of the FF so far, even 15 with their cross-game events. How many of you are looking forward to FF16? I mean, it is made by the man, the legend himself, Mr. Yoshi P, right? You look far and wide, but can discern no sign of golems rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southwestern reaches of the Tangle and see how Shitotu and Zaya and Nalha fare in their search. I do have a question though. What is oh shit. What is Final Fantasy 15 like? Because isn't that the one that's set in modern age almost? Like it isn't magic and sort of bows and shields and stuff. Or is it? Because I think I have 15. I just haven't played it. Modern teens fighting the Galileans, but no healing magic. Not the only one that's more modern. Yes, it has some sci-fi elements. Right. Is it more open world than the previous ones, or more level design? But the story ain't good. I recommend you skip it. Fuck, okay. Fine. I'll skip it. Alright, here we go. Dude, triple cost makes life so much fucking easier. Like, triple cost is insane. You can effectively cost as much as you fucking want. More open. What do you mean more open? Oh, you mean the world is more open. If only this body were my own, I would have razed that oversized block of stone to the ground. I suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost consciousness in the midst of battle, I would certainly have been done for, and poor Lalai with me. No, Lady Shatotu. It is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I would surely have met an inglorious end. But that is not the least of my failings. It is my fault and mine alone that we were caught unawares. Though it shames me to say so, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Wait, I had to turn off stream to clear to clear what, Miku? Who is the sorceress who wields such frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continued to haunt me, but no more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hearer you have only just met, I say this with no reservations. You are a paragon of virtue, and a model to all mages, white or black. Jager, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. P3 is the current Savage raid. Ah. Alright, that makes sense. Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I have heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means I'm going to give you your precious Lalai back, you'd best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not? My precious Lalai? I have not the slightest idea what you might be implying. You wouldn't, would you? Was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for the common good? So says Lalai, at the very least. Is the goal not an invaluable piece to the future you would realize? This is all well and true, but invaluable and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meaning of words evolve over time, you see, and... What I am saying is, of course Lalai is a friend and ally, but the same could be said of Akalonir, and... Which is not to say I do not want to see her again, of course, only that... Oh, never mind. Been following you for a while now. Love to see all the discussion of us. Dude, happy to have you here. Thanks for the first time chat, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, Chuck, you as well? How you doing, brother? It's already poo-poo at 200 ms? Oh, yeah. I get that. At any rate, I do believe we've done all we can here. Lady Shatotu, please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise that I will aid you in whatever way I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off, somewhere. Naomi is Raid Mage. One last thing, if I may, Lady Shatotu. While you are awake and speaking with us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say, is she still in there listening? What a curious question. She is slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she is awake. But to answer your question, no, she is not listening. Though we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you'd like, I can share the details. No, I mean, never mind. I really must be getting off to, right, the place I was going. Dude, guy's got a fucking crush on Lalai? What a curious man. At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lalai will be waking from her slumber ere long, and I would return to Uldar before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you. Is Red Mage a cross between Black and White Mage? Ah. Okay. Am I gonna see how they create the Red Mage here or not? Or at least sort of the beginnings of the Red Mage. Fuck, so I would have to play a Red Mage in order to see how the Red Mage begins. Alright. Makes sense. Dude, how do I get rid of this pet? How do you unsummon a pet? Quick, someone fucking tell me. Minion guide. Thank you. If I click on it one more fucking time, trying to click on people, I'm gonna lose my shit. Likely not. RDM is already established long ago, but RDM is a great story, in my opinion, if you ever wanted a solid job to enjoy. I do want to try a Raid Mage. Welcome back, Akalon. As you might have surmised, it is I, Lalai. Mistress Atotu returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task. To wit, she would have us venture further afield to investigate any golem menaces that might be stirring out of eyeshot. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of that stone-headed hearer? I suppose it is too much to hope that Mr. Shitotu finally set his robes alight. He has come to respect Lady Shitoru. He seems to have... Do we betray a brother? Or do we keep this to ourselves? What do you think, chat? Should we tell her that Unawar, whatever the fuck his name is, has feelings for her, or should we keep that little nugget to ourselves? Let's go. I will assume I misheard you, Aklon. On the off chance I did not, pray inform the man that he had best not act upon these feelings in my presence, lest I feel like scorching his precious flowing locks from his scalp. Anyhow, I trust you will keep me informed of our hearer friend exhibits any more impertinent behavior. I will think of suitable retribution. I dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message, and be rather amusing no less. In any event, I should return to my research, and as should you. Shitotu will doubtless call on us before long, and our powers must be primed for the occasion. Akalon, the moment you entered the room, I could feel the air crackling with etheric energy. Excellent! Your diligence and your training will surely serve us well. And you come at a perfect time. Not moments before you arrived, Shitotu's voice called out to me from the recesses of my consciousness. She would have us begin to lay the groundwork for the final stage of her plan. As she made it quite clear that we will require all the aid we can muster, I have taken the liberty of reaching out to our beastmen friends. They have convened at Kazakh Char's residence in Burgundy Falls, where they await our arrival. Let us not keep them waiting. Cheeky bastard dialogue option are the best. I wouldn't, but you could do it for the lols. Well, I wanted to do it just to see if she felt the same, you know? But clearly she does not. In fact, I dare say we can trigger her with that one. Alright, and off we go. So what is everyone up to? Is everyone here playing, like, the new Ultimate stuff? Wait, is there anyone that's doing the new Ultimate stuff? Or are you guys just watching people do the new Ultimate stuff? Any further, Akko? I recommend getting the remaining ether current in the Ruby Sea, because the next quest takes you to the next area. King Julian, I'm not really gonna go out of my way to do jack shit. If I run into one of them, I'll grab it. We'll see when I get there. I'm nowhere near the Ruby Sea at the moment. My friends, thank you for coming together on such short notice. Mistress Shitotu would have you know that she is most grateful for your cooperation. In fact, I do believe she would rather speak to you directly. You're done for. Welcome back, Mr. Shitotu. And I'm relaxing from FF. Been playing it too much the past week and getting aggravated by crystalline conflict. Why are you getting aggravated by the crystalline conflict? Koyamusu, how you doing? I've got frames progging ultimates. Quite tough. Still on phase 2. I can't wait to do some ultimate fights. Well, it would seem the gang's all year. I dare say it's time we got this proverbial show on the road. Hero, tell me that you've made yourself useful since I last saw your vapid face. Aye, Lady Shitotu. According to my colleagues in the Eorzean Alliance, patrols have sighted an increasing number of rampant golems afield. Fortunately, none have posed a significant threat. At least, not as of yet. Which brings us to the matter of the comet. A colleague of mine at the observatorium has confirmed that it draws nearer with each passing hour, though there is no immediate danger of a collision if it stays on its present course. He just called you vapid? Didn't call me vapid. Called that fucking, like, whoever this white mage, I can't say his name, but that's the guy she called vapid. No, she's not. Dude, Shitotu is ignoring me fucking entirely in this thing. I guess because my guy doesn't answer, he just sort of stands there like a moron. It is too close for comfort, yes? Fortunately, I, as is my wont, have a plan. I simply hope that you, my friends, are up to the task. If the Yura speaks true, the golems that have been causing trouble near the city-states have been more bark than bite, felled with no great difficulty by middling soldiers. From this, I surmise that the gems set within them, their soulstones, have been small and of meager power at best. And yet, if my theory holds, a more sinister threat lurks in the realm's far reaches, far from the prodding eyes of Eorzean and Beastman alike. This is where we must go. Perplexed, Dozal is, profoundly, deeply perplexed by people, to do the work of people, our golems created, to travel so far from their master's domain. These constructs have no reason. True is this not? Well, I'll be a possibly astute observation, but I fear your knowledge is lacking, my squawking friend. Golems come in all shapes and forms, and not all are wrought by the hand of a mortal creator. Often a gem of sufficient etheric power will attract all manner of matter, plant, mineral, and animal alike, spontaneously animating it and giving rise to new life. With naught to guide them, these feral golems rove and wander at will. It is these unpredictable specimens that pose the greatest danger. The larger the gem that serves as their soulstone, the greater their power, and the greater the threat when the comet draws nigh. It would appear our task is clear. Let us split up and hunt down these abominations. I shall join our Beastman friends and make for the west. I will leave the eastern reaches to the two of you. I trust you will be able to fend for yourselves. There is one matter in particular I would ask you to investigate. My friends at the Alliance conveyed to me a most curious report, which Lady Shitotu's words just now put in a rather different light. Over in Garabana, in the hamlet of Alagana, villagers have claimed sightings of, in their words, trees that walk like men. These have gone entirely uninvestigated, written off as the delusions and fantasies of superstitious common folk. But if Lady Shitotu speaks true, which I do, they are golems beyond the slimmest shadow of a doubt. Worry not, for Akalon and I will uproot them and reduce every last leaf and strip of bark to smoldering ash. Won't we, Akalon? I will leave the particulars regarding the means of destruction to the experts. I have, however, procured a link pearl that we might better coordinate our efforts. Pray take it with you. Is this the culmination, like the final quest? And with that, I do believe we are as prepared as we could hope to be. Let us be off, my friends. And remember, should aught go amiss, I am but a link pearl away. A device to allow that pretentious pudding head to talk to me even if I am 100 miles away. Far be it from me to scoff at technological progress, but some inventions really could have been done without. I love how they worked in a little bit of pop culture there. People hate their phones, and they're just sort of working that into it. Shitotu hates her phone as well. Lol. Alright. Let's see. Where are these trees? Oh, shit. I still can't fly here. Alright, Shitotu. How interesting. While Mach has devolved into a vermin-infested bog, Garabania is, if anything, looking more lively than I remember it. Not that that's saying much, of course. But look at me, getting all nostalgic for no reason. After all, my body has long since returned to the dust, and soon even my memory will fade. But before that, we have a job to do, don't we? I can sense no unusual etheric presence here, so let us venture a bit further into the field. Come along now, Akalon. Did chat just fucking die? Where is the next ether current? Southeast. Let's see. I'm not sure I can collect all of these. Hold up. Where's travel? Ether currents. What is this place called that I'm in now? Is this called the Fingers? No. Then where the hell am I now? Oh, yeah. Wow. Alright, I have a ton more to collect. Alright, so there's no point really in trying to unlock flying right now here. I won't be unlocking it. Not right now, anyways. You're looking, just making more tasteful glamour. Our next glamour competition, by the way, will be next month. For anyone that's interested. And hopefully in this one, we won't once again have Warhammer fucking characters winning the glamour competition. Currents there, but in the Ruby Sea. Yeah, I'll grab the ones in the Ruby Sea once we're back there. Oh my good lord. Fuck. Wait a oh my god, triple cast also works with flare. Bro. No way. AoE has been fixed. Like, oh my god, triple cost is so overpowered, dude. You won't have that, thankfully, to worry with till Endwalker. Okay, from exploration, then 5 from quests. Won't have what to worry about. I couldn't send in my entries because the power year ran out. Ah, Drain, that fucking blows, dude. But I will give you guys more than enough time to prepare for the next one. So you'll probably know about a week in advance when the next glam competition is going to be. Did you come upon any wood golems, Akalon? As you can see, these two had the misfortune of coming upon little old me. But that is not all I saw. Yes, it was a most remarkable and most horrifying sight. After I delivered a mortal wound to one of the creatures, I saw it extend a gnarled limb, and with the last ounce of its strength, try to rip the soulstone from its cohort's chest. Yes, it would seem these feral golems have no qualms about cannibalizing each other, which has led me to quite a frightening conclusion. To wit, of all, whatever could that four-eyed fool want at this time? Current Endwalker is at the moment only one with 10 random area ones and 5 quests. Current isn't current. Ah, okay, so you need more random ones. But isn't the Endwalker zones also much larger? Yes, yes. If you have anything to report, make it... What? Yes. It would be wise for you to make a discreet retreat. We will do the same. I would reevaluate our options in light of these most troubling developments. Very well. I will join you at the observatorium shortly. Do gather all the information you can from your colleagues before I arrive. It's larger, definitely. Largest map, I think, are Heavensward ones. Relatively larger, about as much as Shadowbringer ones, which are slightly bigger than Stormblood ones. Gods be good. That hero has actually proven himself useful. It would seem he came upon a most startling scene in the hinterlands. A mass influx of golems of all shapes and sizes, as if summoned from all reaches of the realms by some unholy force. I have my own theory as to what this means, but I require more knowledge before plotting our next step. One thing I can say is that we should immediately begin preparing for the worst. In any event, we must move, and quickly. You return to Burgundy Falls and apprise the Beastman of where we stand. I shall go on ahead to the observatorium and see what knowledge the astrologians have gleaned, and join you as soon as I am able. I'm pretty sure the Heavensward ones isn't the largest. Someone told me a while ago that the zones got larger once PS3 support was dropped. Because prior to PS3, they wouldn't have been able to have larger realms. And Heavensward was still very much in PS3 support, was it not? I'm fairly certain. Alright, let's see here. Kazakh Cha. Fell off in Stormblood. Kalties, how you doing, brother? Friends, comrades, brothers and sisters of the Black. We stand at the brink of a disaster most dire. Even as we speak, our foe grows in number. Beings of sentient stone and wood gather, summoned by an unknown force, and united for a common purpose. A purpose beyond our understanding. Beyond your understanding, perhaps, but not mine. The golems make for Somal. Oh. In a sense, they did. Mostly in draw distance rather than the maps you can walk over. Like, there's more background for sure, as well as an extra thing you will discover soon in Stormblood. In Garabania, I witnessed a most unsettling sight. A golem with an almost animal fury, tearing into its cohort's chest. Disturbing as it was all too clear what I was witnessing. The creature sought a stronger soulstone, that it might augment its strength and prolong its own existence. But the power these creatures seek is not limited to that which they can harvest from their own kind. No, they are forever in search of a more potent etheric source, and they have finally found one. The astrologians of the Observatorium have confirmed my worst fears. The baleful star of our past slowly but inexorably changes course, bringing it closer and closer to this star. I never hated Shitotu. I just think she really insults us a lot. It is as Lady Shitotu says. The golems call out to it, beckoning it ever closer. According to the latest calculations, any further adjustments to its path, and it is all but certain to strike Eorzea head-on. The baleful creatures would climb the highest peak in the land and summon their mother stone to bring disaster to our realm? Inconceivable! And yet, it is just so, my friend. Unless we destroy the lot of them, a collision is all but inevitable. And yet there are simply too many. Even if we could thin their ranks, they would regrow themselves and regroup in no time. So we are done for. Doomed, defeated, done for? Do not give up hope, my frenetic friend. Or do you forget that the most brilliant mind to ever walk the face of Eorzea stands with you? Allow me to propose a foolproof plan. We do absolutely nothing at all. That's a bold move, Cotton. For now, that is. We know that the golems are feeding on each other in pursuit of greater and greater power. So why not sit back and let this process of unnatural selection take its course, till we are left with but a single foe? Alright, I'll find it back to FF14, and Shitotu is savage and smug indeed. Yep. Out of her mind, Shitotu is. Were that to happen, a creature of untold power and poisons, that golem would be? Quite so. It would be the mother of all automata. The golem equivalent of yours truly, if you will. And by definition, one of the most formidable foes our realm has seen. Fortunately, I do believe there is one among us who might stand half a chance against such a monstrosity. Akalon. Lady Shitotu insists that you hold, nay, you are the key to this entire operation. I am not inclined to doubt her, but I would hear it from your own lips. Can you say with all certainty that you would emerge victorious over this hypothetical golem of mythical proportions? Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Your courage inspires me. Pray let me offer my strength, that together we may secure the future of our realm. Has there ever been any doubt? I doubt Akalon and I will have much need of your services, but do feel free to tag along. Among us, it would be my honor. And with that, I shall take my leave. I must warn the people of the nearby settlements to keep a wide berth of the Great Peak. Mayhap I will even have occasion to smash a golem or two on my journey. Color me impressed, Akalon. Your friends are proving more reliable by the minute. And with that, I should return to this aquarium, for my grip on consciousness grows more tenuous by the moment. Pray return when you can, and speak with Lalai upon her awakening. Fuck, please tell me I'm not gonna have to wait for, like, the last bit before I can do this. I so want to see this golem. This is going to be the level 71, right? I'm going to have to be level 70 in order to unlock the last bit. I hate my life so much right now. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go to the MSQ now. Get to... Actually, maybe we leave the Black Mage quests until we hit level 80. But wait, doesn't the story quests end eventually? Aklon, I have called out to Shatotu, but to no avail. No doubt she is deep in slumber, gathering her strength for the battle to come. Clip in your Discord, it's a short one. I will check it in a minute. Just do one leveling rate and you are ready to go. We could. She did, however, leave a message for you. Slack not in your training, my puppet of destruction, for your powers will be tested as never before. That is not ominous in the least, now is it? In any event, I trust you'll be up to the task. And we can't continue. Like, absolutely left wanting. Alright, so it's time for us to actually go do the normal. No! Jesus, almost made the biggest mistake of my fucking life. No, I didn't. No, this is fine. Never mind, this is fine. Alright, let me quickly go pee, and then I'll be back. I still have coffee, so I'm not even going to make coffee. I'm just going to pee. Going to be 3-4 minutes at most. So I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Go grab a drink if you haven't yet, because we are continuing with the MSQ now. So we're about to hopefully see Step on Me, lady, in the very short future. In the very near future. Hopefully we'll see the Step on Me, lady. So I'll be right back, guys.
The last quest grants a new trick, so would not recommend waiting till 80.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, Yotsuyu, Lord Squid, of course. It is the step on me, lady. Is it not? Let's quickly see. Where do I have more of these ether currents? 79 yams southwest. Oh, shit. Wait, really? It's like fucking right here, is it not? Northwest. Huh. Miss Stora, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? Yeah, it's fucking right here. You know, just around the corner. I'm not entirely sure where around the corner it would be, though. For the love of all things that's fucking holy, what is going on here? So it wants me to go southwest now. Southwest. So this way. Up here, maybe? No. Alright, let's see. Is it somewhere here? East. Am I being trolled? Dude, I'm pretty sure I'm being fucking trolled. It's gonna be inside this building, is it not? North. 24. It must be inside or up on top of that building. I'm being trolled, I'm pretty sure of it. Oh, there it is. Fucking troll, man. Like, what the fuck? Now that I know where the MSQ you are, oh, I can't wait. Wait, are we about to get good here? Let's see. The compass does not detect any nearby. So all we have left, I think, is one quest one. All right. I don't see any blue. It's going to be this one, is it not? The sword and the stone is going to be... Maybe, hopefully it's this one. All right, well, let's just head over to the water and fucking go do our quest. Covert, how you doing, bro? In the MSQ for them? Yeah, we're gonna head there now, so it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, no. What? Oh, this is a lot of swimming. The plot getting thick, yeah. Chunk plot coming incoming. I am looking forward to that. Has some weird ones where they're blue marked, but all they do is just do some side stories. Be aware of that. Well, you just look at what it gives you. Like, you look at the rewards and that sort of answers most, if not all, of your questions. Cask, how you doing, brother? Okay. I'm looking forward to this. Yotsuyu escaped us, but she will not escape us any longer. I have a feeling I'm about to smash, like absolutely clap those little cheeks of Yotsuyu. With magic, chat. Not with like weird things, with magic. Dude, they were really proud of the fact that they figured out swimming in this one. Like, they really want people to swim. Closed beta is here. Some already have gotten it. I'm pretty sure I would not have gotten it, Digit. Defo, all I mean is side stories like the Youngjiu ones. Alright, let's see if we can get flying so we can actually unlock this and be done with it. Is this the flight one? Do you give flying? No. Well, go fuck yourself then. Alright, Gasetsu! Let's do this. Though he is less than the picture-perfect health, Gasetsu is ready to resume his journey. You did well, Akalon. Were it not for the tremendous strength and bravery of you and yours, many innocent souls would have suffered terrible fates. Though I knew the Confederacy would be loath to meet the Imperials in battle, I also knew that if any could win them over, it would be you. Truly, yours is an heroic spirit that inspires men to rise above their circumstances, to strive for something greater. It will be an honor to travel with you again. That guy's the VTuber tag? Because this is a VTuber. This is actually not the real me. It's all VTubing. To finish the last Black Mage quest, it grants a final spell. Don't wait. Alright. Now then, let us not squander the Confederacy's gift. Yanxia and my countrymen await. There is a tunnel to the southwest. We need but follow it to reach our destination. With me! Wait a second. Where the what the fuck? I need the last one here. Yamakaze, do you have the last one for me? In order to undertake this quest, you must first clear floor 50 of the Palace of the Dead. To gain access to the Palace of the Dead, you must complete the quest, the house, then that death bolt. The hell is that? That's like a lookout thing, isn't it?
You missed it, but don't wait until LV80 to finish the last Black Mage quest. It grants a final spell.
Yeah, but I don't care about that right now, people. Where is the final quest that makes me fly? Are you fucking serious right now, Koya? Look how far that is. Like, what the actual fuck? That is a long time swimming. Here we go. Wait, is there no, like, can I not? There's one travel stone there. There's one travel stone there. Fuck yeah, travel stone. Go. No, this one, this was not the right way. Wait a second. Okay, what exactly? 5 to explore. The last one is with MSQ. So is this quest not going to be picked? Can I not pick it up yet? Is that what you guys are telling me? I can't yet pick up this quest. I can. And I can complete it. Well, I need to find it now because I'm pretty sure it's up here. It has to be up here, right? Here we go. Slender Caution. Usually in a zone, you get to the Explore ones, 1 MSQ and 4 Cyquest one. You can check in Ether Current tab. Now, I know this is the last one I need. It is so far away, but I cannot give up just yet. Ninja Turtle Boy. Oh, a visitor. My, your footsteps were so light, I did not hear your approach. I could really use the assistance of one as nimble as yourself. Do you see that sword protruding from that large boulder up there? I must find a way to procure it, that I might accomplish my dreams. Like all the others, I want so desperate to explore the surface in search of treasure. To do so, however, I must first prove to the village elders I am worthy of embarking upon such excursions by retrieving that sword. My comrades have given me advice on how I might reach it, but every time I get close, I lose my footing and end up tumbling into the waters below. Could you perhaps do me a favor by demonstrating how I might get there? Come, let us move up above. I shall observe your lithe movements from there. Second aid, how you doing, brother? There's 4 side quests that give flight. 1 is from the zone's dungeon and 5 currents. Well, I now have to move up and then find a way across. And then we'll have flight. Is this a jumping puzzle? Like, did they really build a jumping puzzle into this? No, not really a jumping puzzle, is it? Do you spy that large plateau jutting out from the cave walls over there? Can you begin by jumping over to it? You must demonstrate to the Kojin that this feat can be accomplished without the use of any outside help. Should you call upon a mount or fall into the water, you must start over from the beginning. Right. You too can make it to the plateau, but it's from there that things become tricky. Every step must be taken with calculated precision, or you risk, like me, plummeting into the waters below. I mean... maybe do a bit of a speed run. Alright, there you go. This is really not difficult. Why is this guy struggling? Ah, so that is how you must do it. I shall give it a try. And then the sword is here. Am I done? Oh shit, I'm done. So I can now just run back up to him. Well, maybe the sword is there for him. It's phased and all that shit. What do you mean jump to the whirlpool? I don't think you can get into the whirlpool. Oh, can you? Ah! Alright, thank you very much. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate that. That was helpful. I am beyond impressed. You are possessed of an incredible grace. It is clear to me now. One must tense all the muscles in their legs and then push off from the rock to gain enough momentum to make it to the next one. Yes, we call this jumping, Ninja Turtle Boy. You have restored my confidence. Thanks to you, I am one step closer to fulfilling my dream of exploring the world above us, but above has to offer. All right, Freebird. Finally. Now, where do we go for the fucking... We have to go to Zuntia. The hell? It's over here, right? To go to the adjoining area. Well, I should start flying, I guess. To be clear, turtles are not noted for their jumping ability. Ninja turtles are, though. Jesus, that place is high as fuck. I should do Heavens on High at some point. By the way, does Heavens on High work exactly like Palace of the Dead? Or did they learn sort of things from Palace of the Dead that they implemented into Heavens High? Which one did you guys say is the best? Heavens on High or Palace of the Dead? It's kind of Palace of the 2.0. There's some new wrinkles, new types of rooms, I think. Isn't there a new... I'm pretty sure they said there's a new deep dungeon coming as well. Lots of the cheesy commanders replaced with room clearing items. And you can summon things. Mostly the same. I still have to finish Palace of the Dead. It's actually the one thing that I've not done much of in FF14. Meanwhile, on the shores of Othard.
We cannot rest here for long. This place is not safe.
Uh-huh.
Mayhap nowhere is, if thieves can breach our vaults.
Oh, shit.
Nevertheless, it is our duty to protect these treasures, and we shall not fail for want of effort.
They're angered. They think we wanted to steal their
So,
treasures.
This is why you abandoned your posts. And without a word of explanation at that. Rather thoughtless of you, was it not?
Lady Yotsuyo, pray forgive us our absence, but our home was under attack, our vaults plundered by outsiders.
Oh, step on me, lady.
Did you even pause to consider the possibility that it might be a diversion? What is the point of contracting your services if you are not here when they are required?
Grain, what do you mean, if?
Charge to bring these vermin to heel, to torment them, body and soul, until all they hold dear is as bitter ashes in their mouths. And then you go and ruin everything!
Wow, she's angry.
Well, there's naught to be gained in belaboring the point. All that remains is to administer your punishment.
Dude, she is so deliciously evil.
Wait, my lady!
You just smashed them and the treasure.
No, it's no good. There's just no joy in it. No release.
What the fuck?
There needs to be some investment. They were negligent imbeciles deserving of punishment, but it was hardly personal. 10,000 such courting could not satisfy me half so well as a single domain.
Wow, she is evil as shit, dude. Her own people needs to suffer, otherwise she doesn't give a shit.
And what do we have here? One of the vaunted treasures of the Red? The craftsmanship is certainly impressive. Mayhap we can use it to make amends.
Well, that guy looks so stupid.
How long before Lord Xenos reinstates me, do you reckon? I've got unfinished business back in Eorzea.
Is serving me really so unbearable? At least pretend to enjoy, you witless lump! If you are so desperate to earn a way back to Eorzea, then be quiet and do as you're told. And bring that sword while you're at it.
Baron Zeus, how you doing, brother? Okay, so isn't there like I feel like I missed something, or at least I'm pretty sure this was discussed, or maybe we discussed this. Maybe this is part of my speculation, so maybe you guys can tell me. Up until this point in the story, let's just first see where we're traveling now. Yotsuyo is as sort of evil as she is, because she is Doman, but she was sort of looked down upon when she grew up. She was either an outcast or a bastard child or some shit like that.
I remember the silence. How the talking stopped when we first set foot on the plains of Yansha.
Thank you, chat. I really appreciate the answers. It means a lot. What the fuck is that?
Before us stood yet another wall, and through a great Magitech field we glimpsed Doma Castle. I'll never forget the sight, or the anger I felt that day. Life, liberty, hope, so much lost, so much taken. As we walked through that war-torn land, no one said a word.
Not a word, chat. No one said a fucking word. Can you believe that? Insolent fools. But Varner, what do you mean? The money to play the game is insane. Because spoilers and then spoilers, and when spoilers, then spoilers. Basically that. Lord could really appreciate you, clarifying that for me. So yeah, the game is completely free to play up until the end of Heaven's Ward. And I would argue that up until the end of Heaven's Ward, you have so much content. And also, if I'm not mistaken, you only need to buy Endwalker in order to actually play the game, right? Oh, you're talking about the $15 a month to sub. I mean, that's sort of bog standard for a lot of MMOs, so sadly. But remember, Werner, even up until level 70, it is free. You don't have to pay the sub or anything. You can just play. I think. I don't think you have to be subbed for... It's only once you want to go past Heaven's Ward that you have to start subbing $15 a month in order to play. Alright, bro, say 2. Yes, this is far enough. Ere we proceed further, I should speak of Yansia and what became of her, of what lies beyond that great wall at the heart of Doma. And we should be glad to hear it. But it is wise for us to have this conversation here on the road out in the open. Once, your caution would be warranted, but no longer. Xenos did not linger after he crushed the rebellion. He appointed Yotsuyu to act in his stead and quit these lands for fresh sport. The acting viceroy was no less merciless than her master. Without warning, her men would march into villages in search for radical elements, killing and torturing any who dared resist. And then, as quickly as it came, they left. Satisfied that the memory of the purges would keep the people in line, she relaxed her grip on Yansia. What need for the leash when the dog is broken? The village of Namai lies to the west. Though I doubt the Imperials are present, let us proceed with caution. Alright, let's do this. A hooker is more expensive. I mean, to be fair, a hooker can suck your dick. In FF14, you can only get to pretend like something's sucking your dick. So, are we really going to start comparing the payments of sub prices to hookers? I don't know if that's necessarily a fair comparison, either to the hookers or the game. Really, it's up to you to decide, though. Type of player that games a game 500 plus hours, like my Destiny is on 1,000 hours. This game will give you, dude, way more than that. They guaranteed way more. There are so many things in this game to do. It does suck your tears out. That is true. I would say, in order to finish everything in this game, you're most likely looking at 5,000 plus hours, if not more. I fucking know what am I might even be undershooting that. Too bored, we'll watch clips soon. Just give me a second. Once we start looking at things, people usually come up with more things they want me to watch. And I still want to do a bit of MSQ. There she is. The humble village of Namai. How delicious her rice. How sweet her persimmons. Baron Zeus, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Too long has it been since I saw her with my own eyes. And for a mercy, the Imperials appear to be absent. Let no man claim that I am reckless. Prudence has ever been my watchword. Accolon, venture closer if you would, and confirm that there are no soldiers lurking about. Alright. I love the music here. Alright, I'm not seeing any soldiers. All's well that ends well. And that's grinding it. I've played 8 hours and still have stuff to do, but I don't know life it.
We may be in luck. I don't see a single Imperial soldier.
I also don't see people.
Then there is no need to remain hidden. Let us go and greet them as friends.
Tells you they're friends.
I'm going too.
This seems fucking ominous. Why, if all of us aren't going together, means things are about to get really bad here.
Good people of Namai, hearken to me. We come in peace and desire only information to learn of recent events.
Isn't that the general?
Oh, shit.
Lord Gorsetzer, can we preserve your right? He lives.
Yeah, they don't want him here.
I say, brothers and sisters, is aught amiss? Why do you regard me as one with a wild beast? Why is there fear in your eyes? Why do you tremble so? Ah, but of course, you fear me a vengeful spirit of the dead. Rest assured, naught could be further from the truth. For am I not corporeal? Are my feet not firmly set upon the ground?
That's not why they fear you, dude.
What should we do? If they catch him here, you know what will happen.
Fuck.
Of all the times for him to turn up. Has the old fool lost his mind?
Dude, they are really broken. This is sad as fuck to see.
You! But why have you come here? What do you want from us?
I know not who you are to speak thus to your elders, boy, but mine only desire is to be received with the hospitality owed a humble traveler, not the fear and trepidation one might afford a wrathful shade.
What? What you going on about? Actually, never mind. Just come with me, now.
Yotsu truly broke these people, dude. They're so afraid of what might happen to them. They do not. My guy knows it. Like, my guy finally for once fucking knows more than the rest of the people. I think I'm getting smarter. Like, somehow during the off times when I'm not streaming, my guy's reading books or something. Because when I started playing this game, my dude was by far one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. So I do think he's doing a bit of light reading in his spare time. I don't know who you people think you are, but do you have any idea what would happen to us if you were found in our village? Again, you address us with unwarranted spite. I have let your impropriety pass until now, but no longer. Who are you, boy, to speak to me thus? Know you not who I am? I am Is of Namai, a farmer, like my father before me and his father before him. I wouldn't expect a man like you to know who I am, but I know you. We all do. Lord Kyan's retainer and leader of the rebellion, Gosetsu, notorious fugitive, wanted, dead or alive by the Empire. Is that what this is all about? I am hardly the first man to earn the ire of the Empire, nor will I be the last. Was not Namai home to brave and true warriors who fought beneath our banner for king and country? They fought and they died, every last one. And then the Imperials came looking for more because of them. They were this close to killing us all, to burning our village to the ground. We've only just begun to enjoy some semblance of peace. Never again. Never again, do you understand? We've had enough of you and yours. Whatever it is you're plotting, leave us out of it. Impassioned as his pleas may be, surely he must know that I cannot leave things as they are. But for now, I shall respect his wishes. We must continue on towards our final destination, the House of the Fierce, proud headquarters of the Doman Liberation Front. There is a secret entrance to the north of Namai, by way of a small spring. Come, I will show you. Dragonflight has taken some hits to the head, yes? It's made him smarter for some reason. Like, God knows why, but he seems to be a bit smarter now. Alright, so now... I really do feel sorry for these people. Oh my god, Crickets. Just standing there with your fucking no armor. Alright, let's see where this thing takes us. But we're not ERPing. Calm the fuck down. Oh, secret entrance. Swim. I like it. Their home is going to be fucked, isn't it? This way, this way. We must dive into the water. Have no fear, Accolon. It is but a short distance. You need not hold your breath for long. How do I dive again? How do you dive again? Can someone tell me? I forgot. Oh yeah, control space. Okay, never mind. I've got it. Alright. Oh, right mouse and W. I've tried right mouse and W. That doesn't seem to work. Need Endwalker to play Samurai class? I'm not entirely sure. You probably do. No, not Endwalker. Samurai is in Stormblood, so you would need Stormblood. But then you may as well just buy fucking Endwalker and be done with it. Alright. How invigorating. Congratulations, my friends. You are come to the House of the Fierce. Alright, here we go. And you are? You are Accolon Lacronium, are you not? We were told of your coming. Heroes of Eorzea, we of the Doman Liberation Front are honored to receive you. If you would be so good as to follow me. Can't wait to see this House of the Fierce. There's not many of them left. Why is this place falling apart? Their ether crystal is fucked.
This is the House of the Fears. But there are so few of them.
You and me both.
Many kindred spirits remain in hiding following the rebellion. Many others gave their lives for their nation. We are the stubborn remainder. Even accounting for our comrades in the field, we are at a fraction of our former strength, 'tis true. Yet we few are patriots. Brothers in arms, prepared to fight with every fiber of our being to set our people free.
There you go. Rile us up, bro.
Ever are we hopeful that others will join our cause, but never did I dream that you would journey so far.
Oh, Yugiri.
Yugiri!
She's
God,
back,
it's good to
bro.
see you. You look great, by the way.
Aston, how you doing,
Have
brother?
been here long?
I returned but recently, having concluded my mission. Oh, it is good to see you again, my friends.
Did I hear aright? Your mission is concluded? Then you have found the young master.
Ere we speak of that, I would know by what fortuitous circumstance our friends came to be here.
We're on a liberation mission, Yugiri. That's all you need to know.
The Empire's crimes are all too familiar. Lys, my heart goes out to your people.
We wanted to stay and fight, believe me, but we knew it wouldn't work. We needed more time to rebuild, and more allies to stand with us against the Empire.
Let's go fucking kick some
So we
Empire
decided
ass!
to come here and help you free Doma. To show everyone that you're not alone, and that the Garleans can be beaten if we work together. I'd like to think we proved that in the Ruby Sea.
That you did, Lys, and far more besides. Needless to say, your assistance would be most welcome.
Then we will offer it gladly,
Here,
Yugiri.
here. Now then, Yugiri, you must tell me of your search for our master.
I'll answer you now, Aston.
Lest you wonder, he speaks of Lord Hien, son of Lord Cayenne, who perished during the rebellion. When it became clear that all hope of victory had gone, Lord Hien bade us deliver as many of our people as we could to safety beyond our borders. But as his father's heir, he was determined to fight on, and so he did, until he suffered a grievous wound in battle and vanished without a trace. Until now. For I have found Lord Hien, seen and spoken with him, on the Azim steppe.
O boundless and merciful Kami, the young master lives. Tell me, was he well? Did his wound yet ail him? Where is he now?
He lost the will to fight, didn't he?
You may take comfort in the knowledge that he is hale and whole. However, when I invited him to return with me to Doma, he had this to say. If Doma yet thirsts for the blood of patriots and tyrants, I shall offer unto her my blade. But if she has had her fill of bitter draughts, I shall offer unto her conquerors my head.
Whoa.
Thrice did I declare to him that no true son or daughter of Doma would ever accept such a sacrifice. But for all my passion, he would not be swayed. Learn the truth of her heart and return to me, he said. And so I left him.
The words of one made to wear the mantle of leadership too soon. Yet there is wisdom in them all the same. If the people no longer yearn to be free, it would be folly to rekindle the fires of war.
To suffer our master, to surrender his life and forsake all hope of freedom is by far the greater folly. I will not go to face my fallen comrades having done naught to stop it.
Nor I, Shadow Walker, nor I. But we need not rouse our comrades to battle this day. Let us instead welcome our honored guests and allow them a moment of respite.
No, let's continue. What the fuck, dude? Let's continue this conversation. This is riveting stuff. Fuck. These like the dialogue always ends too soon. Like I just get into it and then they go, nope, you've seen enough. Wait a bit. Doma, how about an uprising and free all titties? The titties are already free. What are you talking about? They called you to a break. Well, all right. So, Aston, my PC specs are as follows: AMD 5900X, 3080, gigabyte, I think. That's the only one I could find at the time. 1000 watt PSU, 2 M.2 drives, one Gen 4, one Gen 3, two. The one is a 2 terabyte. The Gen 3 is the Gen 4 is a 2 terabyte. The Gen 3 is a 1 terabyte. Yeah, 1.5 terabyte, I think. Then I have a couple of SSDs, just I think 2 terabyte each, and then 2 normal hard drives. That's 64 gigs of RAM. I have 2 M.2s. One is 2 terabytes and the other one is 1.5, I think. Adelia, how you doing? I mean, I saved up quite a long time for this PC to build it up. I build a new PC once every 4 or 5 years. I sort of save up in between that time. As you can see, they went to great lengths to disable the Aetheryte. Apparently, in the twilight days of the rebellion, they feared that Xenos would be willing to risk sending unattuned conscripts. That said, it is hardly irreversible. They have the necessary materials. It would be a challenge to repair it alone, but mayhap with my brother's help. Alright, so we're gonna go get Alphino soon. Setting up, not cheap. No, also I don't like building PCs. I don't make that much fucking money that I can just build a PC with 1 month's salary, you know? There'd be no way for that to happen. You should hear this, Akalon. He was just telling me about Xenos and the rebellion. It shows in your uploads. Quality streams though, it shows in your uploads. I hope so. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Kovad. What you have to understand is that this is not a simple matter of numbers. The bulk of the 11th never even took the field. It was Xenos' stratagems that won the war. They were unlike anything we had ever seen. His formations were unorthodox, bewildering. We honestly thought we had him on the back foot. One moment we were pressing home our advantage. The next we were surrounded at his mercy. And then he stood before us, his cornered prey, alone and unarmed. He beckoned us to come forward and fight for our lives. Oh. One by one, my comrades charged. Fearless and unflinching, he would dance amidst their blades for a time, and then draw close, as if to embrace. One after another, he made us watch. Do you understand? He made us watch. What kind of monster enjoys killing people? I do not think there was any joy in it, nor justice, nor morality, nor meaning. To him, the weight of one life is no different from that of 1,000. A challenge had been issued and was accepted. But on finding us no challenge at all, his objective changed. There were tales of Imperial soldiers being flayed for slaughtering families, for breaking brave men's spirits. Only later did I come to understand why. He did not desire obedience. He desired hate, and men consumed by it. A new battle, a new enemy, a new challenge. The hunt, I am told he called it. A hunt without end. Dude. Holy fuck. If I thought Yotsuyu was evil, this guy is even worse. Like, he's just doing all of this to, what? Find a challenge. Bad gamer, I would probably not mind uploading, like, or upgrading my PC in longer spans of time. The problem is, as a streamer, there comes a point where the games you play become so taxing on your system that you can't play the games anymore whilst also streaming. So that's why I upgraded my last PC. I was fairly happy with my last PC. It was doing the job just fine. But whenever we would play anything other than World of Warcraft, the PC would fucking suffer to run both the stream and the game. Xenos is the gay version of Yotsuyu, so that's step on me please boy, and Yotsuyu is step on me please girl. And when all our best lay dead and broken, he left. He left muttering that we had bored him. But our weapons, at least, held his interest. For he took a fallen samurai's sword, having grown fond of it. Since that day, he has ever wielded far eastern blades. He is said to be fascinated by ones with storied histories, and so soldiers who seek to curry his favor often present those of defeated enemies as gift. That's why she was so interested in the blade earlier. The thing that blows my mind, chat, about FF14 is it's like nothing in the story seems to ever be done for cool factor and cool factor alone. So the way to describe this, the way to explain this is, if you come from a World of Warcraft background like I have, almost every World of Warcraft player will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that oftentimes things in World of Warcraft is done purely for cool sake. So this is a cool thing to do right now. It's going to be like really awesome to see this happen in a cinematic. And, well, then we'll just kind of forget about it, or we won't ever really explain it, or if we're ever going to explain it, it's going to be years and months and decades later, and we're probably going to change it later on. So it's sort of like whatever is cool and can really make a cool moment right now is prioritized over whatever makes sense. The base example I have of this is the burning of Teldrassil. Very cool moment. It looked cool in a cinematic. The problem was with the follow-up. Because everything that followed from that moment forward, it was very clear that they did not plan further than the burning of the tree. Because they clearly wanted to redeem Sylvanas. They wanted Sylvanas to be like a hero again. But you don't redeem someone that is that bad. Like, someone who committed genocide can't be redeemed. That's a step too far. It would be, and I haven't seen it yet, maybe they managed to do it. But right now, based on the Yotsuyu that I have met in this game, I do not see how Yotsuyu reaches redemption. Unless they can show that everything that Yotsuyu have done was actually for the Doman people. So I had this weird speculation theory when we first met Yotsuyu, where I said, what if she's trying to rile the Domans up? So she is using this sort of unobstructed evil to rile up the Domans, and she never sees them being riled up. She never sees them actually getting angry, and that annoys her, right? The entire strong, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That would be something that would make sense to me. If they described it that way and they made it make sense, that could work. But overall, someone like Yotsuyu can't really be redeemed. Her evil is beyond the pale of what people would consider or accept as redeemable. It's just funny to me that even the smallest things, so in literally a cinematic just earlier, like 10 minutes earlier, we saw a cinematic of Yotsuyu killing a bunch of turtle boys and then looking down at a sword on the ground, a samurai sword, and suddenly getting this idea of perhaps this is not too bad when she saw the sword. What was the purpose of the sword? Why was she focusing on the sword? Well, it's a treasure, but what makes it important? And then they just say, Xenos, the lord that she serves here, is fond of these blades. He only fights with these blades. So she giving him this most noble of samurai swords from the Kojin, right? I think it's the Kojin. The turtle boys are called Kojin, right? This is going to mean something, and she's going to get even greater favor from him for giving him that blade. This is not something that you have to explain, is it? You could just have left it. It could just have been a sword and no one even cares. But they take so... They're so painstakingly careful to ensure that every element of the story is answered when the answers has to be given. Obviously, there are questions that is created that only gets answered later on, but in this instance, a lot of the answers that you need right now for the story to make sense, like it's actually bonkers the more I think about it, because as a director for this story, you not only have to make sure that everything makes sense, but you have to make sure that things make sense when they need to make sense. Like, you have to start thinking about this in terms of, if you were writing this story, you can't just give people all of the answers up front, because then there's no mystery. But if you don't give people the answers when the answers is necessary, the mystery means nothing, because the mystery becomes unbelievable. And again, we can go back here to World of Warcraft as the prime example of this. If the book Shadowlands released prior to the launch of Shadowlands, the expansion of Shadowlands would have hit very differently. The problem was it didn't. The book Shadowlands launched at the end, so it was basically trying to retroactively explain something that had already taken place. Players were already confused by a number of things within the Shadowlands. Explaining that after the fact doesn't make a good story. It just means that now players go, oh my fuck. So, you know, whatever. This should have been given to me way beforehand. So Yoshi P and his team, and I'm sure Ishikawa probably has a lot to do with this as well, that they basically know they have to keep track of every single story hook that they've created. Then they have to make sure that you have the relevant information before a relevant story hook comes up, but not so early that it kind of destroys any sort of reason to want to keep playing. Dude, that's fucking insane. It's insane. Wait, let me just quickly see this club. But you don't redeem someone that is that bad. Like, someone who committed genocide can't be redeemed. That's a step too far. Agreed. So we're basically keeping this. You want me to remember this for a future point in the story. All right, we'll keep it on Reddit. Keep it safe and sound, so that we can look back at this when the time is relevant. All right. I don't know. My mind is blown every single time I see small things like that. And I realize for a lot of players, this isn't even going to matter. Like, a lot of players can be like, dude, just fucking enjoy the story. But as someone that have spent most of my life playing RPGs, loving stories in video games, really getting sucked into video games like no other media can do. I am of the opinion that the greatest media to date in the existence of man to tell stories through is video games. I believe they're better than books, better than movies, better than series. And the reason for it is a game can be a book in motion. The same amount of detail that you can put in a book, you can put in a game. And you can do it really well. So for me, games is like the ultimate way of telling stories. And I love that. And to see the way that they carefully weave this just tapestry of a story together without missteps. Like, there's no missteps. There's not a single point so far in all of the years of content I've already played where I looked and said, oh, that did not make sense. Fuck, that really didn't work. Not a single time. Every single time there's been a question, every single time there's been a hook, I have understood exactly what has happened. There are moments where I go, wait, what just happened? And then it's explained like 5 minutes later. Or sometimes it's explained like a couple of patches later. Right? There's never a point where something huge have happened and I have gone, why did that just happen? And then I never get the answer to why the fuck this has happened. Just never. The site you will see, the site you will see. I'm looking forward to it. Final Fantasy is awesome, and Ishikawa is a goddess. Akamon, also hello and good evening. Grand Nagas, how you doing, brother? The Witcher, Hearts of Stone, best story ever made. I can agree with that. Hearts of Stone is absolutely incredible. I'm literally waiting for The Witcher, the remake of The Witcher, you know, the PS5 and Xbox Series X version, so that I can play it again. And Charizard retcons is fine. I haven't really gotten a retcon yet in FF14, but retcons are perfectly acceptable in MMOs. The question is, how do you deal with a retcon? Do you approach the retcon carefully to make it as unretcon-y as humanly possible, or do you just willy-nilly dive into it, you know? Wow, just blows my mind in that idea that it's not story focused. For me, story is a huge part of gaming experience. The fact that that's lacking in WoW feels wrong. Not all games need a story, bad gamer. You can absolutely have games that have no story, and that's fine, right? Or you can have games where the story really is second rate to the gameplay. Again, that is fine. But you have to make that decision beforehand. Games like Call of Duty, you know, Battlefield, they've made that decision. Story for them is not important. They will add a sort of story mission just so people get an idea of where they're fighting right now and why they're fighting right now. But the story really is just to enable the gameplay and enable the location in which the gameplay is taking place. The story is not important for the game to work. Whereas, you know, another good example of this would be Mortal Kombat and the sort of universe of the Mortal Kombat IP. The story in Mortal Kombat simply serves as a way to explain why these people are fighting the whole time. The story itself is not the be-all and end-all of the game. And MMOs can work the same way. You don't have to focus on story, but then you have to make that decision ahead of time and make sure, right? I can't think of any egregious retcons that we can speak of now in front of Akko. They're mostly minor. Well, let's just wait and see. Architect, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyways, I just wanted to share with you guys how blown away I am by just the sheer story here. FF14 Ower, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Final Fantasy 14 excels in diligent connecting older stuff and making it fit into the new or retcon. And when they decide to change something, to look on what they have and threads they left and which they can use for the purpose of making it make sense. So far, I get the same feeling. It's just careful planning. That's really all that's important, is to carefully plan your next step. All right, let's see here. It's like it's all a game to him. People are suffering, dying, and he's collecting swords? There must be a reason for the swords that he's collecting, no? I feel a lot of problems that stem from WoW's presentation in its story, from my perspective, is how everything is tied behind raiding for the big story moments. It feels like you're bottlenecking how story enjoyers can interact with your game for the content they want. The hentai strang, so this is actually a thing that I spoke about years ago already, where I sort of said that Blizzard should... So this is before I even played Final Fantasy XIV. I said that Blizzard should stop putting the story of the game into the raids. I even said they should have the raids be their own stories that does not really tie into the rest of the story, because not everyone cares about raids. Not everyone wants to wait until the next raid or the end of the raid before they can see the story. And also, having the story be told through the raid makes it very weird most of the time. Right? Especially in a new playthrough, because you don't have to do the raids in a new playthrough, so you don't actually see the story towards the end of it. And then you come to Final Fantasy XIV and you realize that, so the Alexander raid, for example, the Alexander raid is a story in and of itself. It exists completely on its own. And while it does provide a number of hooks into the main storyline, it is not the main storyline. It is the story of the Alexander raid. The same goes for the Ark, the Alliance raid. Again, a story in and of itself. It has hooks to bigger events that will take place, I'm sure, in FF14, but at its core, it is its own story. The MSQ is its own thing. It does its own thing. And more often than not, it feels like the trials are more closely connected to the MSQ part. So most trials are MSQ trials, but also most trials can be done by literally anyone. On normal, trials really aren't hard. So anyone can do a trial. Dungeons are very closely related to the MSQ, but the raids is its own thing. So it really is. It's this thing I've said Blizzard needs to learn for so long. Make content for the people that would actually play the content. The vast majority of raiders in video games don't give a fuck about story. What they care about is killing bosses and finishing puzzles with their friends. This is why they play video games. The vast majority of people that care about story don't necessarily care about raids and doing puzzles with their friends. They just want good stories. So when you put story into the raid for the people that care about story, this means that they are now forced to do content that they don't necessarily care to do. But when you have the raid be its own story, then the people who do care about story can choose whether or not they want to see the story of that raid, or if they just want to leave it because they don't want to raid. FF14 makes the raids relevant to the MSQ, but they explain the importance of the MSQ for those who don't raid, which is the key. Usually 3 trials in MSQ, then 3 for side quests. Many of 14's trials are starting to become side stories themselves, like the Warring Triad from Heavensward. The Warring Triad is, by the way, one of my favorite trials series, sort of in and of itself. And even with that, the story is normal difficulty raids, things most people can do. Raiders there is Savage, Extreme, and Ultimates. Yeah, it's sort of like it doesn't really track across video games because of the difficulty settings and how Final Fantasy approaches the difficulty settings of their game, where normal truly is a normal that almost anyone can fucking do. There's not much that's hard about normal raids. Whereas in World of Warcraft, normals, if you're just someone doing it with a pug, normals can oftentimes take a long time to clear with a pug. The raids are self-contained stories, kind of a parallel track, and importantly, you get all the stories you need from the normal version of the raid. The Savage raids are explicitly non-canon in universe. You all have Echo on a tangent again. Well, this is what chat does. We'll be busy streaming, having a good time, we're seeing the story, and then chat diverts my attention, and now we're talking about other things for the next fucking 2 hours. My screen time, Lease gets all expansion. I don't know why people hate Lise so much, I'm going to be honest. So far, I've enjoyed the story of Lise. The times we see her, I like the fact that they are focusing on her development, focusing on her finding herself, discovering who she is, outside of who she has pretended to be for such a long time. I'm really enjoying Lise. I like Lise. All right, let's see. We all feel the same, but my lady, you must understand. On the battlefield, reasons do not matter. The victor is not the just,
Funnily enough,
but the strong.
The ultimate Alexander raid took a while to clear because they failed to pay attention to the story of Alexander. They needed to datamine to realize how to clear it.
So if they understood the story, it wouldn't have taken them this long. Nothing against Lise here. We've just been staring at her for 15 minutes straight and she doesn't blink. I personally don't like her for most of Stormblood because they set her up to be a different character than what was delivered. Well, I'm probably gonna have to still see that. A lot of Lisa's hatred is personal opinion. Not everyone agrees. Maybe we'll talk about Lise and sort of her development once we get to the end of it and we can see the fullness of it, right? The victor is not the just, but the strong, and the strong become the hero of the tale. We were not strong enough. It is not sufficient to be right, to be just. Without strength, our path has but one end. Wide-eyed kid, and people don't think she really fits into the story being told, but my counter to that is that she doesn't, and the people around her acknowledge she's still naive. Her development is sort of the point of the story. Well, Tacitus, that's literally my point as well. So, Lise have pretended to be Yida effectively for her whole adult life. She has pretended to be Yida, hoping no one would know. Then she finally makes this decision that, hey, I can't be Yida anymore. I have to be Lise. I have to be who I am. Well, if you've spent 4, 5, 6, 7 years pretending to be someone else, acting on every impulse as your sister would have, not acting as you would have, when to everything that you respond as your sister would have responded, not as how you would respond. You have very little development within your character. You are effectively, you're stunted. So if she became her sister at the age of 18, she is stunted at the age of 18. Now she's becoming herself again. She has to discover who she, Lise, is. That's why I've actually enjoyed the story. Alright, let's hear what Gosetsu has to say. Mayhap a brief respite is in order. Were I 20 years younger, these wounds would not warrant a second glance. Alas, no samurai has the strength to defeat that villain, old age. But what say you to the heroes of the fierce, to the House of the Fierce? Compared to your rising stones, I concede it may seem somewhat lacking. But it has been a haven these past 10 years to all who would set Doma free. Regrettably, our efforts in that time have come to little and less. The problem here is not just that, she relied on Papalimo to be the one who paired up with, so that that is another mentor and partner. Nightlight also, she basically gave all of the thinking to him. She didn't have to think, she just did whatever the fuck he told her. The problem here is she behaves as ARR Alfie, who just arrived and has no clue, and not as someone who pretended someone else who has been part of things, but was part of things. But you also have to understand, like what we just said there. Lise wasn't really part of things. Papalimo made the decisions. She simply went wherever he pointed. It's actually made so clear throughout the whole of ARR thinking back to it. Because one of the reasons I enjoyed Yida so much is the fact that Yida asks no questions. Like, Papalimo says punch and she punches. That's it. Right? And I kind of enjoyed that because it is sort of that I don't ask questions, I don't give a fuck, I just hit things. And more often than not, you would actually hear that she would say things and Papalymo would be like, no, I told you this is and this and this and this and this and this. So it's clear she wasn't even listening. She is just acting on impulse. He says punch, I punch. He says don't punch, I don't punch. That's it. Right? So she wasn't really part of things. She is now for the first time taking sort of the lead role, if you will. One thing you also have to look at is you have to view Lise as a refugee girl. She wants to be that metaphorical hero that most people who are refugees in real life wish to be or have. I have seen people who actually love Lise because she represents those types of people. Thank you very much for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate you being here. The rating of your Unreal 5 avatar for VTubing is amazing. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we have like 20 pieces set up to do it. Yes, people for some reason don't like over silly or over smart characters. Like some people don't like Oriange. Oriange is pretty cool to me. Although reading Oriange's text is fucking impossible.
It took them 4 days to clear Alexander Ultimate because they didn't know about the cat was an ally. So they missed a buff.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. But for example, when she comes to the village and is surprised they gave up, she reacted as if this was the first time she saw things like this, while she was working with the resistance and refugees. So she would see people things like this before. True, although I would say, if you're talking about these people in Doma, this is another level of giving up, right? Paranoid, how you doing, brother? When the Emperor died, we were so sure the hour of our liberation was at hand. But Xenos soon put paid to that, with the aid of Yotsu and the secret she sold. So Yotsu sold them out. Oh, the one on Lamigo. I would again say the one on Alamigo is also pretty special because, again, those people didn't just give up. They completely surrendered themselves almost. That could be why they wanted to write it that way. Didn't she leave Alamigo when she was 5? So she did leave, and it was the first time she saw it. Zone, you go with her too, with the dude? Akon, I do hope you have taken this opportunity to rest and recover. Yeah. Sure, I've been talking to chat here, Yugiri. It is well that you spoke with one of the survivors of that massacre. To defeat one's foe, one must first understand his true nature. As the Alamegan resistance has struggled, so too has the Doman Liberation Front. More so, perhaps, given the precarious position in which we find ourselves in the wake of our doomed rebellion. We are few, and our enemies legion. We are weak, and they strong. Yet with your help, I believe that there is little we cannot achieve. I only hope the depth of our predicament has not shaken your commitment to our cause. Never. Victory will be ours. No, I relish the challenge. Not so long as I can expect a suitably generous reward. I think part of Lisa's reaction is her expectation. I just dislike Lisa because her voice is... Wait, really? I think Lisa's voice is pretty cool. Wait a second, year over. She was working with the refugees in 1.0 after she became Yida, and then as well in the 5 years in between and spent Heavensward with the Resistance. She would have seen countless people that gave up completely. But the people from Alamigo don't actually give up. The Alamegan people from Eorzea, from on the other side of the wall, they want their homeland back. They've not really given up. Whereas the people on the other side of the wall, they have all but given up. So much so that they've actually started accepting their sort of predicament. Like, they've started to accept it as if we deserve this. So that would have been the first thing she ever realized. The people from Little Alamigo, they actually want to fight. Yeah, but many is not all. Remember, if you go to that village in Alamigo, you don't see some have given up. Almost all of them have given up. You know? So that is probably what struck her, is that she would have been okay with some people not being okay with fighting and some people being retired. What she couldn't understand was how every single one of those people had given up hope. Have just said, well, this is it. This is our suffer. You know, this is our toil. This is our lot in life. When they come, they kill us and it's fine. Twatikaki, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. How you doing, bro? You relish the thought of facing that monster again? But of course, the hero of Eorzea fears no foe. There you go, Yugiri. There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I fear fucking no one. Yugiri would have to like a word with you. That for Dola. Now then, I should be glad to discuss our next course of action. Though, now that I think on it, I myself have been away from Doma for some time, and even after my return, the search for Lord Hian commanded my full attention. Mayhap it would be to both our benefit if we were to see the reality of Doma for ourselves, for did my lord not bid me to learn the truth of her heart? Let us do this together, Akala. Let us go among the people and with our own eyes bear witness to their hardship. As a foreigner in these lands, your reputation does not precede you. Ower, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I subbed for a second month, but it didn't say anything. Is that an Android app thing, or did I miss it? It's not come through yet, Paranoid, but I really appreciate it. Sometimes the Android stuff can actually take a while. Paranoid. Like, I've had this a few times now where people go, dude, I subbed, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, I don't see a sub. And then like 5 or 10 minutes later, it comes through as a sub. So, do you want me to thank you now or wait for it to come through and thank you then? It is up to you, but I am thankful and grateful for the sub. I mean, you guys want to give me money, I'm fucking taking it. The Little Alamegans gave up on the city-states doing anything. Why did you think the Griffin managed to bring up so many people for the assault on Balzar's wall? People wanted to fight. Personally, and shake his damn hand. Paranoid, what's your address? Let's do this. Matey, how you doing, bro? Paranoid, by the way, thank you so much for the resub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your reputation does not precede you. Moreover, unlike Gusetu, I can accompany you without attracting unwanted attention. I'd like to join you, if that's all right. By all means, we should be glad for your company and your perspective. Thank God you're going to chat in crystalline conflict. I'd already be banned. Dude, why are you raging at the people in the CC? To use my money for hookers and blow? No, we're using the money. Tonight's money is all going to cucumbers, carrots, and condoms. So, you can figure out for yourself what those are going to be used for. Namaya is not far. I say we begin there. Gramey, thank you for the 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. No need. You don't need or eat any of those. Sus as fuck indeed, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Andy, how you doing, bro? Keep an eye on vitamin K count so you can fuck longer. No, keeping all those vegetables around so that in case you do get fucked, you have them on hand. Yeah, I will be leaving. Wait, really? You see, you can't just press W and down. That doesn't work. Alright, here we go. I wonder if we can help these people see the truth. Like, help them figure out what the fuck they need to do. Do you guys think we can? Like, I mean, in real life, would you be able to convince people that is this broken and sort of, shall we say, fucked? Do you think you can get people like that back from the edge and in fighting condition again? All right, here we go. Let's hear what Yuguri and Lise have to say. Ah, Aklon, I am glad to see that you too put thought into your garments, given the covert nature of our activities. What? I should think my reason's obvious. To enter the village while wearing the garb of a shinobi would be beyond reckless. We shall pose as traveling merchants, Aklon as our leader, and we as his assistants. Are there any objections? I'm not really the merchant type, but if you think this is the best way to go about it, I'll trust you. Was I supposed to wear different armor? You know what to do. The issue is they're too frightened to fight. Then without further ado, let us begin. Well, she doesn't seem to care that I'm wearing not well, I am wearing armor. Apparently, as the leader, I'm allowed to wear armor. I mean, yes, they take their food and they will revolt. Alright, Hunami. Weren't you the one who came with the general? No? I see. My mistake. It warms my heart to see traveling merchants in Amai again. Though the Imperials never sealed our borders, folks like you have taken to avoiding Yangxia ever since the rebellion. Unfortunately, that has only made it harder for us to survive. You may have noticed, but we lack for a great many things. It was not much better before, true, but it has only gotten worse. Alright, I'm already starting to see my job here is going to have to be doing quests in order to get them shit they need. So they can fucking fly right and save themselves again. You know how people work? A traveling merchant with meat, perchance? Better to know when I have so little coin. I feel your eyes upon me. You know not the Lupin? Surely you have not been long in Yangxia, else you would. For generations we served the lords of Doma, compassionate and wise as they were. But the memories of such times fade with every passing day, as others will tell you. Alright, Chingusa. You, a merchant? Forgive me my skepticism, but you strike me less a man of commerce and more a common sellsword. Give your best impression of Hancock. That does little to assuage my doubts, but if anything makes me clutch my coin purse tighter. What the fuck? I stand corrected. Such a warm and cordial nature you possess. I pray you forgive me my earlier rudeness. Holy shit. So you can actually make the wrong choice. Holy shit. Alright. It has been some time since the Viceroy came to our village to purge it of insurgents. Those who resisted suffered terribly, and those who did not fared little better. Is that the best model to follow? Hancock is, but isn't Hancock the merchant from, like, we first meet him when we come to, like, Kugani? That's Hancock, right? we who remain know better than to risk her ire. If the Imperials demand laborers, we comply. If they demand conscripts to send as soldiers to other provinces, we obey. Ours is a difficult life, with little in the way of luxuries. I know not what you sell, merchant, but I doubt that I, nor anyone else here, can afford it. Yeah, that is Hancock. So, I mean, it just makes sense that I would try to at least be him, I guess. Where the fuck is this last person that I have to talk to? Huh? Oh, up there. The guy everyone's freaked out with now. He randomly appears and behaves he's funny. Alright, Miyama. Foreign peddlers in Namai? Whatever it is you sell, I have no money to buy. Perhaps you should go elsewhere. Saying that, I know of no village in Yangxia that has fared any better. Paranoid, you bastard. Thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Directed you to the samurai lords of Monzon. Had they not all died in battle or in the purges? There is the Doman Enclave, of course, but that lies beyond the Daria Moon Gates. Needless to say, the Imperials are disinclined to let any but their own pass. Ex Cromwell, Ev Cromwell, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. She just said something about an enclave, a Doman enclave. Could we maybe use that, like, go to that enclave? There surely must be people there willing to fight. Let's see here. Drelleman, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. You guys are far too kind. Far too kind. I really appreciate each and every one of you. What have you learned? Well, I've learned most people here are broke as shit. And there's a gate. And there's a village beyond the gate. And that village might, like, be good off. Like, they might not be as shit. Lisa and I encountered much of the same. They have been pushed beyond the brink. I expected frustration and disillusionment, but not so much that they would come to question the wisdom of opposing Imperial rule in the first place. Unless we can convince them otherwise, I fear I cannot convince Lord Heian to return. And without him... Let us not yet lose hope. Though the situation in Amai is bleak, mayhap it is not so elsewhere. Are you grabbing the currents while you're going through on the stream, or just doing the MSQ? When I see a current, I'll pick it up, and when I fucking remember to actually click the button to look for the currents, I'll pick it up. Most of the time, I just go. Let us not yet lose hope. Alright. I wish to speak with others outside the village. Lisa and I will look for farmers in the paddies to the east, Akalon. I ask that you look to the south. Surely they cannot all have given in to despair. You're very hopeful, Lady Yugiri. 340 miles to the west. Alright, this is gonna be, what, through here? Now watch how I fucking can't go up there now, because this is gonna be wrong. No. Okay, I'm still going the right way, I think. Oh. Would you look at that? Excuse me, guys, I found a way through that big-ass gate. We don't need to go through that other one. Like, right here? Big asshole. The glittering basin. Alright, wait. Where to now? Northwest. What in the fuck? There's no way. Lies. All lies. You can't go there. Yep. I can't go there. How the fuck do I get up there? I know you answer, but I won't give up. Audiobooks wane. Gentlemen, what do you mean audiobooks wane? Are you asking me when I will start making audiobooks? King Julian, I prefer to search for it myself. Don't worry about it, dude. It could be... Ah, I think I know how. I think I know where I need to go. Let's see. Lore Squid, you bastard with the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. We're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We've got fucking gifted subs being handed out. Let me see some hearts. Gentlemen, like, if someone asks me to record an audiobook and they're willing to pay me, I will do it. Otherwise, what do you want from me? I think it's up here. It has to be, right? Thank you so much for all the hearts, people. Really appreciate that. Alright, so we're going southwest now. Yes, it's gonna be up here. Got it! Should remain southwest. Okay. Wow, look at this fucking view. Dude, holy shit. Wow. This is a fucking good view. Milady, how you doing? Malfurion's quest for Warcraft 3 custom campaign should be made canon. Malfurion is not a sub-bitch of Tyrande. Malfurion is a little bitch, bro. Forget about him. Malfurion proves that druids are shit. You may as well forget that Malfurion exists. They kind of tried with the War of Thorns. That cinematic was awesome. Yeah, you can see that they have a lot more resources to work with now. They're no longer limited to like 2 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, they can actually start taxing a couple of PCs. Alright, let's see what quests we have. I don't think we have any... Do we have quests already? That gives flying. Yes. You have doubtless already taken in the paddy fields that fill Namai. We rice farmers consider our paddies as children. They certainly require just as much attention. There is rarely a day we do not worry about pests or something else that might do our fields harm. If you would like to know more about life in our village, why don't you try helping us tend to our paddies? Speak with my husband, Ajeta. I know he will be glad for any help he can get. Is you playing FF14 again? Milady, of course. Like, I've not really taken a break from FF14. We've just been distracted. Which is not my fault. I blame chat. Chat is the ones that distracted me. I really wanted to play FF14, and then like chat was like, "Oh my god, did you see the new WoW stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, we can talk. We can talk about that." All right, here we go. Ajeta, you would like to have me tend my fields? That sounds fantastic to me. There aren't too many young folk left in the village, and rice farming is hard work, let me tell you. Firstly, I would have you remove the arrowheads from my field. It is a pesky weed that inhibits the growth of rice plants. Come speak with me again once you are done. Take Silver. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Illidan Maev is a good ship. It is like Malfurion in Tyrande. Only difference is that Illidan is not a bitch. Dude, I can guarantee you that Maev and Illidan probably did the fucky. They almost certainly. I mean, how long was Illidan imprisoned? It's entirely your fault. You let yourself be distracted, but it's your stream. Dude, I never let myself be distracted. Chat distracts me. I stream for chat. I see you've worked up quite a sweat. Thanks for helping. Now, Mai is actually a local term for the arrowhead. It does make you wonder just how thought naming a village after a weed was a good idea. Next, we need to deal with any pests that lurk in the paddies, although it will not be your job per se. We shall use the house sparrows I have trained for the task. I keep them in this bird cage. Please let them free near my paddy fields. Alright. YouTube videos are where I started with watching you. Glad I finally caught your stream. Take Silver, I'm very happy to have you here, bro. Thanks for the first time chat. And I hope that you will enjoy your time with us. Once they've all flown from the cage, clap your hands. I've trained them to recognize that as their signal to begin working. Fuck me and emotes, dude. Me and emotes. Right. So I'm gonna stand here. Release all of them. Use. Let them all fly out. And then I'm gonna clap like a bastard. Clap. Did I not fucking clap? Oh, for the love of all things that's fucking holy. I didn't target them. Good job. Illidan was never distracted from ending the Legion. He is a man of dedication, patience, and sheer fucking will. Well, you can be a man of patience and sheer fucking will and still have a good time every once in a while. You know, everyone needs a break. Thank you so much for all your help. I will not be needing to worry about the pests for the time being. I have told my wife to give you some compensation for your troubles. Go on ahead and talk to her. I still have work to take care of here. Dude, how can they give me any sort of gil? These people are broke as fuck. And now I'm going to be taking gil from them? This just feels wrong. How much gil is she giving me? Hello again. I do hope the work was not too hard on you. It is not an easy job, but the sense of satisfaction when you are able to taste the very rice you have reaped. Words do not do the sensation justice. Harvest is still a long way off, but we are ready to put in the work. All we need is a little help from the weather and things will be fine. Oh my, I almost forgot. Here is your payment for today. Dude, 915. That could probably last them at least like a month or two. Go back to his hut and let his wife reward you. Oh yeah, Cask, on her knees. Kind of reward I like. What is the something smells quest? Let's see. Wait, how the fuck am I? Oh, I'm a bit lost here. There we go. Build a school. What? Why? Why do they need a school? What are you talking about, Pat Gamer? It's not like these people are, like, illiterate. They're just being, like, fucked. Oh my god, it's gonna be down, isn't it? Wait, where the hell? Yeah, okay. It is down. I love the fact that you can't die from falling unless you're in combat. Alright, do you have a quest? Yep. Because I hope you enjoy foul odors. Hello there, traveler. I require your help if you have the time. While I belong to the Roman Liberation Front, I am also a proud resident of Namai with my own responsibilities to the village. I have been told to guard this spring, and under no circumstances am I to leave my post. However, there is another job related to the village I need to take care of. I was hoping you might do it in my stead. Here, take this liquid and sprinkle it around the area over there. You have my thanks. Good fucking lord, man. I have to do this 6 times all over the zone. Wow. Alright. This guy's not fucking around. So you guys don't think that Illidan should go after the love of his life, which would be Tyrande in this instance? Remember, he did love Tyrande. You don't think that would be a better use of his time? Alright, I'm assuming we can go here and then sprinkle that. Over here. Up there. Tyrande isn't worth it in my opinion, but he loves her, bro. I think Tyrande made a choice and he couldn't accept that. That ain't healthy, man. No, but, you know. Tyrande was a bitch, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember at the end of Legion, Illidan gives you 3 letters to take. One of it's to Malfurion, the other one is to Tyrande, and I can't fucking remember who the third one was to. Who was the third letter to? I can't remember, but when you give the letter to Tyrande, after everything that Illidan had done, she basically goes, well, fuck him. It's like, bro, did you not... Do you just not give a fuck? All the work that this guy has put into saving Azeroth, and you just don't give a shit. Stormblood, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's so horrible. Ludes, how you doing, brother? Yeah, she's mean as shit. She is mean as shit. She reminds me of like one of those girls that wants guys to simp to her, and guys who think that that's gonna work. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she's in love with Malfurion, which is sad because of the 2 brothers. I think most people would agree Illidan is cooler, but hey, you know, what are you gonna fucking do? Thanks for the first time chat, by the way, Dornblatt. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, bro. All right, that's done. Now we can, before we go back to that quest, though. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you... I mounted before I finished it. Alright. Glad to see you enjoying FF14. Been my main MMO since 1.0 beta. Holy shit. So you've been playing it for a long time. To be fair, I'm only now trying it out. And yes, I am in love with it. But you guys have a pretty good MMO here. Not gonna lie. Wait, where's the next? South. Oh, basically where we're headed. What a coinkydink. That is really helpful. Alright, let's go collect this thing first, and then... Ilmayev, they are both dedicated to do the best for their people, no matter the cost, both shunned by their love, who chose their rival, and they are approximately the same age. I mean, it is a ship made in heaven. But no, I think... I mean, I've said this so many times in videos, and so far, everything I've played in FF14 have not swayed me one bit. Where the fuck is this? Could it be underwater? Could these things ever be underwater? Northwest. Oh, there we go. There we go. I've not been swayed yet, even into Stormblood now. I think Final Fantasy XIV is the peak of what MMOs should be. fuck you, bro. I've got fucking triple cost now. What you gonna do, bitch? Will you check out the new single player elements they added for the beginning of the dungeons? I have not checked it out yet, but I would be happy to check it out, yes. Of course, I'm so far away from being able to even check that shit out that right now I don't think that would be worth. Alright, we've got another, but I will definitely be checking it out later on. Just at the hottest female WoW character tier list. I have contemplated it for hours. Tashiki, link that shit on Discord. Let's see what we can do with it. Oh, here we go. Music just started up. 244 moms to the west. No, was that to the south or west? Southeast. Alright, so fuck. I need to get up here. This is going to be inside this, and I can only get inside this if I'm... No, these doors are fucking open. Here we go. Castrum Fluminous. Fluminous. What up, you Castrum bastards? Dungeons are different now. We are gonna... I will taste it out at some point, but I have to... Like, I would at least like it if I could get to Endwalker, you know? Before I start tasting out sort of the new stuff being added. Because that way, when they finally add even more new things... I'm able to actually fucking taste that shit out. You know, I'm actually able to taste things out as they're current, rather than constantly being behind. And then I can also start watching the producer live laters, which currently I can't fucking do. So you might wait until they implement it for Heavensward and beyond, so it's a smooth transition. Probably, like, once we get to max level, northwest, I'm not going to be able to get through that gate, am I? Once we get to, like, max level, I'm probably going to do New Game Plus, which will allow me to try all of those things. At least I hope. Tizzy? Alright, so what do you mean you don't know how to get into FF lore? This is almost certainly in the water. Yeah, this has to be in the water, right? Because it wants me to go northwest. Or maybe not. Maybe it's on that little island thing. We'll see now. So, yeah. Toxic Meme Rat is correct there. There is no such thing as FF lore. There's an FF universe, but every single FF game has its own lore, its own story that it tells, and the only time there is any sort of real crossover is sort of in Easter eggs. So they'll do Easter egg appearances and stuff like that, but they won't do you don't need to play like any of the previous FF games in order to get the lore. So Final Fantasy XIV, the lore for Final Fantasy XIV is the lore for Final Fantasy XIV. This is FF14. I don't know the FF1 to 13 lore. Yeah, but there is no FF1 to FF13 lore. The Lightning, how you doing, brother? Alright, so Tizzy, there is no lore. You need to look at every single FF game in its completely its own thing. The only thing that's the same in FF games is that they all are called Final Fantasy, but there's no link or connection to them. They do Easter eggs, so the characters will have the same name, but in no games will the characters even be the same. So Sid, for example, in this game is in a lot of other games, but in every other game, Sid is another character. So they basically use the same names for characters, and they'll use sort of some of the same tropes, and they'll have sort of hidden little things from different games. But every single game is basically a movie on its own. It may as well be a different name that they give it. They just stuck with Final Fantasy, and to my mind, it's cool. And I know this is not actually what it means, but in my mind, this is what it means. Final Fantasy, because every game is the Final Fantasy of that game. And I know that's not actually why they did it, but in my mind, that's why they did it. Yeah, so in order to get the lore from Final Fantasy XIV, and this is going to break your brain, Tizzy, because you're a WoW player, and I realize that you don't... Like, this is not going to make sense to you. So before I even start with this, if you are a WoW player, I need you to sit the fuck down right now. Dawnblatt, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But all WoW players right now, can we get some hearts in chat for Dawnblatt? Come on, chat. You know the rules. You know the rules. 5 of you have literally just received subs. More money, more happiness for everyone, well, for me. But, you know, you get the idea. Pretend like you're happy to. Give me some hearts and fucking chat, right? I really appreciate the 5 community subs, dude. So all WoW players, I need you to sit the fuck down. Just this is going to be hard to hear. Also for Final Fantasy players, like this might be unique to you as well. But Final Fantasy has a story, obviously. That should not be a surprise to anyone. The story in Final Fantasy is vast, it's intricate, it's difficult. It goes over so many years of expansions and stories and interwoven into one another. It's really fucking, like, it's a really expansive story. Now, in order to understand this story, to know the story of FF14, and this is where we get into the scary stuff. And it's hard because I know that as WoW players, you're not used to this, but you have to play the game. And you're probably about to phone your parents, or maybe even about to report me. But before you report me, just hear me out, right? As you play the game, there's these things. I don't know what they're called exactly. I just call them quests. But it's these things, yeah, that you pick them up, and then there's like people talking to you. I think it's called dialogue. Now, as a WoW player, I'm not entirely sure what dialogue means or what it is, but I think the Final Fantasy weebs call it dialogue. Now, in the dialogue, these characters will give you information. The information will be very closely related to the world. They will tell you what's wrong and why it's wrong and what you need to do to help, but then also tell you that you're the only one that can help them, and then when you help them, they'll tell you that there's other things that's wrong. It's a whole thing. I don't know who the fuck designed this because it seems very convoluted to me. It's easier to put these things in the book. I know that's what you're thinking. Like, you're instantly thinking as a WoW player, wouldn't it just be easier to put all those stories in the book? Like, I'm paying $15 a month. I just want to do some dungeons and some raids, and then I'll buy a book for $30 or something to get the story. I know that's what you're thinking. But Final Fantasy doesn't do that. They seem to work on this weird fucking notion, and don't ask me why, because it's like the most outdated way of thinking, but they seem to think that if you've bought a game for $60 and you pay $15 for the game a month, then you should get the story in the book, in the game. Sorry, my WoW brain almost breaking there. They think that you should get the story in the game that you're paying for. It's a ridiculous notion. I hope Yoshi P would change his mind, because everyone knows stories are better When you play the game, you don't understand the fucking story, but then once you buy the book, it all makes sense. Everyone else that's better, but Yoshi P, he doesn't. He thinks everything should be in the game. So you start in ARR and Heavensward. It's free, by the way. Like, who the fuck gives things away for free? But they do. They give it away for free. You start in ARR and you just sort of play stuff. Like, you just sort of see the world, you play the story, and here's what's so mind-blowing. They actually care about that story. Like, the story that they put in the game and not in the book, they actually seem to care about it. Because when you play, you have to do every single quest. You have to do every single quest in the patch content. Fucking patch content still has to be done, and it's been years. Eliusha, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How many years has it been since ARR launched and you still have to do the patch content? Because, surprise, surprise, the patch content is also story content that you have to do. And then you also have to do the raids because, guess what? The raids is also story content. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I recognize, as I'm saying this, a lot of WoW players are going, dude, I don't want that much story in my game. I would prefer if they didn't do this. But that is the pull you have to fucking swallow. And Khalid, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, you're gonna have to get used to that, but that is how you get the story for Final Fantasy. You play the game. And if you want to report me now because you think I'm lying, that's fine. I get it. I also didn't agree. I didn't think that this was true. I didn't think this is how it worked, but apparently it is. So, you know, by all means report me, because I would fucking report me if I said this before I even knew. No. Actually, imagine playing older dungeons and trials and being able to make them actually a challenge. Oh yeah, we're not even talking about that yet, are we? All right, come on, you bastard! No! Oh, thank God, I got the flare off. One more. Did I get the flare off? I'm pretty sure I didn't get the fucking flare off. There we go. I did see the animation, but for some reason it didn't kill him and it didn't consume any of my things. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh my God, it's me! Bro, I'm in the game. How did they know? Like that much story in WoW. I finished Lawmaster for a while and every expansion up to Shadowlands. Honestly, WoW does a good work fleshing out the world, but the delivery is bad. True. Very true. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you hadn't come along, I don't know what I would have done. For a minute, did I send my tier list? Did you send it, Tishy? What am I doing out here? Oh, looking for flowers. I need some for my parents' grave. The ones my brother and I usually bring are yellow, because it was my mother's favorite color. You haven't seen any, have you? A zombie. Oh, I guess I'm not supposed, like, guess I'm not supposed to help her. Alright. No, World of Warcraft has always been, like, fantastic at world building. The problem is more just story delivery beyond that World of Warcraft seems to struggle with. But world building in and of itself, yeah, World of Warcraft got that down. Although I would say it feels like now in more recent expansions, even that have suffered a little bit. Like, it doesn't feel like, what's his face? Like, Steve the Noozer is as good at world building. As Chris Mason was. Tazishiki, link that to me in Discord, please. So that when we do tier lists again, we're probably going to do tier lists tomorrow or Thursday. We're going to jump into some tier lists and stuff. So if you link that to me in Discord, that'd be great. Otherwise, I am going to forget it here. Does story lore matter if you can't deliver it correctly? I feel like... I mean, if you're the lead narrative designer for a video game and you don't know how to, like, deliver story, what the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously? Are you telling me you can get... This would be like saying I'm a heart surgeon, but I shake like a fucking alcoholic. What should you be a heart surgeon then? I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Yeah, but sadly I'm not on Discord because Patreon failed on my end. But Tizzy, what do you mean? Discord is available to everyone. You don't have to be a patron if you want to be on Discord. There is a patron and Twitch sub section on Discord that is only available to patrons and Twitch subs, but Discord is available to everyone. Like, literally just drop that in content suggestions, you'll be fine. It's involved with Cataclysm also. As long as they stick to basic fantasy RPG and... I feel like Cataclysm gets a lot of unwanted hatred. Or unwarranted hatred, actually. I don't know why people hate on Cataclysm so much, because in my mind, Cataclysm was fun. The dungeons were fun, the raids were incredible, the story was good for the most part. The only thing I could see with Cataclysm that really failed was a massive amount of cut content, which we know it had a gigantic amount of cut content. But the content that was there, that was actually delivered, I thought was good, you know? I feel like a lot of people hate on Cataclysm, and I'm not sure why. Only yellow ones will do. Mother wouldn't have wanted anything else. Well, there you go. Cataclysm is my wife's favorite expansion. You should take your wife to the doctor, because it was a good expansion, but favorite? Your wife might be suffering from something paranoid. I am joking, of course. I think she's fine. Maybe just her taste a little not quite there. It's just a good expansion, but it's definitely not the fucking best. Like, Wrath has to be your best expansion, otherwise you're just trolling. Last patch was awful, but before everything that was amazing. I didn't mind Cataclysm, but I hated the talent changes that came alongside it, I think. They did cut a raid from Kata that was meant to be an underwater raid, but that was cut. That wasn't the only thing that's cut. You found some. Thank you so much, sir. That's twice you've saved me now. Kata suffered from button bloat, huge, almost meaningless numbers, and the loss of talent trees. Well, no, talent trees weren't lost in Cataclysm. In fact, I think talent trees were perfect in Cataclysm. So, in Wrath of the Lich King, we had these incredible fucking talent trees that were just getting really large. And then in Cataclysm, they trimmed the talent trees, which actually made for some very interesting builds. So I think people remember that wrong. It was Mist of Pandaria that we lost our talent trees to the new, like, now all talent trees. Button bloat, I would agree with you, although I enjoy more buttons. More buttons, always more better, in my opinion. So I would say that was fine. I don't know. I liked Kata. It was the first expansion she played through. She joined the End of Wrath. Ah, Cataclysm, baby. Wrath babies. My brothers started in Wrath, and Wrath is their favorite. Actually, I'm lying. My brothers also started in Cataclysm. They started End of Wrath, Cataclysm, and Cataclysm is also their favorite expansion ever. This is why people are called Wrath babies, or Cataclysm babies, or Mist babies. You know, because usually the expansion that you start in will be the expansion that you sort of favor over everything, you know? Amunra, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. And also Silhara, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Maybe the change just made it feel like it was lost. I played in vanilla to Kata. I would say Kata... So, if you want to know what the golden era for World of Warcraft was, the golden era was Cataclysm talents with Mists of Pandaria class design. That would have been the golden era. If you merged those two, the Cataclysm talents and the Mists of Pandaria class design, that would have been like the greatest class design in World of Warcraft history. If you have some time to spare, maybe you could come with me. I'm sure Mother and Father would want to meet the man who showed me such kindness. We buried them on a cliff to the west of the village. There's a path through the terraces. I'll show you. Oh, the Wrath story was pretty cool too. Yeah. Nothing will beat me, Wrath Feral Druid with Cat Arpen. My brother is playing Wrath right now, actually, and he hates the Druid. Like, absolutely despises the way the Druid works right now. You guys do remember, right? In Wrath, you should remember it. But yeah, in Wrath, you didn't have the... Wait, am I supposed to go more up? That's not fucking possible. How the hell am I supposed to go more up? I have to get up on this mountain to go over to... Fuck. How? I guess let's run through here. See if there's a way up. No, this is gonna take me down. She's buried on a cliff. No, she can't be. Dude, what in the actual fuck is this about? She's on that... How do I get there? I'm so lost. See, I can't go up here. I can't finish the bridges. You think Namai could take me up there? I could try, but I fucking doubt it would. Well, let's give it a go. Let's see. Oh, maybe I can. Yeah, you're right. Namai could probably take me up there. Thanks, Random. Thanks. Really appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of their zones is sort of... But at the end of the day, this is kind of what we speak about whenever I talk about flying in World of Warcraft. Flying needs to add something, some kind of speciality, where flight actually gives you a reason for wanting to be in the world, because it either makes it a hell of a lot easier, or it just gives you an access to more content. Now, I don't necessarily think that Final Fantasy does that perfectly. I think Final Fantasy can also do more with their flying. I think flying can still be better in FF, but definitely the way you unlock flying in FF is miles and miles better than that of what WoW used to have. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? No, I'm still in Stormblood. We're helping his army here. We're here. Just give me a moment to put down the flowers and I'll introduce you. They love to meet travelers and hear tales of faraway places. Maybe you could tell them one about your homeland. Azami? Azami, are you there? Azami? What in the... You should not be here. Get away from my sister. Don't be so rude. He saved me from monsters, brother. He even helped me pick flowers for Mother and Father. Go back to the village now. You're scaring me. I said go. Stay inside and lock the door until I return. Oh shit, I fucked up. Don't think me ungrateful. My sister is the only family I have. If you saved her, then thank you. But it changes nothing. I asked you to leave, and now I'm asking you again. I'm not going to report you to the Imperials or anything stupid like that. But it's too dangerous for you to stay here, so please, I'm begging you, just leave us alone. She said your parents were buried here. So she told you, did she? Yes, that's right. My mother and father believed in the rebellion. They left to fight for Lord Cain, and came home in a cart driven by Imperial soldiers. The soldiers demanded that the families of the insurgents present themselves, or else they'd burn the whole village to the ground. So we did. What choice did we have? They beat us in the village square with their hands, with sticks, with anything. They kicked us while we lay on the ground, begging for mercy. They made us denounce my mother and father, call them fools, call them traitors, say they deserve to die. I heard them laugh, but I dared not look up. One leaned close and whispered in my ear what he'd do to my sister if they had to come back. They're gone, but they're never far. All it takes is the wrong word in the wrong ear, and they'll return. And then I'll have to dig another grave, if I'm lucky. Man, these people. Whatever you came here to do, leave us out of it. If you want to fight the Imperials, go and fight them on your own. You can't help us. No one can. And this is all we've got, so please, don't take it from us. But what is life if you cannot live free? Why would you want to live if you can't be free? Like, what's the fucking point? Dude, this triggers me. Dude, if there is dragon riding in WoW, I'm gonna lose my shit. Like, there has to be dragon riding. Alright, let's go hand in that blue quest we have now, and then we can come back and finish the MSQ quest. Or maybe let's do the MSQ quest, and then see where that takes us, in case. You are come at a good time, Aklon. We but recently completed our inquiries. What of yours? I was not aware of these events. The boy... Yes? He told you all of this? Such disgraceful, despicable crimes. If I knew the men responsible, I would not hesitate to hunt them down and... Giant Rat Guy, how you doing, brother? We will see Nostormu become fucking Morazon finally? I hope so. Forgive me. That outburst was unbecoming. The more I learn of the Imperial's actions in my absence, the more difficult I find it to marshal my emotions. Could Lord Hain have foreseen this? That our people's spirits would be so broken? Though at first I scoffed at his pronouncement, it feels all too possible now that he might resolve to surrender himself. If they come up with this whole flying system and don't have racing, they are missing out on a big opportunity. I think they actually did say in one of the interviews they are working on racing. Like, they already have an entire team working on open world stuff. So I'm pretty sure racing is going to be a thing. Fairly certain. There are many who want safety or survival above freedom, and I don't care how much they sacrifice. And don't care how much they sacrifice. Recent years in real life displayed as much. Oh, but I'm always reminded of... what's the guy's name again? I think one of the presidents of the United States that says those who would trade security for freedom deserves neither. Those who would trade safety and security for freedom deserve neither, or something like that. Yeah, I think it was Ben Franklin that said that. And then you had or at the deliberations for the Constitution, you had that senator from, I think it was Kentucky, or one of the main from Kentucky, or may have been one of the other states, that stood up and said, "Give me freedom or give me death." Like, he was actually saying, if they decide to turn America into a democracy, it will be war. He basically, yeah, because they were arguing over whether America should be a constitutional republic or a democracy or a monarchy or whatever the fuck. And this guy stood up and he was like, give me liberty or give me death. So it was either going to be like, because he said democracy would lead to the enslavement of the smaller states. Despite everything we have seen and learned, I refuse to renounce this cause. We should return to the House of the Fierce and consult with our comrades. Perhaps together we might... Did you hear that? Quickly, we must find a place to hide. Where the fuck? Where are we hiding? Oh, Yotsuyu. Is this gonna be Yotsuyu? Am I gonna see... are we gonna see the Step on Me lady? Let's see. The fuck? Who's the wolf boy?
Imperials.
Oh, the Imperials is back. Let's see. Oh, shit. Not good. Not good.
Why are you milling about like a pack of slack-jawed mongrels? Form a line! Now!
Can we just kill them? And they all just follow like fucking sheep.
Finally. I come before you today to deliver an announcement of the highest import. So listen well. While on a charitable mission to Isari village, the acting viceroy and her personal guard came under attack from Confederate forces.
Wait, what the fuck?
This brazen, unconscionable act cannot and will not go unanswered.
Dude, while on a charitable mission. Like, she was there torturing people and they call it a charitable mission. Like, what in the fuck? Like, seriously?
As loyal subjects of the Empire, who enjoy her safety and prosperity, you have a duty to defend her as well. There is no cause for alarm. We have no intention of sending ill-trained fodder to the front line. Those who are selected will be expected to perform rudimentary tasks. Cleaning and maintenance and so forth. You will serve only as long as you are needed. Afterwards, you'll be free to return to your homes. You first.
Oh, shit. Lise is gonna lose it. Where the fuck is the wolf boy? This is bothering me.
The Empire has no pressing need of cleaners. This is but a thinly veiled attempt to intimidate those who supported the Confederacy's actions, and isolate any whose loyalty they already suspect.
And lastly, you. That should suffice for now.
Don't worry. I will be back before you know it. Listen to the elders while I'm away, and do not play outside the village. Everything is going to be fine. I love you, all right? Remember that I love you.
This is bad news.
We thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured that this will all be over very soon, once the Confederacy has been made to pay our own ruby tithe.
There's no telling what might happen to those people. We have to help them.
Yeah, let's go help them. I like what Lisa's thinking.
And we shall. But before all else, we must needs ascertain their destination. I doubt this is the first village the Garleans have visited, nor is it like to be the last. I will track these men. Will you help me?
Yeah, why not? Let's go
Pray
forth.
return to our headquarters and tell the others what you saw here. Should we have need of reinforcements, I would know that they are ready.
But I should be going with you. I came here to fight.
Just go, Lise.
Soon enough, Lise. Soon enough. For now, we must proceed with caution.
Lisa's angry. She
I know
wants to
that,
go
I
back
do.
to
It's
Hida
just
days.
when I saw them rounding those people up. Look, if anything happens, anything at all, you'd better call for us. I mean it, Yugiri. Anything at all.
All right. Okay. Those people are gonna die, aren't they? Regardless of what the officer claimed, I fear they have crueler designs for these people. With me, Aklon, we must hurry. Yeah, they're almost definitely gonna kill them. Alright, let's just quickly go hand in this last quest. And then we can quickly... I really just hope that these people would start trusting us and just not fucking let the Empire get away with this bullshit. Have you checked out some neat UI navigation tricks? Some miscellaneous commands, macros, there's commands and syntax on the lower right, hotbar copy BLM. Zeke, I've literally not checked out any of that shit. Yeah, well, my flying unlock is much more important than these people dying. If I fly, I can fly quicker to see them die. Without flying, I might miss it. You know, you know the drill. Life be life and all that shit. Well, they're almost definitely going to be tortured because what I want to know is how did the Empire figure it out? Because the people that they've called, like that one boy that was called, he was with us. You know, he did work with us. Or at least we spoke to him. So, how does the Empire know who to suspect? They must have someone in the village that is sort of giving them information. Wait, why am I joining a fight? I don't want to join a fight. Were you guys Imperials or Stormcloaks? What do you mean, Ziggy? Given the circumstances, we must make every effort to refrain from needless violence. Here, it's a shinobi's tool. For when a more discreet approach is required, use it within these darts. Use it with these darts. They are coated with an alchemical reagent that induces a deep sleep. There are soldiers patrolling ahead. Were circumstances different, we could engage them directly. But for the villagers' sake, we dare not risk it. We will use our blowguns to incapacitate them. Regardless of your familiarity with such weapons, you are a veteran warrior, and I am sure it will come naturally to you. Nevertheless, practice is in order. What, like, they probably went after families of known or suspected traitors. They're trying to eat me. Alright. Villagers Valamigo torture. I don't blame the villagers, to be honest. I'd still rather die than fucking live like that. There, the soldiers on the hill below. Take aim and fire. If the dart finds its mark, he should fall within moments. Search your surroundings for the Imperial soldier. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the soldier and use the blowgun with... Alright. We're going for a headshot. Man, that is some powerful lungs that I have on my fucking body, yo. I am shooting that arrow quite a way away. Arriving in the village after everyone who would rather die already dead. They've been under occupation 25 plus years at this point. Oh my god, I'm missing the fucking story. What the hell did you just say? Worry not, I shall be with you every step of the way, keeping watch for other patrols. We shall speak again on the other side of the river. Nana Squad, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I fully understand it, and I fully understand it from a story perspective, but I think it's doing what the story wants me to feel. It's pissing me off. And I'm fairly certain that is what they want to go for in the story. That is the emotion that they're trying to elicit. It's pissing me off that these people are sort of just suffering. Oh, there you go. Sleep like a baby, bitch. Peace. Right in the bum. Oh my god, dude. The lungs on my fucking character is surreal. I think the last Imperial soldier crumbles to the ground asleep. You put away your blowgun and prepare to rejoin Yuguri. I don't understand why people... So... No, that's a lie. I can fully understand why people are so divided on Stormblood, but I also think a lot of that is due to... And this is going to come across as sort of not the best, but... There's this mindless pursuit these days from most people, which is basically action, action, action. It's all people want, right? They just want as much action and combat and sort of adventure as possible. And the truth is that Heavensward provided all of that. Heavensward was extremely fast-paced. It was one event after the next, just fucking blowing you, because what it wanted from you was... They needed you to be almost heightened the whole time because it was taking you through highs and lows. And the only way those highs and lows were going to hit is if it was fast-paced, like one massive event following another. So it was constantly playing in your emotions and almost leaving you emotionally drained at the end of it. But then you look at Stormblood and it feels like it's a lot more... world building? Almost like there's a lot more world building taking place. So it feels a lot slower. It feels a lot more slowly but surely we'll get there, but in order for the world to make sense, we have to take you through the building process of the world. And for a lot of people, I feel like after ARR and the world building of ARR, people were expecting just jam-packed action. And it's like, well, why can't you have more world building, you know? If more world needs to be built, fucking build more world. And I don't expect most people to care about that. It's a great slow burn story about multiple revolutionary wars across the globe. It is a very cerebral narrative that will test your resolve and rile you up at the atrocities you see. Already fucking riled up. That's already happening. It was way worth it after. Also, though, I mean, fighting the church and dragons at the same time, probably good. They didn't follow up with an escalation. I'll hold on my reason why I didn't enjoy Stormblood as much. Honestly, Stormblood is still like, to be fair, but by the end of Stormblood, I'm sure you will find out the reasons too. Excellent, they appear to be none the wiser. The villagers are being held in the castrum to the south, Flominus. Once it was the base of operations for the Galean occupation until 10 or so years ago, when they relocated to Doma Castle. Now, the castrum serves as little more than a storage facility. I spy 2 sentries near the gate. As you have proven yourself to have impeccable aim, I would ask you to incapacitate them. This very hill should afford you a clear shot. Dragon Age or FF? Was one of my favorite RPGs. How does it compare to FF14? I don't really think that's a fair comparison to either of them, because again, they're very different games. But I would say story-wise, I will give it to FF14 at least right now. Just granted, I have not finished like Dragon Age Inquisition, but Dragon Age Origins was really good. But I don't know if it's really fair to compare the two, because for the reasons why they were good. What was that? Just stand still. Easy. Well, we'll see. So far, I'm loving fucking Stormblood. I don't know why people hate Stormblood so far. Oh, the reward for finishing main scenario, though? I'll let you guys know if that ever changes. Mr. Extreme, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fine work, Aklon. You have a gift for the ways of the shinobi. The way is clear. Let us move closer and see what has become of the villagers. From 4.1 onwards, you are on Miss Ishikawa's wild ride. If we assume a fair footing, that's a hard comparison, but I still say FF14. I don't like necessarily when you compare MMOs to single-player RPGs, because I don't think they're meant to be compared. Because they're different things. And they serve different reasons, you know. The reasons why I love single-player RPGs usually goes towards the story, the story choices and the choice that I have in personal customizations, as well as you know, the player agency that you have, which only single-player games can afford you, because MMOs can't do that incredible player agency. Because it's shared worlds. And what you enjoy about MMOs, again, single-player RPGs can't give you. Because they just can't. Unless, of course, you turn the RPG into an MMO. In which case, sure. Or even if turn it into a multiplayer. But then again, you lose a lot of the agency. So, for me, I hate when I have to compare them or even try. Sir, the arm from the other villages are assembled for inspection. Very good. I will address them personally. Attention. Shortly, you will all be transported to the facility on the distant shore. Your duties, as you've been previously informed, will be rudimentary in nature. More specifically, You will be tasked with the repair and maintenance of various arms and armaments, as well as Magitech devices. Magitech? But we're farmers. We don't know the first thing about Magitech. It'll take us months, if not years, to learn how to do that kind of work. The material in question was damaged by your kith and kin. Was damaged when your kith and kin rose up in rebellion. Therefore, you bear responsibility for its repairs. Wow, the way these guys fucking argue. If you cannot perform your duties, you will learn how. If you cannot learn how, then your villagers may find themselves at the mercy of the Confederacy and other radical elements. Is that what you want? Deal with this rabble. I am needed at the castle. Dude, when I first encountered the Empire, I actually kind of liked them. The more I play this game, the more I hate and loathe the fucking Empire. This is no temporary measure. Those men and women will die in servitude. Once they are taken to the other facility, it will be too late. If we are to intervene, we must do so now. Agreed? Then let us be about it. Oh my god, I'm finally gaining some gear that is an upgrade. Woo! Fuck, finally. Hold up, I have new gear. Hate, love, indeed. Despite the urgency of the situation, we must still proceed with the utmost caution to ensure the safety of the villagers. To wit, we must infiltrate the castrum without raising the alarm. I will deal with any soldiers near the entrance. Stand watch for others approaching from the north until you hear my signal. Actually, you have beat Stormblood to access 400 gear. Yeah, I'll only be able to access that in... Am I gonna go back to shooting with darts? No, I'm just sort of standing here. Like, where am I looking? For a mercy, you spy no Imperial patrols bound for the castrum. A hawk's cry pierces the silence. Yukari is waiting. Alright, Yugiri, I'm coming. I have a pro-Empire stance, but the explanation requires story you haven't done yet. I'm sure... Look, if there's one thing I have accepted about Final Fantasy XIV, it is that their villains may be villains, but their villains are not mindless. So I am pretty sure that yes, at some point I am going to be given a reason to actually care about these characters, because that's what they fucking do the whole time. Speak softly, lest the others hear us. What of the outside? Wait, did she make them sleep? That is good. We may proceed as planned. These ones shall not soon awake. However, the others are too close to the villagers. Incapacitating them, as I did these, are far too risky. Fortunately, a solution presents itself. I would have you disguise yourself as an Imperial soldier and convince them that a changing of the guard is in order. You have your pick of uniforms. They shall not protest. Alright, which one are we picking? Let's go strapping soldier. This uniform appears to be more or less your size. The Lala wouldn't have worked. With all due care and consideration, you relieve the sleeping soldier of their uniform. You have chosen one to your liking, then? Excellent. I shall hide these ones where none will find them. Ashibachi, how you doing, brother? when you mate with the wolf. I've never played Neverwinter Nights 2, so I can't really know. I was more a Baldur's Gate fan. Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale I played a little bit. But I wasn't that fond of Icewind Dale. I was more of a Baldur's Gate fan. Achibachi, I'm happy to have you here, bro. Our sleeping beauties have been laid to rest in their bunks. Oh, and while I was in the barracks, I happened upon these spare uniforms in case the items in your possession are not to your liking. Alright, so now I have to... Do I have to wear this now, or... This Kabuto and Teko should match the Uwagi, Hakama, and Choka in your possession. Am I having a stroke? What fucking words are you using? And with that, you have a full set. I am sure that once you change, it will seem as though it was bespoke. You will need to give the soldiers guarding the villagers a proper imperial salute to complete the deception and convince them to come here, where I will be waiting to deal with them. Uwagi. I don't know. Maybe there's no hands. Hakama. And Choka. Is this it? Is this the full set? I do like this armor set you are about to wear. Is there hands? Where? Where would these hands be? Teko. Okay, there we go. Alright, this is the full set now, I think. I think we can go now. So we'll have to give them the Imperial salute. Imperial salute. Wait, what? I literally just did the Imperial salute. Oh, it has to be one word. Okay, never mind. Changing of the guard, is it? About bloody time. Just looking at these on is making me depressed. Reminds me of when I was in their shoes, pissing myself in fear. Get away your stormtrooper helmet to rescue the princess? Nah, they look at my face and they think I'm just, like, much higher status than them. I don't need the helmet. Is it time already? Not that I'm complaining, mind, but I thought the others would be gone longer. Now it's time, you can leave. Back to Yuguri. I can probably, like, let's not get undressed too early. What the hell happened to my screen? Like, my screen went all, like, weird, whitewashed almost. As if it's foggy. These ones shall sleep soundly along with the others. And with that, there are no more soldiers to trouble us. You can dispose of that accursed uniform too. It is time to guide the villagers to freedom. I don't like it. Alright, let's go get the villagers. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's foggy. It looks strange. I really have to stop playing around with G-Shade. That makes sense. Super cringe lord. King Juliet's just hanging out, you know, having a good time. Captured villagers. Now, there's a lot more of you now. Here we go. Tell me this is voice acted. It has to be, right? This is an important part of the story.
Listen to me, all of you. We have dealt with the Imperials for now, but you must flee this place quickly.
Thundurian, how you doing, brother? I'm loving this.
Dealt with them? Oh no. You didn't kill them, did you?
No, we made them sleep.
Are you mad? There's no escaping the Empire. Running will only make it worse.
Jesus.
To stay is to die. You know this to be true. Even if you lack the will to fight, surely you have the will to live! Or has that, too, been beaten out of you? Is this what has become of Doma?
These people need to wake the fuck up. Who's that wolf boy? That bothers the living fuck out of me.
You were Lord Hien's retainer, trained to fight without fear and obey without question. Well, we're not. We're lost and afraid. We hate this, all of this, but we can't do a damn thing to change it. And trying will only make it worse.
No, you just need to
Pathetic
fucking join us.
existence. But it's all we got. And when people like you come here pretending it can be different, it doesn't help. All right?
Peace, boy. Peace. She came to help, and for that we should be grateful.
Elder, your face.
We all have scars. Some too many to bear. Too many battles. Too much lost. Our friends, our family, even our liege. We who survived are forced to bend the knee, to sell our souls and surrender our dignity. How are we to lift our heads when this shame weighs so heavily upon us? Your courage, your resolve, they are as salt in our wounds.
Good.
If they only knew what you would do for them, my lord.
Tell him.
You have made your plight clear, and I shall impose my will no more. But know this, brothers and sisters of Doma. For all you have suffered, for all the horror and the ignominy, you are still here. You are still alive. My lord prays you value your life as highly as he does. As for me, I swear by all the Kami in creation that I will free you from this torment, no matter the cost.
That's a fucking big check to write there. My ass is gonna cash that one.
If the Imperials come for me, I will tell them we were tricked by an Ori woman.
Tell them whatever you must to keep your loved ones safe.
This is not gonna end well. Oh my god.
Why would you... After everything...
Why would I, like, what? Why the fuck would I play the game with Japanese voice acting when I'm not Japanese? That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. What are you talking about? That's like saying, like, I want to make the game harder for myself for some reason. No, I like the voice acting. The voice acting is good. Very good. Everyone tells you to play with JPVA is just fucking pure as shit. I'm not English either. What do you mean? If I understood JP, it would be another matter. Even if I understood Japanese, I would still play it in as close to a language as I know best as possible, which would be English. I would probably still have it in English. Look, I'm Afrikaans, right? That's my first language. Yeah. If this game had Afrikaans voice acting, I would not play the game in Afrikaans because it would feel weird. I've never played a game in Afrikaans. Why the fuck would I start now? All of the games that I've ever played have been in English, so I will continue to play all games in English because that's what I know. And I will not watch anything that is in a different language than English because English is easy. I understand it. I can speak and understand Japanese, and I still prefer English VA. I think if you are Japanese, you want to watch it in Japanese because that's your language, right? I won't, like, I hate subtitles. With a fucking passion, I hate subtitles. I don't watch movies that have subtitles in them. I refuse to watch anything that is dubbed or any bullshit like that. Give me English, just have it English, I'm happy with that. But see, I can't stand dubbed because the lips don't match. Yeah, like dubbed bullshit pisses me off to no extent. First JP voice acting, FF14 English voice acting is good. Do we have anyone here from Japan in chat right now? Or someone that speaks Japanese as almost first language level? Wait, do you watch anime dubbed then? I don't watch anime. Kimika. Speak Japanese decently. German is weird, so play it in English. But probably not fluently. I can't say a single word in Japanese, so it would just not do for me. Apologies, Akalon, I was lost in thought. Mayhap they have the right of it. Mayhap we are fools for urging them to rise once more, yet I believe, I have to believe, that in their heart of hearts, they still... I'm Korean Japanese, but do not speak either fluently. Oh my god, Rikisama, what the fuck, dude? How can you be Korean and Japanese and not speak either? You're born in America, right? I think it really is just whatever you're comfortable with. I mean, I don't like... I hate Puritan gatekeeping in every single medium. I despise whenever people try to gatekeep stuff. So whenever I hear people with anime go, oh my god, you can't watch anime in English, you have to watch it with the subtitles, it's so much better. It's like, fuck off, is it better? It's better to read something that I could just watch? No, of course it isn't. Like, just leave that. Like, just let people fucking do whatever they want. And if they enjoy it in English and they don't care about it in Japanese or whatever, then that's fine, you know? Do whatever you want. I hate when people gatekeep. It's like, no, you can't do it that way. Now is not the time. We must finish what we started. I have in my possession a powerful medicine that befuddles the mind and memories. We must administer it to the soldiers ere they wake. The medicine will leave the soldiers confused and unable to clearly recall recent events. They will suspect that they fell asleep at their posts and be reluctant to discuss it with others. It is not more than a temporary measure, but we dare not kill them for the sake of the villagers. Tend to the last two I put to sleep. I shall see to the others. Bigger push for anime dubs to have lip syncing. You could probably do lip syncing with an anime dub. It would take a little bit more work, but you could probably do it. Which is better voice acting. The English version does. Elizabeth's Japanese voice actor is incredible, but I think the English version is far better. As someone who does speak Japanese conversationally. Isn't it just different? Like, wouldn't there be good and bad elements on either? I feel like there would be good and bad elements. So there would be on some, for some of the voice actors, it would be very good. on the Japanese side. On others, the English would be better. Werewolf Samurai, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Things have a bad rap because in the past it was terrible. What am I doing here? You're gonna use medicine, okay? It's much easier to do it with anime, but if we are talking about live action, dubbed sucks. Father, is that you? Oh, alright. Life must be odd for that dude. That's exactly what it is. Some are better in Japanese, some in English, but I personally feel that more of the English voice actors did a better job than the Japanese ones. I can't answer that. I've never listened to a single Japanese voice actor in Final Fantasy XIV, so I don't know. My Hero Academia English dub, Japanese is my take. I thought you said I just have to take care of 2. Now I'm sort of taking care of all the ones she fucking put to sleep. I want to go home. Alright, that should be all of them, right? No, there's more? Fucking hell. So wait, are we really having a conversation right now here about which is better? Where am I supposed to go? Is it up here? No. It is down here, but where? Oh, here. Looks like I touched the beehive. Kamika, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. If there's ever been a stream where you can piss people off, I think it's this one. I do it all the time, so don't worry about that. Alright, Yuguri. It's finally getting to her as well. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one that's fucking pissed.
Forgive me for making you search.
My guy is so understanding.
It calms me, the sound. It helps me to remember the sway of the ocean when I close my eyes. Despite the many great and noble things I said, in truth I am not of Doma. I was born beneath the waves of the Ruby Sea.
But isn't anime cartoons? Pretty sure it is.
To think that you were there, that you even spoke with my mother and father. They are in good health then. The knowledge is of great comfort to me.
Mm-hmm.
That I might have the strength to protect my home from the Empire, I left to learn the secrets of the shinobi. Day and night we trained, ever striving to exceed our mental and physical limits. After a time, my skills were recognized, and I was dispatched to assist the Doman Liberation Front. It was then that I met Lord Kayan and his son, and their loyal samurai, Gosetsu.
Oh, Gosetsu is old as shit.
Brave and true, so clear their eyes, so pure their purpose. Any shinobi would have been proud to serve them and Doma. But in the end, I will always be of the sea. Every day, I pray for my home and for the people I left behind, that they might be spared the wages of war and live in peace, untouched by this madness. I confessed this to Lord Hien once. Do you know what he said to me?
No, what?
He said, "Good. We are better for the conviction of our allies, and draw inspiration from their example. What is weak alone may together grow stronger." Never did I lose faith in them. Even when all was lost and I led our people to Eorzea, I clung to the belief that our dream would one day be realized.
Why haven't we brought back her people? They can fight.
But when I gazed into those eyes bereft of hope, when those broken men balked at liberty, the dream was shattered.
Together we are strong and we must carry on. Wow, I'm a poet. Or will I say it will not always be so?
So I pray, and thus do I labor to see a new day dawn, regardless of my misgivings. When all is said and done, we can but carry on, together.
Yep. Dude, writing this game must be so much fucking work.
An Imperial airship. It is bound for Doma Castle. Quickly, we must rejoin the others.
Like, how many fucking lines and thousands of lines of text goes into this fucking game? It must be a nightmare. Oh my god. Oh, it doesn't work yet, does it? I like the Japanese VA for FF14 because I think the intonations of the voices and the rhythm goes well with the French version of the text, and I don't really like how the French dub is done. But I think the JPVA may sound weird with the English version of the text. Those are two languages that I would not understand a word of. Do you also have flying things for me? More flying things. I have lost my grandchild. Please help me search for him. He was right next to me until a short while ago. I cannot believe I lost sight of him so easily. He was asking a lot of questions about the One River. Perhaps he went there searching for something, though I truly hope that is not the case. I have heard that a group of Lupin looters roam the area of late. Please search along the One River for my grandson. I shall continue to look for him here. 2 years between expansions? I mean, World of Warcraft does 2 years between expansions as well, and there's not much of a reason for it. Not always. We'll have to wait and see if that changes. Sugar and Spice, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy Jesus, how many traveling quests? Could I ask you to help with a problem of mine? It concerns some water serpents that have recently infested the One River. They used to only be found further to the west, but for one reason or another, some have found their way closer to Namai. If prepared properly, they are quite delectable. However, there are far more in the river than one could ever hope to cook. No, their numbers must be controlled by other means. Please, slay a few of them for me, enough to stop them from taking the whole river for their own. Oh, and should you happen to get your hands on a few of their livers, please deliver them to my husband, Sainty. You will find him in the Drunken Toad to the east. Of course you will. Let me just quickly see here. How many goddamn yunks here? Oh, I just need 3 more. I have 2, so it's literally just the last MSQ one that I'm going to need now. with Yoshi and his team, plan the outline well in advance. What do you mean Yuguri's voice actor? Does Yuguri's voice actor stop? Or is this something that I'm not supposed to know yet? Oh, that is fucking sad. Do they replace her voice actor with someone or not at all? Do they instead just keep it as is? So they don't replace her voice actor, she just stops having a voice actor entirely. They did replace. Oh, so they okay. Come. We must tell the others of the airship. Or hear what they know of it. Okay, what's going on here? Seems like everyone's in a bit of a tiff.
There you are.
Was that an Imperial?
Are the villagers all right?
We freed them, along with many others. Kosetsu, we spied an airship bound for the castle. Know you aught of it?
Aye, that we do. The Crown Prince is come to Doma.
Oh.
We suspect this is a result of recent events in Girabania. Our defeat notwithstanding, there appears to be some concern in Garlemald that subversive elements may be rallying in other provinces.
Oh,
Though
the prince is
Yotsu
back.
governs Doma, Xenos remains the province's anointed viceroy, and it would seem he has come to assess the current situation in person.
This is gonna make things harder.
If Xenos is here, we must seize this opportunity and kill him.
Lady, he's really strong.
Would that it were so simple, Lady Yugiri. You may recall that we encountered Xenos at Rolga's Reach. We have seen firsthand what he can do. His power defies explanation. He faced the Alliance, the Resistance, and the Scions, and he defeated us all.
And he's really fucking strong. Hide your fist, please. That's not doing shit.
We survived and learned from the experience, it is true. But if we are to defeat him, it will not be through simple opportunism. We will require a flawless plan.
We know his strengths. A prodigious swordsman trained from childhood by the finest Imperial tutors, reputed to be without equal on the battlefield, which is why we must not meet him there. Nay, we keep to the shadows, the domain of the shinobi, and thence we strike. You need only give me the chance.
Were this but a matter of personal revenge, I would not presume to bar your path, for I myself crave that same vengeance. But to draw steel against the Emperor's son is a grave decision, and one that will shape our nation's future. Do not forget Lord Hien's words.
What, that we should sheathe our swords if the people lack the will to fight? I will not squander this opportunity. If we do naught, our master's life is forfeit.
Even should you succeed, Xenos' death will not win Doma her freedom. More likely, her doom.
Nah, fuck it.
Can we defend our people against the Empire's retribution? We few against a legion? Do not be a fool, child.
Oh, even fucking good bro Setsu has given up.
Mayhap I am a fool with foolish dreams of a future that will never be. But I cannot, I will not forsake them!
Yugiri, wait!
What now?
Why are you asking me? I don't speak. I just hang out, you know? Alright. We're now even getting people to fight each other. This is... This is getting interesting because our group is now starting to fight each other. That's not good, is it? Like, should we be fighting amongst ourselves is the question we should be asking ourselves. And the answer is most likely no, but there's also probably nothing we can fucking do about it. Not giving up. The practical, just practical, and Yugiri is super pissed. Yeah, but she's angry, and it seems like she wants to go her own way at this point. Which is not particularly fucking good, but, you know, is what it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, our time has come to an end for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with the continuation of this story. I feel like this is a good stopping point for now, at least, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to Xenos at some point in the very near future. So we're going to be raiding Jay the Bard. I just saw him come on, or at least I think he's just come on. So we'll give Jay a bit of a raid there. For those of you that at least want to go say hello, go do so. If you want, follow right now, hit the notification, because we will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always, right here. Start with some chatting and then jump straight into the MSQ. I'm going to be hardlining the MSQ as much as possible. Because I really want to get to at least Shadowbringers soon-ish, so that we can start really following through on that story. Because I feel like I've been sticking with Stormblood for so fucking long that I need to get to at least Shadowbringers. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the support, for all of you coming to hang out, for spending your evening, your morning, your afternoon with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.